Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the World of Naruto as Naruto's twin sister. Let the tale begin. Chapter 102, Talking with Ino's Parents. A few moments later, a tied-up Jiraiya was placed next to the tied-up Inoichi on the couch. Damn, I regret that I told Zabuza that he should be here at the end of the month. I feel like things would have been even more interesting if he was here right now. While the silence in the room became more and more awkward, Jiraiya decided to be the first to say something. Well, I am not sure what exactly is going on, but could somebody untie me? Yuna shook her head at Jiraiya's question. You entered our house through the window, so of course Yuna met eyes with Jiraiya, and moments later, both of them widened their eyes in surprise. Yuna snapped her finger and Jiraiya's bindings fell to the ground. They stood up at the same time and started approaching each other until they were not even a meter apart. They looked into each other's eyes as the atmosphere in the room became heavier by the second, and then. Ha ha ha. To think I would meet a kindred spirit. And it is actually such a young woman. The world is really vast. Ha ha ha. Indeed. When Naruto told me you were an old pervert, I wasn't paying much attention to it, but you have reached quite the high level. Not bad at all. Naturally, I am dedicated to what I do. We should go out and talk about our passion if we get a good chance. Of course, I am all for it. After the duo finished speaking, they returned to their respective seats, while pretending like nothing happened. The remaining people in the room, meanwhile, were eyeing them with suspicion. Yuna, what was that MMH? Before Hinata could say the full question, Yuna gave her a deep kiss, leaving her slightly dazed and with a goofy smile. Let's talk about that later, Hinata. Hehe, okay. Yuna turned around and, before Anko could say anything, gave her an equally passionate kiss. When they separated, Anko licked her lips with an excited smile on her face. You sure know me well, hehe. Yuna rolled her eyes and turned her attention back to the rest of the group. Ino and Haku had crimson-red faces and seemed to be ready to faint at any moment. Naruto had dead eyes and was absent-mindedly staring at a wall while imagining being somewhere else. Inoichi had a trickle of blood flowing down his nose while it was more like a stream of blood for Jiraiya. Mika Yamanaka, however, seemed to be thinking about her past while occasionally saying something along the lines of, "It's good to be young." Yuna shook her head at the weird atmosphere and decided to get things back on track. Well, let's start talking. I assume the Yamanaka couple is here because Naruto took Ino's first time. What? Killing intent erupted out of Inoichi while he looked at Naruto like he was willing to lay down his own life to kill him, while the rest of the room looked at Naruto completely dumbfounded. NNSN. What are you saying? Yuna innocently tilted her head to the side. This was the first time Ino held hands with a male that isn't her father, right? So, Naruto was the first to do it. This time everyone's glare was directed at Yuna, who only continued to look innocent. Well, what were you thinking I meant? Although Yuna was acting like an innocent girl that didn't know anything about sex, considering the way she kissed Hinata and Anko not even 2 minutes ago, no one believed the act for even a second. Let's just ignore Nasan for now or we will be here for days. A cute pout appeared on Yuna's face as she hugged Hinata. Hinata, Naruto is bullying me. Hinata could only smile wryly while patting Yuna's head. Naruto rolled his eyes at Yuna and then looked directly into Inoichi's. If I unseal you, can you stay seated and not attack me? Although Inoichi was struggling, after a moment of thinking, he nodded his head. Naruto snapped his fingers and removed the seals from Inoichi, who actually stayed seated and simply glared at Naruto. Naruto maintained eye contact and continued speaking. From today on, Ino and I will be dating. As soon as he said that, Inoichi's chakra and killing intent burst forth and crashed into Naruto. Naruto, however, didn't even twitch as he let loose his own chakra, easily contesting with Inoichi's. You think I will just let you date my daughter? Yes. And why do you think so? I am strong and will only become stronger. I am fiercely protective of my family and most importantly, we like each other. Inoichi kept glaring at Naruto for quite a while longer, while Naruto didn't falter in the slightest and matched his gaze. Another minute passed and Inoichi slumped back on the couch. Are you fine with that, Ino? From what I can see, there seems to be a third person in this relationship. Honestly, I don't even know for sure. I like spending time with Naruto and Haku. Naruto is the first person my age I befriended, while Haku is the first, normal, female friend I made. Hinata Ino is also bullying me. Anyway, for now, I want to keep being good friends with both of them and see how our relationship develops from there. Yet again, an innocent voice echoed through the room. Oh, so more than friends? Maybe friends with certain benefits? Let's call it, friends with benefits. Inoichi nodded at Ino. Fine, I can accept that. It is at least better than your one-sided obsession with that Uchiha brat. But... Inoichi returned his gaze to Naruto. If I hear that you made Ino cry or did anything inappropriate, I will hunt you down. Sob Hinata, everyone is bullying me. You don't have to worry about that, Mr. Yamanaka. I will protect Ino-chan no matter the cost. Hey Hinata. While Naruto and Ino were still in Naruto's room, I sensed that they were pushing their lips together. Is that one of the benefits that friends with benefits get? Everyone in the room froze when Yuna said that. Inoichi's face grew fiercer by the second as he was looking at Naruto. He barely managed to squeeze his next words out through his gritted teeth. Is that true? However, considering Ino was currently blushing fiercely, he didn't even need Naruto to answer. Without another word, he stood up and charged at Naruto. I will kill you. Naruto hastily dodged the punch and flared his chakra to activate the seals protecting the house, but nothing happened. He glared at Yuna, who gave him a happy wink with her eye before he had to dodge another punch from Inoichi. He quickly made his way to the window while cursing loudly. Damn Yuna-san, you will pay for this. Stop running away, you damn beast. I will skin you alive. And with that, Naruto and Inoichi left the house. Well, that was fun, don't you think so? I would call you a demon, but that is rather obsolete at this point in time. Naturally, everyone was giving Yuna, who just caused her little brother to be chased down by a bloodthirsty doting father, a weird look. Well, everyone except for Jiraiya, who was furiously scribbling away on a piece of paper while muttering something about great material and almost better than my research, while occasionally letting loose a perverted chuckle. Chapter 103, Growing Closer. Yuna looked around the room and noticed that everyone was staring at her. She chuckled a little and started speaking. No need to worry. Naruto will survive Inoichi's wrath without a problem, probably. Ino's mother chuckled when she heard that. Naruto will be alright. I guess Inoichi just wants to test Naruto's strength and won't go too far, probably. Seeing that Yuna and her mother both weren't entirely certain that nothing would happen, Ino couldn't help but feel nervous. Maybe I should follow them? I am sure I can stop Dad from doing anything stupid. Yuna, however, waved Ino's suggestion away with her hand. Don't bother. Naruto can handle himself. More importantly. Yuna's expression became serious as she looked at Ino and Haku. The duo immediately straightened their backs when Yuna's gaze landed on them. The kind of relationship you have committed yourselves to isn't for everyone. I have no doubts that problems will occur. Problems that don't appear in a one-on-one relationship. Talk with each other as soon as possible if problems pop up. You can also talk with me if you want advice or suggestions. Ino and Haku both nodded their heads in understanding. They already expected that there would be some trouble and were naturally happy that Yuna offered them some help. Both of them could see that the relationship between Yuna, Hinata, and Enko was rather harmonious except for a few little quarrels which Yuna usually resolved rather effortlessly. Whether your relationship with Naruto will last or not isn't certain either. Feelings can change after all. It is not impossible that you will break up one day, and if you do, that is fine as well. Stuff like that happens. If, however, you want to take advantage of Naruto's feelings for you and hurt him in the process. Overwhelming pressure descended onto Ino and Haku, almost causing them to suffocate, while an insane glint appeared in Yuna's eyes. I will tear you to shreds. Understood? Although Ino and Haku could barely move, they still managed to nod in confirmation. As soon as they did, the pressure vanished and a happy smile appeared on Yuna's face. It's good that you understand. Ino and Haku slumped into the couch when the pressure on them vanished. They couldn't help but be slightly fearful after they felt that pressure. They knew that Yuna was rather protective of Naruto, but didn't think it was to this degree. They certainly didn't want to become Yuna's enemies after what they just felt. A few moments later, Mika emptied her teacup and stood up. I guess I should leave now. I still need to catch my husband after all. Ino, are you coming with me? Ino thought for a moment and then shook her head. I will be returning home later today. I still want to talk with Naruto. After she said that, a light pink blush appeared on her face and Mika nodded in understanding. Alright, see you later, Ino. Oh, and be sure to use protection. Mom. Have fun, Ino. MOM. After watching Mika leave the house, Yuna's eyes landed on Jiraiya, who was still furiously scribbling away on a piece of paper. Yo, old pervert. Can you hear me? Jiraiya, however, showed no reaction at all. He was still writing while occasionally letting out laughter that didn't sound like a sound a human could produce. Guess I have to give my seals another run. Yuna was just about to activate her seals when Jiraiya explosively stood up and started to scan his surroundings. At least he has good instincts. What's wrong, old pervert? I felt like something was about to attack him. Wait. Don't call me old. I am still young, you know. Fine, whatever. Why did you come here, young pervert? Jiraiya looked around the room and noticed that Naruto was gone. Damn, I wanted to talk to Naruto, but I kinda didn't notice him leave, because I was busy. Yuna shrugged her shoulders. Do you want me to give him a message? No, it's fine, I will look for him myself. Alright, just follow Inoichi's angry yells. They should be rather easy to detect. Although Jiraiya wasn't entirely sure what Yuna meant by that, he still nodded his head and left the house. After Yuna finished her tea, she stood up as well. Well, guess the fun is over for now. Hinata, Anko, could you come upstairs with me? There is something important I want to talk about. Seeing that Yuna had a serious look on her face, they both nodded their head in agreement and stood up as well. Well, Ino, Haku, see you later. I suggest you talk about your new relationship since you currently have some free time. Everything must feel really weird to you right now, but that's normal. Tell each other your thoughts. Listen to the other person properly and get to know each other on a deeper level. The only way for a harem to work is for each member of it to have at least a decent relationship with every other member. Although you are already friends, I guarantee you that things will feel different from now on. Good luck and take good care of my little brother. Yuna went upstairs, followed by Hinata and Anko, leaving a dumbfounded Ino and Haku behind. Seems like Yuna put quite a bit of thought into this, probably more than we did, Haku. That is probably true. Now that Yuna-sama has spelled it out for us, it feels like we were rather hasty with our decision. Both of us accepted on the spur of the moment without giving it any thought. Oh? Are you backing down? I don't mind, you know. If you are backing out now, I will have Naruto all for myself, after all. Haku chuckled when she heard that. Of course not. Yuna-sama gave us advice on how to handle the situation, so we will be fine. Besides, I don't want to give up on Naruto. I can't even imagine what my life would be like if I had to let go of his sunshine-like smile and his innocent blue eyes. I know what you mean. I really want to hit my younger self that somehow thought that Sasuke's brooding face was cool. Haku raised her eyebrows at that. Sasuke? As in, Sasuke Uchiha? You had a crush on him? Ino couldn't help but groan when she realized that she had just exposed a secret to Haku that she would have rather taken to her grave. Then, however, she remembered Yuna's words and took a big breath. I will tell you about it, but in return, you have to tell me an embarrassing story about yourself as well. Haku pondered about it for a moment and then nodded her head with a smirk. I accept, but I don't think I have anything that compares to that in embarrassment. Although Ino groaned again, she still started to tell Haku how she met Sasuke, how she developed her crush, and how her delusions were broken by Yuna. After Ino was finished with her story, Haku started telling her own, which was promptly followed by something else Ino went through. Unbeknownst to Naruto, due to Yuna's advice, his little harem was growing closer with each other by the minute. Chapter 104, A New Way to Improve. After the trio reached the first floor and found a place to sit, Hinata and Anko were curiously looking at Yuna, while Yuna was looking serious. Since the preliminaries of the Chunin exam ended, did you two feel like something changed about you? Hinata and Anko frowned for a moment before nodding their head at the same time. Anko was the first to answer Yuna's question. That is the case. I am not sure how to describe it though. It is like I am feeling much lighter or something like that. Hinata nodded her head in agreement. It is the same for me. I feel like a burden has been taken off my shoulders without me even realizing it. A happy smile appeared on Yuna's face when she heard that. Ah, that's great. I was hoping that was the case, but wasn't totally certain. Hinata and Anko relaxed a little when they saw Yuna's happy smile. Since Yuna was happy about it, whatever happened to them should have been something good at least, but the duo was still curious what this was about, so Anko was the first to ask a question. What exactly happened? I am not complaining or anything like that, but I would at least like to know what exactly is going on. Hinata actually said it pretty well. A burden has been taken off your shoulders. Although all of us doubt that we actually killed Orochimaru, we still fought him and won. You would probably rather not admit it, Anko, but Orochimaru's presence alone put quite a burden on you. Although Anko wasn't happy about it, she still nodded her head in agreement. If someone else said that, she would vehemently deny it, but she didn't mind if it was Yuna who said it. She is probably right. No matter how often I told myself that I was fine, I could never completely shake off Orochimaru's shadow. Now that I have personally cut off his head, I no longer feel like that. He might have survived, but even if he appears again, we can just kill him again as I did in the Forest of Death. Anko pondered the matter a while longer before answering Yuna. You are right. Previously, I dreaded the day I would have to face him again, now however I hope he appears before me as soon as possible so I can take his head again. After giving Anko a nod, Yuna put her attention on Hinata, who had an annoyed pout on her face. Before Yuna could say anything, Hinata started to speak. The Hyuga clan, huh? Yuna nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. You told me that after Niji got adopted into the main family due to his outstanding talent, you looked up to him as your big brother since he was nice to you. Despite being kicked out of the clan, you still had some hopes that he wasn't happy with that decision or would at least show you some sympathy. After meeting and talking to him, however, those hopes were smashed apart. You lost the last smidgen of belonging you had to the Hyuga clan. Hinata couldn't help but feel a little down when she heard that, but before Yuna could cheer her up, Anko started talking. Huh, what are you acting all depressed for, Hinata? You don't have to bother with those stuck-up blockheads anymore and instead, you became part of the crazy ride that is labeled with Yuna's harem. Although I have no clue what it was like living inside the Hyuga compound, I can guarantee you that you will have much more fun in this house than you could have ever had there. Hinata couldn't help but laugh after hearing that. Ha ha ha, that's true. I am having more fun in a week than I had in my 5 years of living inside the Hyuga compound. Thanks for cheering me up, Anko. Don't worry about it. As the main wife, I need to take care of the rest of the harem, after all. Hinata's eyes immediately became sharp when she heard Anko call herself main wife, and she started glaring at Anko. Who did you just call the main wife? Feeling Hinata's killing intent and chakra washing over her and clashing with Anko's, Yuna couldn't help but enjoy herself. Isn't this nice, Kurama? Isn't it cute how they are fighting over me? You do realize that if you don't stop Anko from egging on Hinata that this will end in a death match, right? Oh, that's right. I wanted to talk with them about something important after all. There is no time for a death match right now. No, that's not what I mean. You know what? Sure, whatever. That's why I said that. Yuna stood up, and before Hinata or Anko could react, Yuna had her hands around their waists and was hugging both of them. Hee, calm down for now. I didn't ask you to come here just to explain why you are feeling lighter. Hinata and Anko nodded their heads. Truth be told, Anko had absolutely no interest in something like being the main wife. As long as she was part of the fun, she didn't care at all. But she enjoyed teasing Hinata a lot, so she would occasionally bring it up. Empty said yes. Hee, it's really cute when she gets agitated about stuff like that. Especially when she gets all embarrassed for loudly proclaiming stuff like, I am the main wife. It's just adorable when the fierce demeanor she has while fighting falls apart and switches to total embarrassment after she realizes what she had said. Hinata, on the other hand, knew that Anko was trying to get her riled up as well, but couldn't help but get agitated every time Anko said something like that. Also, she would never admit it to anyone, but she actually enjoyed the occasional fights she had with Anko. Somehow I really enjoy these fights with Anko. I feel like every time we fight and make up afterwards, we get a little closer. There is, of course, no way I would ever tell that to anyone. Well, before we start, have you ever heard of natural energy? After a short while of thinking, Hinata shook her head in denial. Anko, however, nodded her head slowly. I think I have heard Orochimaru talk about it, but I am not sure. I am not surprised Orochimaru knows about it since his cursed seal also contains some natural energy. Well, a pretty messed up type of natural energy. Anko nodded in understanding. Since Orochimaru has been working with it, it wasn't weird that she heard the term previously. Anyway, natural energy can be considered energy that is produced by nature itself. It can be found anywhere, but certain places have more than others. Konoha's forests, for example, have quite a lot of it, while there isn't very much inside Konoha. Hinata and Anko both nodded in understanding. They could more or less guess where Yuna was going with this. There are, naturally, methods for shinobi to utilize it as well. One of them was Anko's seal, which I won't bother going into details with since it doesn't matter. The next method is absorbing a huge quantity of it, mixing it with your spiritual and physical energies in equal parts, and creating Senjutsu chakra. This will give you a huge, temporary boost in strength, but will only last about 5 minutes. Learning this method is rather risky since absorbing too much could lead to someone becoming a statue. Or that is what Kurama told me at least. I, personally, never tried it and don't plan to. Or at least I don't plan to until I have a fail-safe method to disperse the natural energy instantly. Hinata and Anko paled a little when they heard the risk involved and nodded in agreement. The last method is something I have come up with myself. It still involves absorbing natural energy, but only in small quantities at first. It involves taking a small quantity into your body, refining it for yourself and storing it inside your body. As long as you aren't too hasty with the absorption, this method is much safer. Instead of a short, powerful burst of strength, this method allows continuous growth with, at least in theory, no limit to it. I call it. An insane glint appeared in Yuna's eyes as she finished her explanation. Cultivation. Chapter 105, Cultivation. In Yuna's previous life, there were a lot of different opinions on what the most important thing for a cultivator to have is. A powerful will. A strong heart. Good morals. Bad morals. Not showing any emotions. A powerful bloodline. People were coming up with all kinds of reasons why some people would reach far and some won't. Yuna, however, had a different opinion from most. For her, it was all about balance. Spent a lot of time training. Go out and have fun with a bunch of women. Just had an exciting fight. Spent some time meditating. Just had a breakthrough. Get drunk. Most people laughed at her for her rampant lifestyle, thinking that she could never amount to anything. These people were proven wrong rather quickly when Yuna surpassed every single one of them at a rapid pace, though. a lot of people would never acknowledge that they were wrong or that other methods could work as well, so this started rumors that her rapid advancements were due to a treasure she was hiding from everyone. From there, things escalated more and more, and a few years later she was holding the head of that planet's strongest cultivator in her hand while a massive amount of people were kowtowing in front of her and begging for mercy. Anyway, Yuna won't claim that balance is the only factor that allows someone to reach a high level in cultivation, but she taught a lot of people in her previous life and came to the conclusion that it is at least a very important and maybe even the most important factor. That is the reason why Yuna hasn't started cultivating yet. Since birth, she had a massive amount of corrupted chakra in the form of a giant fox inside her. At the start it was even completely aligned to the yin nature, making it even worse. Although the problem with the yin-yang balance was already fixed, Kurama and her were still working on refining the corrupted chakra out, and it will still take quite a while before they finish the process. The same was true for Naruto, as well. Hinata and Anko didn't have a problem like that but instead had a problem on the psychological level. They could have, of course, still cultivated, but that would have decreased their future potential. Now, that both of them have reached the optimal state of mind, Yuna could finally teach them how to cultivate. Hinata and Anko, meanwhile, couldn't help but be surprised. Not in 100 years did they expect that Yuna would give something she thought up such a simple and normal name. It would take Yuna quite a while to realize that she instinctively used the term from her last life and that she could have actually come up with a name for it herself. Despite their surprise, Hinata and Anko still nodded their heads in agreement when Yuna asked them whether they are interested in learning it or not, and a few minutes later they stood inside one of Konoha's many forests. All kinds of seals were spread around a small space of a few square meters, and as soon as Hinata and Anko entered that space they felt incredibly relaxed and content. Yuna had spent quite a bit of time getting her seals to interact with natural energy, but she only had middling success. She managed to create a seal that increased the density of natural energy in a small area, but that was all she got so far. Sit down and relax for now. The first step to cultivation is being able to sense chi, natural energy. You probably noticed the shift in the atmosphere when you entered my sealing array. This shift is caused by an overabundance of natural energy. Try to get a feel for it and, after 30 minutes, exit this array to really feel the difference between the outside and the inside. From then on you will swap between meditating inside the array and outside of it every 30 minutes. Hinata and Anko nodded their heads and sat down to meditate. Yuna has taught Hinata how to meditate a long time ago and she has gotten rather used to it by now. Anko, on the other hand, has only started recently, so it took her a while longer to get in the right state of mind. At first, she thought that Yuna was playing a prank on her, but when she saw Hinata and Naruto doing it diligently she gave it a try as well. She was truly surprised when she noticed how the proper pose and breathing methods could clear her thoughts of distraction and make her mind move much faster. Yuna also sat down, but instead of cultivating, she focused on forming her next chain with an excited smile on her face. Her instincts were telling her that the finals of the Chunin exam were going to be a lot of fun. Meanwhile, Sasuke was greedily looking at the jutsu Kakashi just performed. At first, he regretted that he allowed Kakashi to seal away the curse seal he received from Orochimaru, but it was a worthwhile trade-off if he got his hands on such a powerful jutsu instead. Kakashi on the other hand could only shake his head at Sasuke's power-hungry gaze. Did he fear that Sasuke would use his Chidori against an ally? No. He hoped Sasuke would do so. Or to be more precise, Kakashi hoped that he would use it against Yuna. Although Sasuke went through a few setbacks since he became a shinobi, most of them were things that Sasuke could easily make up excuses for. Haku was older than him and had a bloodline as well. Orochimaru was much older and Lee surprised him by only using taijutsu. Kakashi knew that this was how Sasuke justified his losses to preserve his pride. Now, however, none of that would work. Yuna and Sasuke were the same age and Sasuke was fully aware of her capabilities. If Sasuke gets crushed by her, despite using something as powerful as the Chidori, his arrogance should finally break. There was, actually, something else he wanted to do, but wasn't sure whether it was a good idea or not. During Yuna's fight with Lee, Sasuke saw her red chakra and wanted to know where it came from. Kakashi considered telling Sasuke about the Kyuubi. If he did, Sasuke would probably try to provoke Yuna into not using any of its power, which would make his defeat even more crushing for him, since that would mean he actually got defeated by someone his age who was holding back. The problem with that was that Yuna would, very likely, see through it, and Kakashi wasn't sure how she would react to it. Would she play along or flip the table and knock Sasuke out instantly? Kakashi had no idea but thought that it was at least worth a try. Chapter 106, Revealing Secrets. Naruto, meanwhile, managed to give Inoichi the slip and returned home. He currently had a wry smile on his face while Ino was glaring at him and Haku was giving him a questioning look. So, you are saying that I am weak? No, Ino-chan, that's no. But you are telling me to give up, right? Well, yes, but... So, you do think that I am weak? Do you know how hard I have trained? I put a lot of effort into training, you know. Do you not trust? Ino stopped talking and looked at Naruto in surprise and was even more surprised when Naruto seemed to be genuinely angry at her. Neither Ino nor Haku have ever seen Naruto actually getting angry before. I do trust you, Ino, but Gaara is very different from a normal shinobi. If you fight him, he will cripple or maybe even kill you. Ino was about to get angry again but stopped when Naruto raised both his hands to pacify her. Kurama? You sure about that? Ino and Haku are very different cases compared to Hinata and Enko. Yeah, it's not like I can hide you from them forever. Sorry, I have to request this from you, Kurama. Naruto could feel Kurama shrug his shoulders, which took quite the burden from Naruto's shoulders. He would show Ino and Haku that the Kyuubi was sealed inside him, but not that the seal had been removed a while ago. For that, Kurama would have to pretend to still be sealed, which wasn't sitting well for Naruto. To Naruto's relief, Kurama didn't seem to mind at all. Naruto took a deep breath and looked at Ino and Haku with a serious face that caused the two to straighten their backs. I will reveal a secret to you and I hope you can promise me that you won't tell anybody about it. This secret will explain why I don't want you to fight against Gaara. Ino nodded her head in agreement and Haku did the same. Naruto took a deep breath and stretched his fist towards Ino and Haku. Put your fists against mine and allow yourselves to be pulled in. Although both of them were confused by Naruto's gesture, they still obediently bumped fists with him, and as soon as they did, they could feel something pulling on their minds. As a Yamanaka, a clan well known for their mind arts, Ino could have easily resisted the pull but decided to trust Naruto. Moments later, the trio found themselves at the border of 3 different environments. The usual sewer system, which was Haku's mindscape, a city that looked a lot like Konoha, which was Ino's mindscape, and Naruto's beach. Ino's eyes widened when she saw that Naruto's mindscape was actually developed, while Haku had no clue what was going on. Before the two could ask any questions, Naruto motioned them to follow him. After a few minutes of walking, the trio reached a huge cave. As soon as Ino and Haku got a little closer to the cave, they froze up. From inside the cave, 2 huge eyes were staring at them with indifference. Moments later, Kurama stepped out of the shadow and revealed his form, causing Ino and Haku to gasp in surprise. Naruto, meanwhile, rolled his eyes at Kurama's dramatic reveal. He could have sworn that Kurama was smirking at him for a moment, but that must have been his imagination. What do you want, brat? And why did you bring 2 women with you? Do you want to show off the mates you have slept with? I heard that humans like to show off their conquests, but I have no interest in humoring you, so you can get lost. Naruto almost faceplanted when Kurama called Ino and Haku Naruto's mates, and what followed after that certainly didn't make it any better either. That damn fox planned this. Ino and Haku blushed when they heard Kurama's words and started to glare at him, but both of them realized that it was useless to glare at Kurama and instead glared at Naruto, who felt wronged by that. Why are they glaring at me? I didn't do anything. Ino, Haku, this is the Kyuubi. He has been sealed inside me right after I was born. It might look like he is sitting in a normal cave, but he can't leave it completely. It is the representation of the seal trapping him inside me. Ino and Haku widened their eyes in surprise when they heard the term kyubi. They naturally knew what that was and were surprised it was sealed inside Naruto. Before the two could say anything, Naruto continued to speak. There is no need for pity or any of that nonsense. I have lived a good life and had basically no trouble with the kyubi yet. Everything is under control. You sure have quite the wicked taste. Normally, when you pacify the woman you are aiming for with that line you are in a romantic location, but this time you even pulled your prey in here. Do you want your prey to see how dangerous I look so they are even more impressed? Typical human behavior. Naruto's face became chalk white when he realized what Kurama just said. Cold sweat was flowing down his body like a waterfall. Ino and Haku, meanwhile, were glaring at Naruto with an intensity that is just a bit short of burning a hole through Naruto. Kara, Kyubi, you bastard, take that back. Mhich. What do you mean? Naruto-kun, what is this all about? After seeing Ino and Haku slowly approaching him, Naruto panicked even more. Ino-chan, Haku-chan, don't listen. Ah, that brat is quite the womanizer. Pretty sure he wants to copy his sister's behavior. The duo's glare intensified even further and Naruto couldn't help but shudder in fear. That damn Kurama. Fine, if I am going down, then I will take him down with me. A glint of insanity appeared in Naruto's eyes as he formed the ram seal with his hands. Fine then, Kyubi. Let's go down together. The look in Naruto's eyes made Kurama worry a bit, but he didn't think Naruto would do anything too dangerous. Forbidden sexy jutsu. Kurama nodded his head when he heard that. As expected, he is going to do something stupid. Is he going to transform into a giant, female fox or something? How would that even help him? I wonder why he added a forbidden to the na. Madara x Hashira. Absolutely not. With lightning speed, one of Kurama's tails shot out of the cave and smacked Naruto over the head, stopping his jutsu and causing Ino and Haku to be completely dumbfounded. They both had the same thoughts. Wasn't the cave supposed to trap the kyubi? You damn crazy bastard. Don't even think of doing that again. Hehe, can you stop me? Kurama growled in annoyance and looked at the still dumbfounded Ino and Haku. Fine, Naruto isn't seducing anyone, I just wanted to play a trick on him. Now get out of here. I need to meditate and cleanse my memories. Alright Yubi. See ya later. Seeing Naruto happily walking away with the still dazed Ino and Haku in tow, Kurama could only shake his head. That damn brat is getting more and more shameless. If this keeps going, he will turn into a second Yuna. Naruto, Ino, and Haku, meanwhile, had exited their mindscapes and as soon as they were back in the living room, Ino started to glare at Naruto. What was that all about? Well. I kinda became friends with the kyubi and didn't want to reveal that. We took the fooling around a bit too far and things escalated. You weren't supposed to find out about that. I hope you can keep that a secret as well. People will probably go insane if they hear that I befriended the kyubi. Having him sealed inside me is at least known by quite a few people, but befriending him is a different matter. Ino and Haku looked at each other and nodded. Alright, I won't tell anybody about it. Naruto sighed in relief when he heard that. He still had to tell Yuna about his slip-up but was hoping she wouldn't be too angry. While he was contemplating the best way to explain the situation to Yuna, Haku started speaking. Well, you told us that you have the kyubi sealed inside you, but what has that to do with Ino not fighting Gaara? Naruto and Ino widened their eyes when they heard Haku's question. They had completely forgotten about that. Right, that was the initial problem. Gaara has the Ichibi sealed inside him. I know about that because I have the kyubi sealed inside me and can feel the Ichibi's presence inside Gaara. Gaara, however, isn't like me. The Ichibi is barely staying sealed inside him and he certainly isn't friends with him. If he were to fight someone strong, especially someone that would try to affect his mind, the chances are high that the Ichibi would break free. Ino paled when she heard that. She has some confidence in her strength, but she certainly isn't arrogant enough to believe that she could fight something like the Ichibi. But, isn't that dangerous? Why is he even taking part in Konoha's Chunin exam? Naruto could only shrug his shoulders. Pretty sure Suna is planning something, but until they actually do something, they are still our ally. You two should prepare yourselves as well. I have no clue what is going to happen, but things are about to get dicey during the finals. Ino took a deep breath to calm her nerves and nodded her head. All right, I will forfeit my fight, but I will help with whatever happens during the finals. Haku nodded in agreement, while a happy smile appeared on Naruto's face when Ino agreed. He quickly hugged her and gave her a kiss, which caused Ino to blush and Haku to pout. Seeing Haku's pout, Naruto quickly hugged her as well and kissed her, causing her to blush as well. Ah, that's great. If Suna dares to do anything, let's fight side by side to protect our little family. Ino and Haku blushed even harder when they heard the word family. They meekly looked down and nodded their heads in agreement. Kurama, meanwhile, was cursing Naruto for becoming a smooth talker like Yuna and then switched to cursing Yuna for corrupting Naruto like that, just to switch back to cursing Naruto again. Chapter 107, How to be a Proper Young Master. Hiruzen was sitting inside his office, smoking his pipe, and reading his favorite book. The time between the second and the third test of the Chunin exam was always rather leisurely. Well, this time an annoying problem popped up, but that has been solved for now. Kabuto, the spy, was caught yesterday due to the help of Yuna's tracking seal. It was just in time, too, since he was about to kill Heiei Geku. Hiruzen guessed that Kabuto wanted to kill Heiei because he managed to get some important information. Unfortunately, Heiei was still unconscious and couldn't be questioned yet. Kabuto was currently being interrogated and will hopefully spill Orochimaru's plans as soon as possible. Hiruzen took another drag of his pipe when the door was slammed open and Kakashi staggered into the room. Hiruzen frowned when he saw that. No matter how urgent or important the report is, there is no need to panic like this. He was just about to reprimand Kakashi when Kakashi started to speak. Rose-sensei announced the release date of her new books. Hiruzen's eyes widened when he heard that. He stood up and slammed both his hands onto his desk, leaving two, hand-shaped, dents behind. What? When? Wait. Did you say books? As in, more than one. Kakashi eagerly nodded his head. A week after the end of the Chunin exam is the release date. Apparently, there are two different books. They are called, The Fox Devours the Rabbit, and, The Fox Tangles with the Snake. Although the titles are a little weird, I confirm that the theme of the books is the same as the previous ones. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. Kakashi, I assume you know what to do. Kakashi immediately went down on one knee. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will prepare an adequate amount of hinged shadow clones one day before the release date and have them camp in front of different stores through Konoha to secure a satisfactory number of copies and hope that Rose-sensei will appear in one of them to provide autographs. Hiruzen nodded his head. Dismissed. Yes. Kakashi quickly left the office and Hiruzen sat back into his chair. Hee, 2 new books. I can't wait. Unfortunately for him, his day wasn't over yet. About an hour later, a red and blue blur entered his office through the window. Yo, old man, I came to bargain. Seeing the wide grin on the young girl's, Yuna's, face, a shiver went through Hiruzen's whole body. I have a very bad feeling about this. I should tell her that I have no time right now. I heard a certain person is about to release not one, but 2 new books. I assume you have heard about it. My bargain is about that. Hiruzen's hand instinctually moved and activated the privacy seal of his office. Or maybe I should listen to what she has to say. As the Hokage, it's my job to listen to my citizens after all. I have, of course, no clue what you might be talking about. Yuna nodded in understanding. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Those books are rather spicy, after all. It would be weird for the Honorable Hokage to read something like that, but maybe you can help me anyway. There is something that I would like to have. Or to be more precise, it is something that should have been mine from the start. Hiruzen nodded his head. Yup, I am having a very bad feeling about this. Well, how about you tell me your part of the trade first? Haha, sure. I actually managed to get my hands on a copy of one of the books. Crack. Part of Hiruzen's desk shattered apart due to him clenching his hands too hard. Yuna, however, ignored that. Actually, it is even signed by the author. Boom. Hiruzen lost control over his chakra and accidentally turned his chair to dust. He was now standing up and was looking at Yuna with crimson-red, greedy eyes. Yuna, however, still ignored that. Oh, by the way, the signature is actually directly addressing someone called Hiruzen Sarutobi. I wonder who that is. Half an hour later, Hiruzen regained his sense. He glanced around his office with confusion in his eyes. He looked down and saw that he was holding a book with the title, The Fox Devours the Rabbit, in his hands. He couldn't help but shiver in excitement when he saw that. However, there was still one problem left. What the hell did I give Yuna? The last thing I remember is that she said that the signature. Hiruzen immediately discarded his thoughts and opened the book in front of him. Every single page was turned with the utmost care, and moments later he reached the page he was looking for. To one of my greatest fans, Hiruzen Sarutobi. May your path in life be illuminated by the gentleman's enlightenment. Red Rose. Hiruzen quickly swept away the tear that was about to come out of one of his eyes and carefully put the book down on his table. To his surprise, however, he noticed that there was a second book on the table. He picked it up and saw that a small piece of paper fell out of it. He caught it in midair and read what was written on it. For use, winky face. Although Hiruzen was thankful for the additional copy, after all, the one with the signature would be going straight into his shrine, he still couldn't help but groan. That damn brat really knows no restraint, mch? Haven't I forgotten something? Oh well, couldn't have been that important. Let's start reading. Yuna, meanwhile, was leisurely walking back to her home while happily humming. That went pretty well. Seems like the preparations for the finals of the Chunin exam are done. Let's see how this plays out, hee hee. It was finally the day of the finals. Massive amounts of people who think of themselves as important flooded the village. Yuna watched the conga line of extravagant carriages with a disdainful sneer on her face. Next to her stood Naruto and Hinata, who had confusion clearly written on their faces. Nei-san, these people, Yuna nodded her head. They are pathetically weak. Most of them are nobles from the capital. Dozens of generations ago, their ancestors did something worthwhile and they have been riding on that achievement since then. In my opinion, the old man should just overthrow the daimyo and be done with it. As for funding problems, aren't there massive amounts of corrupt nobles whose wealth can be harvested? Naruto and Hinata gave Yuna a weird look while Yuna only chuckled. No matter the world, when someone talks about overthrowing a king that isn't 100% incompetent or a tyrant, they will always get incredulous looks, no matter how weak the king is. Now that I think about it, the village is stuffed to the brim with young masters. I wonder if any one of them will get funny ideas and provoke us. I don't think they are stupid enough to provoke one of Konoha's shinobi inside Konoha. Okay, maybe they are stupid enough to do that, but it is not like you will get a chance to meet them. You are heading straight for the arena after all. 2 minutes later. I am making you one of my concubines. Be honored. A slightly overweight male teenager that looked to be around 15 years old pointed his finger at Yuna. Some might describe his clothes, which were colored in a mix of red and gold, as extravagant. Yuna, however, was pretty sure that a maid asked him what he would like to wear today, and he misunderstood the question and answered with yes. Behind him stood 2 guards who clearly would have preferred to be somewhere else. When Yuna saw him, a frown appeared on her face. She pointed her finger right back at him and was clearly annoyed. What the hell are you doing? How can a young master walk around like that? The young master was, naturally, shocked by that exclamation. What does she mean? I put on my most extravagant dress today, so there should be no problem with that. A frown appeared on his face and he was just about to ask what she meant by that when Yuna continued to speak. Where the hell is your entourage? This got him even more confused. He looked back and saw his 2 guards still standing behind him. When Yuna saw him looking at his 2 guards, she could only roll her eyes. I am not talking about your guards. I am talking about your bootlickers. Be bootlickers? Yuna nodded her head. Yes, bootlickers. A bunch of lower-ranked nobles that agree with everything you say. While you act like a noble, they can act like hooligans and support what you said. For example, when you said, I am making you one of my concubines. Be honored, one of them could have said stuff like, why are you not thanking the young master for his generosity, or becoming the young master's concubine is your good fortune. The young master staggered back when he heard what Yuna just said and looked at her with wide eyes. That is an incredible idea. I will collect a few people right away. Without another word, he turned around and ran away, quickly followed by his 2 completely dumbfounded guards. Yuna, meanwhile, only snorted in disdain. What a small fry. He can't even act like a proper young master. What a low standard. I thought you hated people like that? I do, but if I have to deal with them, then they should at least put proper effort into their act. Even young masters should at least operate on a certain standard. Naruto and Hinata, meanwhile, had not even the slightest clue what just happened. They expected that Yuna would send that guy flying, but instead she reprimanded him, gave him advice. They shook their heads and decided to just file the incident under their "it's Yuna so it's fine" folder and be done with it. Well, Naruto, Hinata, let's go. Don't want to be late for the 3rd test, after all. Yes, Nasan/Yuna. Chapter 108, Hinata vs. Niji. The trio was currently standing in the middle of a huge arena. The spectator stands were packed to the brim, while the crowd was clearly excited. The only contestant who wasn't here yet was Sasuke. Either he got a spontaneous stomach ache due to having to fight me or he is still with Kakashi and adopted Kakashi's perpetual lateness. Yuna scanned the stadium and nodded in approval after analyzing the ceiling array that was erected over the battleground. Pretty decent. A barrier to protect the audience and something to amplify the contestants' voices during combat. Guess they want people to hear the banter? Or maybe, the jutsu names? Now that I look at the audience properly, there are quite a few people with red hair. Seems like everything is ready. While Yuna was scanning the arena and analyzing the seals above it, all kinds of important-looking people were holding a bunch of very important-sounding speeches, which Yuna, naturally, ignored. I wonder what happened to the examiner of the preliminaries. Hey 8? I think. What was the name of the new one again? Genma something. Well, Genma is enough, I guess. I wonder why he is sucking on a senbon. Does he want to quit smoking and needs to distract himself? While Yuna was zoning out, the opening speeches ended and it was time for the first match. It is time for the first fight. Niji Hyuga vs. Hinata. Those 2 will stay here, while the rest will go to the waiting room. There was a bit of an uproar in the audience since Hinata clearly looked like a Hyuga, but she was announced without a surname, but that calmed down rather quickly. Most people have never heard of Hinata and only knew that Niji was proclaimed as a genius of the Hyuga clan. The audience, naturally, wouldn't care about the circumstances of some random girl that would lose in the first round. After everyone except for Hinata, Niji, and Genma had left the arena, Genma officially started the fight and stepped back to leave the combatants more room. Instead of attacking, a sneer appeared on Niji's face. Seems like people have finally stopped calling you a Hyuga. It was about time for that to happen. Having trash like you associated with the Hyuga clan can only bring us shame. How about you accept your fate and GI? *YAWN**, is this one of the Hyuga clan's newest techniques? What do you call it? Boring your opponents to death jutsu? Maybe, spouting nonsense until your enemy falls asleep jutsu. You might want to ask Yuna for creative names. She has plenty. At first, Niji was completely dumbfounded by Hinata's attitude. After all, she has always been acting incredibly meek. When he heard quite a few people in the crowd snicker, however, his anger exploded. You actually dare to mock my generosity like that? Fine, then I. While Niji was talking up a storm again, Hinata lazily stretched her back while yawning and looked towards Genma. Mr. Proctor, could you give me a second rundown of the rules? I was under the impression that we were supposed to physically fight each other during the third round and not win a debate. This immediately silenced the whole stadium. A lot of people were looking at Hinata completely dumbfounded. This, however, only lasted for a few moments until roaring laughter exploded and echoed through the whole stadium. Damn, that little girl has quite the sharp tongue. Make her a special jonin that specializes in provoking people. Wahaha, look at the people from the Hyuga clan. Their faces are priceless. Under the roaring laughter of the audience, Niji's face turned red in a combination of anger and shame. Without saying another word, he activated his Byakugan and started charging Hinata. You will pay for this. Seeing that Niji was attacking now, most people in the audience expected this to be the end of the fight. On one side is a genius of the Hyuga clan and on the other side is someone who was apparently kicked out of it. For most people, the final result was obvious. A few moments after Niji threw out his first palm strike, however, that notion quickly changed. Hinata caught Niji's wrist and stopped the blow before it could reach her. Hinata lifted him by his wrist, smashed him into the ground once, and then tossed him away from herself, leaving the crowd completely dumbfounded at that insane amount of physical strength. Hinata started to speak in a calm, measured voice so everyone could clearly hear her. Guide on how to defeat the gentle fist style. Lesson 1, the attacks might be deadly if they hit, but there is not much physical strength behind them, so rather than blocking them, just catch them. Niji managed to right himself midair and land on his feet. Despite having received some damage from being smashed into the ground, he charged at Hinata without a moment's hesitation. No epsilon. Yet again, Niji attacked with a palm strike. This time it was much faster than previously and Niji clearly had planned a follow-up attack. Hinata, however, casually sidestepped his attack and tripped him with one of her legs, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Lesson 2, the gentle fist style doesn't put much focus on legwork. Abuse that. Niji managed to stabilize himself without falling and was just about to attack again when Hinata continued speaking. What's wrong, the great genius of the Hyuga clan? Seems like the gentle fist isn't all that great after all. Niji became even angrier when he heard Hinata mocking the gentle fist. Shut up. What does trash like you know? The gentle fist is Konoha's strongest taijutsu. Niji attacked Hinata again. Seeing Niji's reckless charge, Hinata could only shake her head. She evaded Niji's attack with as little movement as possible and slammed her fist into his stomach, making him bend forward and cough out some blood. Lesson 3, the so-called main family is prideful and arrogant. Insult their beloved gentle fist and they will lose control over their emotions. Hinata swept the crowd with her eyes and noticed a few members of the Hyuga clan glaring at her. She zeroed in on Hayashi and sneered at him with disdain clearly showing on her face, which made him even angrier. After maintaining eye contact for a moment, she put her focus back onto Niji who seemed to be ready for another round but was significantly more cautious now. Took that blockhead long enough to realize that he should take this seriously. Oh well, I will keep my pace. Lesson 4. Niji lowered his posture and started to focus his Byakugan on Hinata, so he wouldn't miss even the slightest muscle twitch. Unfortunately for him, the moment he did so, Hinata detonated a flashbang, illuminating the whole arena. Arg, my eyes. The Hyuga clan is over-reliant on their Byakugan. Without it, most of them are helpless. The blinding light disappeared within moments and revealed Niji who was kneeling on the ground while still writhing from the pain in his eyes. Additionally, there was a perfect circle of kunai surrounding him, making it clear that Hinata could have easily hit him even without using her eyes. Hinata casually waited until Niji regained his bearing and then started to speak. Well, ready to give up? Niji gritted his teeth in hatred and barely managed to squeeze out a never. All right then. Guess I will just have to finish you off. Hinata started running towards Niji and reeled back her fist with confidence. A smirk appeared on Niji's face as he started to eject chakra out of his tenketsu and started spinning on the spot, creating a shield of chakra around him. I was waiting for this. Gentle Fist Art's secret technique, Revolving Heaven. Just when Hinata's fist was about to smash into the chakra shield, the fist stopped. Hinata stopped her punch and put both of her hands into her pockets while giving Yuna a smug look. See? You dismissed it as nonsense when I told you about this technique when we were 5, yet here it is. Yuna could only roll her eyes at Hinata's smug face. As soon as Niji's rotation slowed down, Hinata Yakuza kicked him, while her hands were still in her pockets and sent him tumbling backward. Lesson 5, well, I don't think I have to explain this one. Seeing that Hinata didn't seem to be paying much attention to him and that she had her hands in her pockets, Niji's eyes gleamed. Gentle Fist Art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji shot towards Hinata, who still didn't seem to be paying much attention to him. 2 fingers shot forward, hitting Hinata on 2 different tenketsu. 2. Niji continued his attack, moving faster and faster as more and more tenketsu were attacked. 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Hinata, however, didn't move at all, which made Niji realize that something was wrong. Before he could react, Hinata's hand shot forward and grabbed him by the neck. Lesson 6. This time, her voice was no longer calm and measured. It was strong and overbearing, instead. Hinata slowly lifted Niji by his neck, while a disdain-filled smile marred her face. Totally outclassed them in chakra control and turned their gentle fist into a useless series of palm and finger strikes. Chapter 109, The Hyuga's Curse Seal. A shiver went through Niji's whole body when he saw Hinata looking at him like he was a speck of dust. What the hell just happened? Is what she said really true? Did she match every single one of my attacks by releasing some chakra from the corresponding tenketsu? No matter how I look at it, it is completely impossible to do something like that. However, that is the only explanation I can come up with for why my attacks didn't work. Wasn't she supposed to be weak and talentless? Isn't she a monster? Seeing a mix of disbelief and fear in Niji's face, Hinata immediately lost interest in him. She might have toyed with him while he was still arrogantly strutting around, but she had no interest in bullying someone who was afraid of her. Hinata tossed him aside like a child that had lost interest in a toy. Guess this is over, huh? Time for you to give up, Niji. Although Niji gritted his teeth in anger, it was clear to see that he has lost most of his will to fight after Hinata's display just now. His body hurt from the multiple blows he received, his chakra reserve was almost empty due to his last 2 techniques, and his stamina isn't in good shape either. Hinata, on the other hand, seemed to be completely fine. She wasn't even breathing heavily. No matter how he looked at this, it was clearly his loss and there was nothing he could do about it. Rather than getting humiliated even further, he might as well give up. He raised his hand and was about to forfeit when Hayashi's voice echoed through the arena. Stop playing around and activate it already, Niji. At first, he was confused by what Hayashi meant. After a few moments, however, he looked at Hayashi in bewilderment. He wants me to use the curse seal. Niji clenched his fist hard enough to draw some blood and then slowly lifted his hands to activate the seal. He was just about to activate it when he met Hinata's eyes. A shudder went through Niji's body as he immediately averted his eyes and lowered his head. Why does it feel like I am currently being evaluated? Shouldn't she be afraid that I will activate the seal? How can she be this calm? Besides that, I don't want to use it. This goes below my pride. Niji's eyes gleamed in determination, and he was just about to forfeit, no matter the consequences, when Hinata's laughter echoed through the stadium. Ha ha ha, activate the seal? I wonder which seal you are talking about, Hayashi. As she said that, she took off her headband and revealed that instead of the caged bird cursed seal, there was only a small blue dot on her forehead. Impossible. This, naturally, caused an outrage from the people of the Hyuga clan. Hinata had an amused smirk on her face while letting her eyes wander over them. As she expected, there were quite a few people that looked at her with envy. People from the Branch family, obviously. No need to get all antsy. Hinata pointed at the dot on her forehead. This will still seal away the Byakugan if I get killed or if it gets stolen. Only they can be tortured by the main family whenever they want. Aspect has been removed. Unacceptable. There is no way we can allow some unknown seal to protect the Byakugan. The seal will be reapplied on you the moment this fight is over. Hinata couldn't help but sneer at the stupidity displayed in front of her. Oh? Did you hear that, Hokage-sama? The patriarch of the esteemed Hyuga clan just ordered me, one of your faithful shinobi, to receive a curse seal that allows the Hyuga to kill me whenever they want. To think the Hyuga clan can just order shinobi without a backing to do whatever they want them to do. Hayashi immediately shrunk back when Hinata finished speaking. This was not due to Hinata's words, but because a lot of people started glaring at him. Konoha's great clans might produce a steady stream of strong shinobi, but an overwhelming amount of Konoha's shinobi were actually not from a clan. On an individual basis, they might not be as strong as someone from the Hyuga clan, but the difference in numbers is overwhelming. Before things could escalate, Hiruzen stood up to calm the crowd. He was inwardly cursing Yuna for not saying anything about this, but considering Anko's seal was removed, he really should have expected this. Silence. First of all, I declare Hinata as the winner of this fight. Any complaints? Also, there was some murmuring in the ranks of the Hyuga clan, but nobody said anything. Good. Hinata, tell us who put that seal on you. Hinata nodded her head. Yes, Hokage-sama. It was put on me by Hayashi Hyuga and was later modified by Yuna Uzumaki. As soon as Yuna's name was said, the crowd became unruly. Quite a lot of people were whispering about a demon, while a small fraction was repeatedly using the word princess. Without bothering about any of that, Yuna disappeared and reappeared in the middle of the arena with a smirk on her face. Yup, I modified it. Hayashi's killing intent immediately exploded when Yuna said that. How dare you modify our Hyuga clan seal? You will pay for this. Yuna, however, looked at him like he was an idiot. Have you been kicked by a donkey or did you use some kind of special jutsu to get this stupid? Hayashi was about to explode when Yuna continued talking. The Hyuga clan seal? What a joke. Curse seals are, on a fundamental basis, malicious in nature and thus should be removed as soon as possible. There is even a law for that in the Land of Fire. You might want to look that up. Truth be told, you should be happy that Hokage-sama hasn't kicked the door of your clan's compound open and demanded you to get rid of this liability. It takes only one skilled seal master in a hostile nation to figure out how to activate the seal, and over 90% of the Hyuga clan can no longer be sent to the front line. Hayashi visibly paled when he heard that, and the other people of the Hyuga clan weren't looking too great either. Despite that, Hayashi wouldn't falter that easily. Nonsense. There is no way that is possible. We have been using this seal for generations. It is impossible to figure it out. A smirk appeared on Yuna's face, as she took out a small scroll and opened it up. She unfolded it and showed it to Hayashi. There was a massive number of seals intricately woven into each other on the scroll. Although Hayashi had a basic understanding of seal, he couldn't even begin to fathom what he was looking at. Well, I had some free time and decided that I might as well make something like this. This is a one-time use seal that triggers the mechanism to make the target feel pain and makes it impossible to stop the progress. We have quite a few foreigners here, right? Is anyone interested in buying it? Another uproar went through the spectators, and it was clear that Hayashi was just about to attack Yuna together with a few other elders. Why are you suddenly so agitated? I thought your seal can't be cracked. Before Yuna could egg him on any further, Hiruzen started to speak. Yuna, I would appreciate it, if you didn't scam our foreign guests. Was Hiruzen certain that Yuna was scamming them? He was around 60% certain that this was the case. An annoyed pout appeared on Yuna's face. What the hell, old man? I could have made a lot of money with this deal. The outrage of the crowd became even bigger, but Yuna still wasn't bothered by it. Hiruzen, however, could only shake his head when he heard Yuna going back to calling him old man instead of Hokage-sama. He thought she might endure it at least until the exam is over, but that apparently wasn't the case. Let us get this matter back on track. I certainly can't agree on just putting a curse seal on people, but you should at least explain what kind of modifications you did and how that affects the seal itself. Yuna nodded her head and took out a photo of Hayashi, making Hayashi wonder where she got that, and some paint that can be easily removed with water. Let me give you a little demonstration of the progress. Yuna held up Hayashi's photo. This is the part of the seal that is currently on Hinata. It has the functions that were already mentioned. Yuna took the paint and messily painted a beard and an eye patch on Hayashi. I am some random Hyuga who thought it would be a great idea to enslave a huge part of my clan, and the paint is the part of the seal that involves torturing people. Yuna gathered some water chakra on the tip of her finger and let it flow down the picture to wash off the paint. And this is what I did. Oppressive silence reigned in the whole stadium. Even the dropping of a pin needle could be heard. It took a few moments before Hayashi regained his wits. His anger exploded. He activated his Byakugan and propelled himself forward to attack Yuna. You dare to slander my clan like this? Yuna looked at the charging Hayashi with indifference in her eyes. She didn't move at all, even when Hayashi was right in front of her. After all, there was no need to move. Lesson 7. Outclass them so far in chakra control that you can actually hide your presence even while they have the Byakugan active. A thin sword appeared and stopped just before it cut into Hayashi's neck, forcing him to stop the attack. Truth be told, that lesson wasn't entirely true, but Hinata saw no reason to reveal all her cards. She only managed to gather a little bit of natural energy so far, but she has to admit that it is incredibly useful for hiding her presence. She would, naturally, not reveal anything about that publicly. No need to get angry, Hayashi. I am not slandering anybody. I bet your clan has some ancient-looking history scrolls lying around. Why don't you give them a read? And if not, you can always invite an independent seal master to take a look at the seal. If he isn't completely inept at what he is doing, he should easily be able to identify that someone not very skilled has messed with the seal. Although Hayashi heard what Yuna said, he didn't really register it. After all, the person he personally kicked out of the clan was currently holding a sword to his neck. Hayashi, at least, understood that if Hinata wanted to, she could have killed him. Easily so. How is this possible? She was complete trash. No matter how much she trained, she simply didn't become stronger. What the hell happened to her? There is no way I would have kicked her out if I had known that she would become this strong. Before he could ponder the situation any further, a powerful presence appeared next to him and almost pressed him to the ground due to chakra pressure alone. Hayashi Hyuga, you will return to your seating area right now. Due to your position as a clan elder and since nobody was hurt, there will be no further consequences, but you had better don't let this happen again. Hayashi glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who appeared next to him, and shuddered a little when he met his eyes. It has been quite a while since he saw Hiruzen like that. Hayashi had almost forgotten why he was once called the god of shinobi. Now, however, Hayashi realized that there was still quite a bit of power left in Hiruzen. More than enough power to turn him into a corpse within moments. Yes, Hokage-sama. That was all he could say before walking back to his seat. As soon as he sat down, a few other elders started to talk to him, and moments later, everyone except for a single young member left the stadium. The young girl was obviously left behind so the Hyuga clan could understand the strength of the contestants, especially Hinata and Yuna, who clearly had a grudge against them. As for why they left? Their genius was defeated in the first round. There was no reason to stay any longer and endure the mocking gazes. Hiruzen let his gaze wander over the stadium and then started to speak. I apologize for the little interlude. The Chunin exam will continue with the next match, Ino Yamanaka vs Gaara of the Desert. Chapter 110, The Bet. The next fight, Gaara vs Ino, ended rather anticlimactic since Ino simply forfeited the moment the fight started. Yuna approved of this decision. Gaara was very unstable and it could be very dangerous for a normal shinobi to fight him. Naruto had, apparently, told Ino about Kurama to convince her that fighting Gaara is not a good idea. Naruto and Kurama apparently slipped up during the event and revealed more than necessary, but Yuna decided not to bother with that. The next fight was rather interesting to Yuna. Shikamaru still insisted on his "I don't want to hit women" policy, but this time, his opponent, Temari, actually knew what she was doing and wasn't so easily tricked. After a rather interesting game of cat and mouse, Shikamaru finally managed to trick Temari by using multiple small parachutes that he made out of his jacket and a few kunai and caught her with his shadow bind. Moments later, he gave up, claiming that he was out of chakra. Yuna could only shake her head when she saw that. Out of chakra my a*****. He is just a lazy bum and doesn't want to fight anymore. Well, his next opponent would be Gaara, so I guess that is a good thing. Naruto and Hinata, who were standing next to Yuna, couldn't help but chuckle. He might still be promoted to Chunin. Those strategies were pretty crazy. I don't think I could ever come up with something like that. Yuna and Hinata both nodded their heads in agreement. Yeah, he will probably become a Chunin. Rather than a frontline fighter, he will probably take a commander role in the future. Guess he will be really annoyed that he got promoted, haha. Naruto and Hinata nodded their heads with a smirk on their faces. The next fight will be between Yuna Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Please come down into the arena. Guess I've got to go. This shouldn't take too long. Naruto and Hinata nodded their heads in agreement. Hinata gave Yuna a quick kiss with slightly pink cheeks, and then Yuna made her way into the arena with a satisfied smirk on her face. She wasn't sure whether Sasuke would show up at all, but since Kakashi was involved she decided to give him some extra time by taking the normal way into the arena instead of just jumping down. While walking, two people stood in her way. Yuna glanced at them, and when she noticed that their chakra was around low Chunin level she decided to ignore them. These two, however, blocked her way and didn't want to let her through. Little girl, I have some bad news for you. Our client bet quite a bit of money on you forfeiting your fi. This was as far as he got before Yuna slapped a paralyzing seal on their foreheads. While they were falling, Yuna grabbed both of them at the gruff of their neck and started dragging them with her. Seriously? Who do these small fry think they are? What makes them think they can run rampant inside Konoha? After a few more moments of walking, she reached the entrance of the arena and immediately tossed the two people towards Genma, causing him to raise his eyebrow in question. These two wanted me to forfeit immediately because their client bet a lot of money on it. Might wanna investigate that. I don't think there would be a lot of people who would put money on something like that. Genma nodded his head, and not even 2 minutes later, there was a commotion in the spectator ranks. A thin man wearing gaudy clothes was apprehended by an ANBU while flailing around and cursing everything that can be cursed. Yuna could only shake her head at that. What an idiot. This is a promotion exam for Konoha's military forces. He is actively trying to manipulate the outcome and might even stifle the growth of Konoha's shinobi with it. Doing something like this could probably be considered a form of treason, huh? Since Yuna said those words out loud, everyone could hear them. The man, who was fiercely resisting up until now, froze up, while his face became pale white. Seeing the man be easily carried away, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle. So easy. Throwing around words like stifling growth and treason is still the best way to make an idiot shut up. Might as well have thrown in harming potential while I was at it, Arno Epsilon S. Moments later, another uproar went through the crowd, since Yuna, yet again, played a trick on them. Yuna, meanwhile, couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw all the people glaring at her. Ha ha ha, so amusing. Oh well, guess we should start. Isn't that right, Sasuke? As soon as she said that, Kakashi and Sasuke appeared inside the arena. Kakashi looked around sheepishly, before looking at Genma. We are not too late, are we? Genma shook his head in denial. No, Yuna here was busy messing with the crowd, so no one bothered looking at the time. Kakashi looked at the crowd and could see a lot of people glaring at Yuna. Although he had no clue what was going on, he still nodded his head and disappeared from the arena, and reappeared in the spectator stands next to Sakura. "How is Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei?" "How is that?" "Don't worry about that, Sakura. Everything is under control." Sakura was clearly relieved when she heard that, but there is still something else she would like to ask. Kakashi-sensei, can Sasuke-kun win?" Kakashi smiled at her and answered. "What do you think?" The scene of Yuna basically splitting a good chunk of the forest in half with a single jutsu replayed inside her head. She clenched her fist, took a deep breath, and unclenched them. "That is impossible, isn't it, Kakashi-sensei?" Although Kakashi was surprised that Sakura just admitted that her beloved Sasuke will lose, he immediately nodded his head. "Indeed. I did what I could, but the gap is simply too big. Truth be told, even I am not confident in beating her when she uses everything she has. Well, truth be told, I don't even know what it means for her to use everything she has. Sakura's eyes almost popped out of her sockets when she heard that, but after thinking about it for a moment, it made sense. Although she was unconscious during Yuna's fight with Lee, she at least saw the aftermath of it and heard other people talk about it. During the fight, Yuna apparently used only taijutsu, yet what she has seen from her is incredible powerful ninjutsu. Despite having shown a lot of power already, she clearly hasn't shown all of it yet. Sakura couldn't help but be curious about Yuna. Just how strong is she? At what level is she, when she uses everything she has? What does it even mean for her to use everything she has? Yuna, meanwhile, couldn't help but feel weird. Why the hell does Sasuke look so confident? Has he managed to erase his own memory about my fight with Lee? There is no way he could be delusional enough to believe that he could even begin to participate in a fight of that scale. In that case, you are truly underestimating the Uchiha. If it is about being delusional about one's own strength, then it is pretty much impossible to beat the Uchiha. Before Yuna could answer, Sasuke started to speak. "Hehe, I have finally found where you get all that strength from. What do you think, Kurama? Has he finally understood that hard training is the best way to get stronger?" Answer. Chance that individual, Sasuke Uchiha has realized that is, 0%. Really, Kurama? Hey! Don't judge me. I thought I would mix it up a bit. **** whatever. Oh? Please tell me. I have found out what is sealed inside you and that you can use its strength for yourselves. Yuna raised an eyebrow and glanced at Kakashi, who couldn't help but flinch a little when he met Yuna's eyes. Yuna moved her lips and spelled, "You owe me one," and moments later she got a nod from Kakashi. "Huh, indeed, that is part of my strength, so? How about we make this fair, and don't use any external power? I won't use my seal and you won't use that power." Wow, did he just compare Orochimaru's crappy seal with your power? What a joke. A mischievous smile appeared on Yuna's face before answering. "Hehe, I don't mind, but you should realize that that little hickey can't compare to what I have, so how about you increase your stake a little more?" Sasuke's face grew ugly when Yuna called the seal a hickey but didn't say anything about that for now. Besides that, he did agree that having a bijou sealed inside you is a bigger advantage than just having Orochimaru's seal. So, it made sense for him to give Yuna a bigger price. He was confident in winning anyway, so it didn't matter. "What do you want?" "Hehe, after I win, you have to stay hinged into a woman for the rest of the month. That should be fun, Sasuke's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard that. He clenched and unclenched his fist while contemplating what to do. It would probably be humiliating to stay transformed as a woman the whole time, but it was not like he had to leave his clan compound during that time. Additionally, he was confident that he could win if Yuna didn't use the Kyuubi's chakra. "Fine. I agree." A smirk appeared on Yuna's face, that sent shivers down Sasuke's spine. He already regretted agreeing to this bet before the fight even started. But there was nothing he could do about that now. He would just have to win, then everything will be fine. Chapter 111, Yuna vs Sasuke. Genma announced the start of the fight and as soon as he did, a smirk appeared on Yuna's face. Isn't this fight rather ironic, Sasuke? Sasuke frowned, clearly not understanding what Yuna meant. Hehe, don't you see it, Sasuke? You, the one who hates, against me, the one who is hated. The smirk on her face widened even further. Isn't that right, citizens of Konoha? Tell Sasuke how much you love me. Another outrage went through the crowd as thousands of people started cursing Yuna. Get lost, demon. Die already, you damn demon. Kill her, Uchiha-sama. Yuna, meanwhile, spread her arms and slowly moved around, like a famous singer welcoming her fans cheering. Ha ha ha, that's right. There is nothing more delicious than receiving hatred from those that can't do anything against you. Funnily enough, over the last few years, a lot of people have stopped hating Naruto. Although he would occasionally play some pranks, his bright smile and happy laughter made a lot of people forget their hatred. Especially if someone like Yuna was around who actively gathered all the animosity onto herself. Naruto was someone who enjoyed helping people and wanted everyone around him to be happy. Yuna could tell that Naruto, despite pretending like he didn't care, didn't want people to hate him. That was why Yuna usually played the evil role. She wanted people to concentrate their hatred on her. Well, that, and the fact that she found it absolutely hilarious. Sasuke, meanwhile, couldn't help but feel weird after seeing so many people throwing their hatred at Yuna. This was exactly the opposite of how he was treated while walking the streets of Konoha. Although he didn't care about that, people would bow towards him and give him happy smiles whenever they saw him. He had no clue what to make out of the current situation. After a few more moments of bathing in everyone's hatred, Yuna turned her attention back towards Sasuke. Anyway. How about we get this started? I have a bet to win after all. Sasuke snorted at the last part and activated his Sharingan, revealing that he managed to achieve an additional Tomo, bringing him to a total of 5. He straightened his back, put his left hand behind it while moving his right hand in a provoking gesture. Come, I am ready to defeat you. Yuna raised an eyebrow when she saw Sasuke's stance. Are you copying Lee's taijutsu style? What is the point of that? I won't deny that it fits you well, but you simply don't have the stamina to fight at Lee's speed for a prolonged time. Is that so? Then come and find out. Yuna could only shake her head at Sasuke's antics. She straightened her back, moved her left hand behind her back, and mimicked Sasuke's provoking gesture. The two, currently, had the exact same fighting posture. Well, I might as well have some fun. Let's see how long you can keep up. After saying that, Yuna vanished and reappeared in front of Sasuke, attempting to punch his stomach. Sasuke smirked, as he could easily follow Yuna's movements with his Sharingan. He redirected the blow and punched towards her stomach, but to his surprise, Yuna caught the punch just before it hit her. You didn't think it would be this easy, did you? Yuna pushed Sasuke back a little, turned around and attacked Sasuke with a powerful horizontal kick. Sasuke barely managed to lift his arms to block the kick, but the force of it still sent him sliding backward. After stopping, Sasuke looked at Yuna with disbelief. He gritted his teeth and attacked again, while Yuna did the same. Those that have seen Yuna's fight against Lee immediately noticed that the current fight was very similar. The biggest difference was that instead of attacking seemingly at random, like she did against Lee, Yuna used Lee's own fighting style. Lee, who was part of the audience, couldn't help but feel excited. He couldn't care less that Sasuke copied his style, after all, that was all it was. A mere copy. Yuna, however, was different. Lee could see the subtle adjustment she had made to the style to make it more suitable for her. Did his confidence take a hit, because someone learned the way he fights in such a short time frame? Not in the slightest. He couldn't wait to challenge Yuna again to find out how she would fare against him with his own fighting style. Sasuke, meanwhile, wasn't having a good time at all. How is this possible? I can easily see her movements and react to them, yet I can't land a hit. My Sharingan can perfectly predict her movements and yet she blocks all of my attacks. I don't believe it. This is impo. Before Sasuke could finish his thoughts, one of Yuna's kicks hit him and sent him flying. Yuna chuckled a little when she saw the disbelief in Sasuke's eyes. Before the fight could continue, Yuna started to speak. You rely too much on your eyes. I admit that the Sharingan is a powerful tool, but it shouldn't be the only thing you rely on. Feel the movement of the wind on your skin. Listen to the movement of your enemy. Trust your instincts. Feel the movement of their chakra. There is more than one method to detect your enemy. Just having good eyes isn't always enough. Although Sasuke wanted to argue against that, considering Yuna somehow managed to fool his Sharingan, there isn't much of a point in that. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and threw some shuriken at Yuna and then started to go through a few hand signs. Yuna saw the shuriken and only slightly moved her body and let them fly past her harmlessly. Sasuke pulled on the strings that were attached to the shuriken and made them fly back to entangle Yuna while simultaneously shooting a fire-style, great fireball jutsu at her. Yuna swiftly moved her right arm like she wanted to cut something with her hand and shot a blade of wind towards the wires that were attached to the shuriken, cutting them apart and leaving a deep gash on the wall of the arena. Next, she did the same gesture again, but this time a thin jet of water was shot at the fireball, cutting it in half as well, while Sasuke had to hastily jump out of the way so he wouldn't get hit by the water jet. Just like the wind blade did, the water jet also carved a deep gash into the wall. While civilians didn't really understand exactly how outrageous Yuna's actions just now were, the shinobi inside the stadium were looking at Yuna in disbelief. Not only did she just shoot two jutsu of two different natures without using any hand signs, but they were very powerful as well and seemingly done with ease. Having some mastery over one nature transformation of chakra is already very rare below the rank of Jonin. Considering how easily Yuna used the two jutsu and how powerful they were, she seemed to have perfectly mastered not one but two different nature transformations. That was beyond monstrous. Yuna let her eyes wander through the audience and chuckle at the dumbfounded faces. They are already like this, just because I can use a bit of water and wind. I am really looking forward to their faces when I use my ice later on. I am pretty sure you aren't just using a bit of water and wind from their perspective. Yuna just shrugged her shoulder and didn't comment further. She looked at Sasuke and seeing he had a similar expression on his face to the rest of the audience, she smirked at him. What's wrong, Sasuke? Already lost your will to fight? This managed to get Sasuke out of his stupor. He gritted his and glared at Yuna. Guess I can only use that. She is clearly stronger than me in taijutsu and my fire has no chance against her water. Seems like Kakashi-sensei predicted this to a degree. That must be why he taught me his jutsu. It is the only way for me to win. Of course not. I will finish this now. Prepare yourself. Sasuke put his hand near the ground while stabilizing it with his other hand. He started to concentrate to gather lightning chakra in his hand. Yuna, meanwhile, was patiently waiting for Sasuke to prepare his jutsu, while mentally counting how often she could have interrupted him while he prepared his jutsu. Moments later, lighting started to coat Sasuke's right hand, and loud chirping sounds were heard through the stadium. As soon as the lightning appeared, Sasuke started sprinting towards Yuna, much faster than he previously did, while he pumped massive amounts of chakra into his Sharingan so he wouldn't miss the slightest of movement from her. While Sasuke was approaching her, Yuna's only thought was, 11 times, Chidori. Yuna was a little surprised that Sasuke was actually aiming for her shoulder instead of her heart, but didn't bother about that for now. Just when Sasuke's hand was about to pierce through her shoulder, Yuna coated her hand in wind chakra and caught Sasuke's hand. Sasuke could only look at the situation in total disbelief. He used a powerful A-rank jutsu, yet Yuna easily prevented his attack with seemingly no preparations at all. This can't be. How could she possibly do this? Did she secretly use the Kyuubi's power? No, I was watching her with my Sharingan the whole time. That is impossible. How could she be stronger than me? I am an Uchiha. No one is stronger than the Uchiha. Only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha. The Sharingan can only be defeated by the Sharingan. That is what he told me. Sasuke crossed eyes with Yuna and as soon as he did, He used almost all of his remaining chakra to cast the most powerful illusion he could muster on Yuna. The very second it reached Yuna it shattered, causing Sasuke to cough out some blood. I have already said it once. You rely too much on your eyes. The Sharingan is strong, but not undefeatable. It gives you an advantage, yes, but doesn't make you invincible. Just an extra card in your deck you can use. Nothing more, nothing less. Sasuke felt like he was hit by a hammer when he heard that. He always felt that there was nothing more important than his Sharingan when it came to fighting. In the Uchiha clan, it was always about the Sharingan. This was the first time he heard an opinion that was the complete opposite. If you called the Sharingan just an extra card, inside the Uchiha compound people would laugh at you for saying that. Now, however, after Yuna outclassed him in every aspect during this fight, he felt slightly different. This seems to be my win, so I will take my prize. Before Sasuke could ponder the problem any further or understand what Yuna meant, a vicious smirk appeared on Yuna's face. She was still holding Sasuke's hand with her own while the finger on her other hand lit up with chakra, and before Sasuke could fully understand what was going on, she slammed her fingers into Sasuke's stomach. Supreme pranking style ultimate sealing technique, twisting the yin and yang. Sasuke was shot into the arena wall while a complex seal appeared on his stomach. Moments later, after the dust settled, the unconscious Sasuke was revealed. Although nobody noticed anything strange at the first glance, there was clearly something off about Sasuke. His hips got wider, his shoulders were smaller and his chest got bigger. Additionally, his features were clearly more feminine than they previously were. Although Genma noticed the changes as well, for now, he declared Yuna as the winner of the fight. Whatever Yuna did with Sasuke could be solved after the exams were over. He motioned the medic Nin to hurry up and to make sure they were concealing Sasuke while carrying him out of the arena. Chapter 112, A Little Warm-Up. As soon as Genma declared Yuna as the winner of the match, an oppressive silence descended onto the stadium. Moments later, however, it was replaced by cries of outrage. That's impossible. How could Uchiha-sama lose to that demon? She must have cheated somehow. Yuna couldn't help but smirk when she saw how the audience was getting angrier and angrier. Yet again, Yuna spread her arms wide to welcome the cheers of her fans. Ha ha ha. Thank you for all the support. I couldn't have done it without you. Only my determination to see you get even angrier could give me the push necessary to defeat Sasuke. This, naturally, made the people even angrier, but before things could escalate further, Hiruzen decided to intervene. Silence. Yuna won this match fair and square. Does anyone have a different opinion? A lot of people wanted to say a few words, but when they felt Hiruzen's aura press down on them, they quickly decided not to do so. Seeing that no one was saying anything, Hiruzen gave a satisfied nod. Kakashi, after seeing how easily Yuna dealt with the Chidori, really didn't know what to say. He thought that she might simply dodge the blow or direct it away from her, but Yuna actually caught it head-on and neutralized it. Considering that Yuna still seemed to be breathing calmly, it didn't look like it took her much effort to do so either. Seems like she is an even bigger monster than I thought she was. Perfect control over two different chakra natures is no joke. Especially at such a young age. While Kakashi was deep in thought, Yuna was still standing inside the arena with a smirk on her face, while Genma was giving her a weird look. You can return to the candidates' waiting room now. Why are you still here? Yuna chuckled when she heard that and looked towards Hinata and Naruto, who appeared inside the arena next to each other. Well, I might be participating in the next fight, so I thought I might as well wait to see how it goes. Naruto and Hinata both had wry smiles on their faces when they heard that. So, you were already expecting this, Hane-san. Guess we shouldn't be surprised that Yuna figured out our intentions. She has always been good at stuff like this. Naruto nodded his head and looked up to the Hokage stands. Hokage-sama, we have a little request. Since either Hinata or I would have to fight Yuna in the next round, we would like to fight her in a 2-on-1 battle, right now. Most people in the stadium would probably call Naruto's request completely shameless, but considering Yuna had an excited smile on her face, that notion seemed to be incorrect. Hiruzen gave Naruto a weird look, before looking at Yuna, who gave him a nod to indicate that she didn't mind. Next, he turned towards the Kazekage, or rather Orochimaru, who currently looked like the Kazekage, and started to speak. "What do you think, Kazekage Dano?" Orochimaru pondered for a moment and then nodded his head. "It sounds interesting, so why not? This should be a rather interesting spectacle. All three of them were involved when my blood clone was killed. Maybe I can get a hint of how they did it from this fight. Additionally, all three of them are quite powerful, and it would be good if they had as little time as possible to recuperate their strength before the invasion starts. But to think Sasuke would be beaten this easily, truly a shame. Oh well, he is just a little boy after all. After I take control of his body, it shouldn't take me long to master the Sharingan properly." Hiruzen nodded his head and stood up to make the announcement. "I have discussed your request with Kazekage Dano, and we both agreed to it. The next fight will be changed from Naruto Uzumaki vs Hinata to Yuna Uzumaki vs Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata. If Hinata and Naruto win this battle, their fight against each other will simply be postponed to the semi-finals. If Yuna wins, she will be automatically qualified for the finals." Inside the arena, a happy smile appeared on Naruto's face when he heard Hiruzen accept his request. Thanks, old man Hokage." Hiruzen almost fell down the Hokage stand when he heard Naruto also discarding the Sama within moments after his request was met, but Naruto ignored that. "Good job, Naruto. This will be a lot of fun. How about a little warm-up before we get this started properly?" Two swords appeared in Yuna's hands as she crouched down and got into an attacking position. Of course, Ne-san. After all, I am the only one of us three who didn't have a warm-up fight, yet. Naruto took out two knuckle dusters and put them on his fingers. He usually fights barehanded, but doing so without Kurama's chakra against bladed weapons is not a good idea. Naruto's words, however, caused another uproar in the audience seats. After all, Naruto just called Yuna's and Hinata's matches a warm-up. Well, my fight can't exactly be called a warm-up either, so let's go Yuna. Hinata pulled out a thin sword and activated her Byakugan, which she didn't bother using against Neji. This made quite a few people in the audience understand why the trio consider their first fight a warm-up. During Hinata's fight, she didn't use her Byakugan at all, something which no one had paid attention to until now. Additionally, she only used the most basic of movements in her fight. Simple punches and kicks. Although Yuna was more active in her first fight, the taijutsu she used clearly wasn't her own. Kakashi, who knew Yuna and Naruto, was, naturally, aware of this. He couldn't help but be a little excited about this fight. He was hoping that Yuna would show off a few more of her moves when she had to fight Naruto and Hinata simultaneously. He had already pulled up his headband and was preparing his Sharingan so he wouldn't miss anything. He also noticed that his Sharingan was working properly this time, unlike what happened during the bell test. The first to make a move was Yuna. She disappeared from where she stood and reappeared in front of Naruto, with one of her swords already cutting downwards. Naruto lifted his arm and smashed his fist into the sword, blocking the strike, while simultaneously punching towards Yuna's stomach with his other hand. Yuna easily sidestepped the attack and was just about to attack with her other sword, when she had to move it to block the tip of Hinata's sword that was just about to pierce her neck. Yuna noticed that Hinata's chakra-filled finger was already dangerously close to piercing into her stomach, which would result in it injecting a rather unhealthy dose of destructive chakra into Yuna's body, so she quickly jumped back to avoid Hinata's attack. All three of them had calm smiles on their faces, like they didn't just throw deadly attacks at each other. They simultaneously crouched down and resumed fighting at the same pace. Yuna would attack with a flurry of sword strikes, Naruto would block them, while occasionally counterattacking, while Hinata was constantly harassing Yuna with deadly sword and finger strikes. Truth be told, this was a rather normal configuration for them during their sparring matches. The spectators, however, had a completely different interpretation of this match. While Yuna's and Naruto's exchange could still be considered somewhat reasonable, they were absolutely certain that Yuna was Hinata's greatest enemy and that she would do everything she could to kill her. Especially the fact that a glimmer of glee would occasionally appear in her eyes when she managed to get close to actually landing a hit on Yuna made it clear for them that Hinata wanted Yuna dead. After fighting back and forth like that for a while, all three took a little distance from each other. Yuna was the first to speak. Well, that should have been a decent warm-up, right? How about we get this started properly now? Alright. Nei-san. But how far can we go? Seeing the excited glimmer in not only Naruto's eyes but Hinata's as well, Yuna chuckled a little. You already know the answer, don't you? Go all out. Today is the day to show off. The time of holding back is over. Yes, Nei-san. Without another word, overbearing chakra started flowing out of Naruto. It cloaked his whole body and formed fox ears and 3 tails entirely made out of chakra. The knuckle dusters on his fingers had already vanished as he got on all fours, getting into a fox-like attack posture. Hee, let's have a lot of fun, Yuna. Hinata also flared her chakra, but unlike Naruto, whose presence became more overbearing, Hinata's presence seemed to almost disappear, making it nearly impossible to notice her when one wasn't paying attention. Additionally, the skin around Hinata's eyes took on a blue hue, which was a sign that someone was using natural energy. She might not be able to use much of it yet, but it was still better than nothing. When Orochimaru saw that, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That little girl can use senjutsu. No, that's impossible. To absorb natural energy, one has to stay still for quite a while, which she didn't do. Additionally, her chakra pool isn't large enough yet to learn senjutsu. Does she have some kind of mutation that allows her to absorb it despite moving? Now I am getting curious, should I collect her as well? While picking up Sasuke, I might as well get her too. Hiruzen, meanwhile, was rather close to getting an aneurysm when he saw that. As Jiraiya-sensei, he, naturally, knew about senjutsu as well. That damn Yuna and her little group. Can't at least one of them be a little normal? First that disgustingly perfect chakra control and now even senjutsu. At least it doesn't seem to be as ridiculous as Jiraiya's version. It doesn't feel like her strength has increased by that great a margin. Yuna, meanwhile, was looking at her 2 opponents with a happy smile on her face. Haha, that's it. Let's have some fun. Similar to Naruto, a chakra cloak started to engulf Yuna, creating 3 tails of chakra behind her. Unlike Naruto, however, she was still standing on her 2 feet while getting ready for combat. Show me what you got. Yuna clapped her hands together and started amassing chakra. Yes. Naruto and Hinata mimicked Yuna's gesture and started gathering chakra as well. Wind style. Water style. Ice style. Chapter 113, Yuna vs Naruto and Hinata. I added a few paragraphs to the start of the last chapter. Author note end. Wind style, raging wind armor. The chakra cloak surrounding Naruto changed viscosity. Now, instead of simply engulfing him with chakra, the chakra was flowing all around his body, grinding everything it touches apart. It took Naruto a long time to reach the necessary proficiency with this jutsu to not hurt himself with it. Water style, perfect water domain. Hinata's chakra dispersed into the air, seemingly not doing anything. Even those proficient in sensing chakra would have trouble noticing the difference. Hinata can now freely control and create water around her in a radius of 2 meters. Although the effective range is much shorter than the version she used against Kurenai, now she can freely move around while using it, and her control over it is much more precise as well. Ice style, domain creation, heavenly realm of eternal ice. The temperature in the arena started to decrease immediately. At first, the ground under Yuna's feet froze and was covered with ice. Then, more and more ground was frozen over, until not only the ground but even the walls of the arena were covered in ice. The only 2 places not frozen were around Naruto and Hinata. In Naruto's case, the ice was simply shredded away by his armor, while in Hinata's case it simply couldn't push into her domain. Simultaneously, most of Yuna's body was covered in a thin layer of ice as well, giving her red chakra cloak and ice armor. The only place, not frozen over, was her head, with the exception of an ice diadem with 9 upwards pointing spikes on it. As soon as Hiruzen saw Yuna using ice, he stood up and looked at Yuna with pure astonishment. There were always a lot of ridiculous things surrounding Yuna, but in Hiruzen's opinion, this tops them all. How can this be even remotely possible? It is impossible to use ice style without the corresponding Kekii Genkai. Does she have a mutated bloodline? But how? Orochimaru reacted similarly, but his thoughts were a little different. To think Konoha was hiding someone with the ice style. No wait, Sensei seemed to be surprised as well. Is Danzo involved in this? But why does she have the Kyuubi in her? This will make it much more dangerous for her to have a lot of children. Something is fishy here. I think I should spend some time investigating the matter after the invasion is over. The most surprised person, however, was definitely Kakashi. My Sharingan copied that jutsu, how? The Sharingan cannot copy a Kekii Genkai. Does that mean that it wasn't one? I would like to test that, but just thinking about using that jutsu overheats my brain and almost melts it. How in the world can she handle that? A wide grin appeared on Yuna's face when she saw Naruto's and Hinata's new jutsu. In the last month, these two insisted on training without Yuna being present. She could have probably followed them stealthily but decided against it. Where would be the fun in that, after all? It seems like you two worked hard. Come. Show me what you can do. Yes. Naruto vanished from where he stood and punched towards Yuna. Yuna caught the blow and the sound of sharp winds scraping against ice echoed through the arena. Simultaneously, 10 drops of water were generated around Hinata and shot at Yuna with insane speed. They were, however, blocked by an ice wall that simply rose out of the ground. An ice spike appeared behind Naruto and shot towards his back, while Yuna threw another punch from the front. Naruto ignored the ice spike and blocked Yuna's punch while the spike was blocked by Hinata, who appeared next to Naruto. This time, instead of multiple small water pools, one big blob of water appeared and shot towards Yuna. Yuna swiftly ducked underneath it, causing the attack to fly over her head and tear a deep gash into the arena wall. Yuna jumped back to get some distance from the duo, and at the same time, massive amounts of ice spears were created all over the arena and shot towards Hinata and Naruto. While Naruto simply punched them into ice dust, Hinata used small amounts of water to change their trajectory, causing them to miss her and Naruto while smashing against each other. The combination of her Byakugan and her small domain allowed her to do so almost effortlessly. Just when they finished blocking all the projectiles, a massive wall of ice came crushing towards them. They made eye contact with each other for a moment, nodded at each other, and started to gather massive amounts of chakra. Water style, high-pressure water blade. Wind style, ferocious wind blade. The two jutsu combined mid-flight and created a powerful stream of water and wind that sliced through the ice wall, splitting it in half. The two parts of it crashed down on the ground, missing Naruto and Hinata. Not bad. Not bad at all. You two have powered up quite a bit in the last month. Naruto could only smile wryly at that compliments. Yeah, Nei-san, and you are as monstrous as always. Although Hinata didn't say anything, she still nodded her head. Hee, naturally. I am the big sister after all. Let's keep going, there is still a lot of fun to have. 2 thin swords made out of ice were created in Yuna's hands. A wide grin appeared on her face as she restarted the fight against Naruto and Hinata. The audience, meanwhile, was mostly silent, while they looked at the fight unfolding in front of them with awe. Wind and water were constantly slicing through ice, while fist met fist and sword met sword. The ice on the arena wall and ground was torn to shreds just to reappear a few seconds later. The temperature in the whole stadium was getting lower and lower, while Yuna's ice kept creeping upwards. Those sitting closer to the arena already started to shiver as everything in the stadium was slowly but surely being frozen over. Hiruzen had no idea what to make of this. It didn't look like Yuna was putting chakra into it, but despite that, the ice was encroaching more and more of the stadium. He quickly stood up to give a few commands. All shinobi capable of using fire jutsu are allowed to freely use the fire style, fireball jutsu, to push back the ice from the spectator stands. You are not allowed to intervene in the fight in any way. Orochimaru, meanwhile, was almost drooling while watching the fight. What is this? Why does the ice react like this? I have studied the Yuki clan and their Kekii Genkai didn't work like that at all. Is it a new Kekii Genkai? I absolutely need a sample of her blood. I need to study it no matter what. The person most affected by the ice, however, was Genma Shiranui, who was inside the arena as well. He was frantically circulating his chakra to keep the cold out of his body and had to frequently dodge all kinds of stray projectiles that were flung around the arena. A few more minutes of exchanging attacks back and forth passed, and the fight was paused for a short while yet again. Yuna still seemed to be fine. There were a few places on her clothes that had her blood on them, but the wounds that were the reason for that were already healed due to Kurama's chakra. Although the creation of her jutsu costs massive amounts of chakra, maintaining it is actually rather cost-efficient, so she was still doing fine in the chakra department. Naruto had, due to the same reason, no wound on his body either, but his wind amour was eating massive amounts of chakra, so he was already pretty spent. Hinata, on the other hand, had a few scratches on her, but no serious wounds either. This was simply because Naruto was much more efficient in close combat, so Hinata took the mid-range role. Although the amount of chakra her jutsu used was much easier on her reserves than Naruto's, she didn't have that much chakra from the start, so she was also running pretty low. Seems like things are coming to an end. How about we finish this with a bang? The two swords Yuna was holding disappeared and instead, one big sword appeared in her hands. She grabbed with both of her hands and slowly lifted it up so she could slash it downwards. Naruto and Hinata nodded their heads as both of them stopped using their jutsu. Since Yuna wanted to finish this with a bang, they would naturally use all they have left. Naruto approached Hinata and stood next to her. He lifted up his hand and a blue sphere of chakra started forming and started growing bigger and bigger. As soon as the sphere appeared, Hinata put her hand near it and started to inject it with water nature chakra and stabilized it with natural energy. Naruto and Hinata have been fighting together and against each other for a long time now, and synchronizing their chakra with each other has pretty much become child's play for them. After a few more seconds, Naruto held a massive sphere of blue spinning water chakra in his hand, while Hinata staggered backward due to her chakra hitting rock bottom. Hope you are ready, Nei-san. Here it comes. Naruto lifted up the giant chakra sphere and threw it at Yuna. Water style, torrential Rasengan. An insane smile appeared on Yuna's face when she saw the massive chakra sphere flying her way. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. A worthy final move. Ice sword combination style, heaven and earth splitting frozen slash. Yuna slashed down with her sword, causing a very thin line of ice to shoot out of it. It seemed to be incredibly fragile, yet the moment it came into contact with the giant chakra sphere, the sphere got sliced in half without any resistance. The ice kept moving unhindered and passed through Naruto and Hinata without touching them. When it reached the arena wall, it sliced through it without stopping and finally flew out from the other side of the wall and vanished into the sky. The Rasengan, meanwhile, exploded after being cut in half, causing it to shoot massive amounts of deadly water torrents all over the arena. Naruto's eyes widened before he used the last drops of chakra he had to protect Hinata and himself with a few earth walls, while Yuna simply defended herself by creating a few ice walls in front of her. Kakashi, meanwhile, covered his Sharingan with his hand while groaning in pain. The moment Yuna swung her sword down, he felt like someone had pierced a needle into his eye. There was actually some blood coming out of the corner of his eye as well. He had no idea what exactly happened, but whatever Yuna did, completely overloaded his Sharingan to a frankly perverse degree. Considering that incredibly fragile-looking string of ice cut pretty much everything in its path unhindered, Kakashi wasn't even surprised about that. He had no idea what Yuna did but was certain that it was not something that could be blocked or even understood. Yuna, meanwhile, almost staggered when she finished her attack, but managed to look unbothered. She got a bit carried away and actually used Sword Ki in her last attack. Sword Ki was something only people at a rather high level could use. A level Yuna was still very far away from. She, naturally, knew how to use it in her past life, but that doesn't mean she could use it in her current life. Well, she could, but it puts quite the burden on her. I got a little too excited there, but can I really be blamed for that? The jutsu they used was quite powerful, after all. If that hit me, even I wouldn't survive it. Seems like those two took Minato's jutsu and improved it, huh? While Naruto donated the chakra, Hinata was responsible for the natural transformation and stability. Even I have to admit that it was quite monstrous. Indeed. After the dust settled, a slowly crumbling earth dome was revealed. Inside of it, both Naruto and Hinata were lying spread on the ground while breathing heavily. Yuna approached them with steady steps and stopped just a few meters away from them. That was an impressive move. Well done. Although the compliment caused Naruto and Hinata to smile, this was all they could do for now. Yuna looked around in the arena, to look for the proctor, and moments later she moved to a small pile of rubble and pulled him out of it. Yo, Mr. Proctor, time to declare me as the winner. Genma shook his head slightly to get his thoughts back on track. When the Rasengan exploded, he barely managed to raise an earth wall to protect himself. Unfortunately, that one wall wasn't enough to endure the whole onslaught, so it crumbled and buried him underneath it. He scanned the arena and the first thing he noticed was that the ice was actually thawing and that the temperature was slowly increasing. Next, he noticed that Naruto and Hinata were both lying on the ground without moving. He could see that they were breathing, so he wasn't too worried about them. He shakily stood up, and after giving the current situation another glance, he lifted his hand and made the announcement just to winner of this fight, Yuna Uzumaki. Thump. Faint immediately afterward and fall back to the ground. Yuna happily walked over to Naruto to give him a hand so he could stand up. Well done, Naruto, very impressive. Although Naruto blushed a little, he still accepted the compliment with a happy smile. Next, instead of giving Hinata a hand to stand up, Yuna simply picked her up in a princess carry, causing Hinata to utter a weird scream. Hee, well done Hinata. You have really grown strong. Hinata blushed a little and was about to answer when Yuna lowered her head and gave her a deep kiss. At first, Hinata still struggled a little, but after a short while, she leaned into the kiss and even started to hug Yuna. After a short moment, the two separated, and as soon as Hinata remembered that they were currently in front of a massive crowd of people, she fainted out of embarrassment. Hee, shy Hinata is still the cutest. Ding. You have gained experience for skill, shamelessness. Ding. You have already reached the maximum level of skill, shamelessness. No further advancements are possible. Chapter 114, A Different Point of View. Ino Yamanaka could only smile wryly at the battle unfolding in front of her. She was certain that Yuna, Naruto, and Hinata were strong. Well, she had already seen what Yuna could do after the second exam and had at least seen how physically strong Naruto was when he knocked out Chuji instantly. Yuna and Naruto being extremely powerful is something she could easily explain to herself. After all, both of them have part of the Kyuubi inside of them. Hinata, however, was a completely different matter. She had the Byakugan, yes, but Niji already gave a rather detailed example of why that wasn't worth that much. Now, that seemingly normal girl was expertly weaving through a battlefield that was pelted with ungodly amounts of deadly jutsu. Considering the power and area of effect of the jutsu used, every single one of them probably cost more chakra than Ino had in total. Hinata, however, wasn't simply dodging attacks. She was constantly attacking Yuna, while occasionally even helping Naruto defend against an especially powerful ice jutsu. Seeing Naruto and Hinata fighting side by side like that, Ino could only clench her fists. She wanted to be there, as well. She wanted to stand next to Naruto and help him fight, but she knew that would be impossible right now. Instead of helping him, she would just be a burden he had to babysit and protect the whole fight. Ino knew that she couldn't survive that battlefield filled with ice, wind, and water jutsu for even a minute. Stronger. I need to get much stronger. No matter what it takes, I won't be left behind. After a while, the fight was finished and Yuna picked up Hinata and gave her a deep kiss in front of pretty much the whole village and quite a few outsiders as well. Okay, I will do whatever it takes as long as Yuna isn't too deeply involved in it. Haku, meanwhile, had rather similar thoughts in regards to the fight but put most of her focus on Yuna instead. Or to be more precise, Yuna's ice. It felt completely different from everything she has ever felt. Rather than a jutsu, it felt much more natural, like the ice was just part of nature itself instead of a jutsu created to attack someone. I feel like I can get stronger by learning how Yuna's ice is different from mine. Danzo sat in one of the private cabins inside the arena that had privacy seals on it. No one, not even a Hyuga, could look into it. That was also the reason why Danzo dared to unseal the Sharingan he had in his right eye. He was actually in a pretty good mood, and he might have actually smiled if he hadn't forgotten how to do so. I can finally get some proper intel on this damn girl. I have read through every single one of her mission reports and every single one of them is worthless. Why does Hiruzen allow her to hand in something like that? Every single one of them has her using different weapons, and not just different types of swords or something like that. No, there is even one report lying around that claims she was using a freaking sledgehammer in combat. That damn Hiruzen sure hid that girl's ability well, but now she has finally revealed herself. I really wonder why she can use ice style, but that is of no importance for now. I will pick up every single morsel of information I can get out of this and devise a counter-strategy. She needs to die. There is no other way. I absolutely need to get rid of her. Unfortunately for Danzo, he was paying significantly more attention to Yuna than Kakashi did. After all, Kakashi was paying attention to the whole fight, while Danzo was only looking at Yuna. This, combined with the fact that Kakashi had significantly more experience in using the Sharingan than Danzo, led to a rather unfortunate accident. The moment Yuna used her last sword strike, blood started flowing not only out of Danzo's eye but even out of his nose, causing him to faint not even a second later. Considering that Danzo ordered his puppets to not interrupt him, he would be out for quite a while. This also means that he couldn't order his puppets to start the little side missions he planned to happen during the invasion. As for his puppets making decisions on their own, that might be possible when they are on a mission. After all, they have been trained to act independently at those times, but now that the mission hasn't started yet, they would simply wait for Danzo's order. If no order came, they would simply wait longer. The civilians watching the fight, meanwhile, had the time of their lives. They had not the slightest clue what was going on inside the arena but still cheered in excitement the whole time. They watched incredibly powerful jutsu crash into each other, watched giant walls of ice be torn to shred by water and wind, and watched gigantic ice bullets fly everywhere and burrow themselves into the ground and walls. Considering one of the people responsible for the spectacle in front of them is someone a lot of them have been insulting for quite a while, they probably shouldn't be that excited about it, but most people were simply enjoying themselves too much to notice that. Additionally, they could at least understand that Hinata wanted Yuna dead. Most of them probably thought that Yuna won't survive the fight, or will at least be heavily wounded during it. That made the shock for them only bigger when Yuna picked up Hinata and gave her a deep kiss. At first, they thought that Yuna was simply forcing herself on Hinata and were about to go on a rampage. To the surprise of the spectators, however, Hinata happily reciprocated the kiss and even hugged Yuna back. Although a few people had to chuckle a little when Hinata fainted after realizing where she was, they still had no idea how they were supposed to interpret the situation. The members of the soon-to-be reformed Uzumaki clan got a rather similar impression from the fight. They were in awe at the power and skill displayed. Most of them were already secretly informed that Yuna and Naruto were actually part of the royal Uzumaki clan. Although at first, most of them had some doubt about that, after hearing that Yuna could use the Uzumaki clan's adamantine chains and seeing the strength of the twins, most of their doubts had vanished. Although these two factors were actually not enough proof to confirm it, it was certainly a good start. Both of them being able to use the Kyuubi's chakra rather easily was also a rather good indicator that they were indeed from the royal family. At first, most of them found it rather weird that Hinata was wearing the Uzumaki symbol on her back, but was attacking Yuna this ferociously. After seeing the two kiss each other, however, they understood the situation. Women of the Uzumaki clan are usually very temperamental, so despite not having any Uzumaki blood in her, they thought that Hinata had a similar temperament and was attacking Yuna because she angered Hinata, somehow. In other words, they thought that Yuna and Hinata had a lover's quarrel. Meanwhile, the lone girl left behind by the Hyuga clan was barely paying any attention to the fight and was instead looking at Yuna with excitement in her eyes. She can remove the seal, I need to meet her. Chapter 115, The Big Reveal. After the fight was over, Medicnine started to approach the trio, but Yuna waved them away yet again. Would be nice if one of you could heal the few scratches Hinata received during the fight, the others should go and take a look at the proctor. He was having a rather bad time during our battle. Although they were giving Yuna weird looks, they could clearly see that Yuna and Naruto were pretty much fine and had no injuries, while Hinata clearly had only a few scratches. One of the female Medicnine walked towards Hinata and started to treat the few cuts she received, while the rest of them approached Genma. As soon as they reached him, their eyes widened in surprise and they started to move with more haste. His temperature is too low, we need to get him out of the arena as fast as possible. His chakra is pretty much depleted, he needs as much rest as possible. There are small wounds all over his body, we need to start treatment right now before he loses too much blood. While Medicnine were fussing over Genma, the one that was healing Hinata was done as well and approached Genma for additional support as well. Yuna, who was still carrying Hinata, and Naruto made their way back to their designated waiting place to await the start of the next match. Truth be told, Yuna didn't think that Temari would actually fight Gaara, but a few minutes of rest would do wonders, especially for Naruto. Hinata on the other hand had her chakra reserves filled up to a decent degree by Yuna while she was being kissed. If someone were to ask Yuna, she would boldly claim that mouth-to-mouth is the best method to share Kurama's chakra with someone. What she wouldn't tell anyone was, that, best, in this case meant that it was the method Yuna enjoyed the most. A few moments later, a new proctor was chosen. He goes by the name of Namishi Rado and immediately announced the next match. Temari, however, did exactly what Yuna expected her to do and immediately forfeited the match against Gaara. Since Temari forfeited the match, Gaara of the Desert won by default and it is now time for the last round to begin. The contestants are Gaara of the Desert against Yuna Uzumaki Nami. Before he could finish his announcement, he choked on the name he was about to read and looked at Hiruzen in disbelief. Yuna, meanwhile, had a smirk on her face. Hee, it's finally time, Naruto. Stay vigilant. Hee, of course, Nei-san. The smirk on Naruto's face mimicked Yuna's and grew even wider. And have fun. Yuna took out a pure white kunai that had an extra 4 spiky protrusions at the transition from handle to blade, causing it to look like a snowflake. I will. After she said that, she tossed the kunai into the middle of the arena, resulting in a thud that sounded much louder than it should have been from such a small weapon impacting the ground. A lot of Konoha's shinobi found that scene incredibly familiar, especially the current proctor, Namishi Rado, who was one of the 4th Hokage's personal guards. Although he gave the kunai that landed close to him a glance, his eyes were still on Hiruzen. Hiruzen, meanwhile, could feel the typical Yuna headache kick in again. This damn girl really is relentless. Can't she, just once, do something the normal way? I allowed her to reveal who her parents were in case she reached the finale, but where in the world did she get the flying thunder god technique? Wait a moment. Is that what I gave her for the book? Whatever, if someone asks, I will pretend like I knew what I was doing. Hiruzen gave a nod of acknowledgement to Namishi, causing him to avert his eyes from Hiruzen and look at the kunai with a smirk on his face. As the personal guard of the 4th Hokage, he, naturally, knew Yuna's real identity and he couldn't help himself but be happy about Yuna actually knowing this jutsu as well, so he quickly resumed his announcement. Versus Yuna Uzumaki Namikaze, eldest daughter of the deceased 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yuna appeared inside the arena in a red and blue flash with the snowflake-shaped kunai in her hand. And crown princess of the newly re-established Uzumaki clan. 4 ice blue chains burst out of Yuna's back, revealing themselves to the world. Additionally, most of the arena was still frozen, while Yuna was still wearing her ice diadem. This, combined with the golden Uzumaki symbol on her back and her aloof expression caused her to project a regal demeanor that put pressure on the crowd. A while later, the crowd woke up from their stupor and it immediately became loud inside the stadium. No way, that demon is the daughter of Fourth Sama. There is no way that is true. That demon is royalty. Huh, it's the princess, you know. She even has the chains, you know. Our Uzumaki clan will rise again, you know. We can finally stop hiding, you know. Yuna could feel her eyebrow twitch a little after hearing that word tick over and over, but there really wasn't anything she could do about that, except for keeping up the dignified act. Gaara on the other hand had finally reached his melting point. So far, every time he got the chance to finally kill someone, that opponent gave up instantly. Now, however, he finally has the chance to kill someone. He has waited long enough. Without a single word, his sand turned into shuriken and flew at Yuna. Yuna, naturally, noticed Gaara's mental state and was ready for the attack. Without moving a finger, one of her chains shot forwards and knocked the sand shuriken out of the air while simultaneously turning them into ice blocks. Haha, have you finally snapped? Fine, come. You are strong, killing you will prove my existence. Yes, yes, of course. This time, instead of creating a few sand shuriken, Gaara gathered a massive amount of sand and sent it crashing towards Yuna. Yuna's chains started moving yet again. This time they drew a massive seal in midair and as soon as the sand wave collided with that seal, it slumped harmlessly to the ground. Hee, this seal negates the momentum of an object. Good stuff, right? Yuna could feel that the ground she was standing on was slowly turning into sand, so one of her chains pierced into it, freezing it solid. Oh my, that is quite the dangerous sneak attack. Oh well, won't work against me. Mother wants to drink your blood. Seems like your mother is quite thirsty. God damn it. Was that necessary? That picture will stay in my mind forever. Sorry, that just slipped out by accident. Another wave of sand approached Yuna, this time, instead of using a seal, two of her chains slashed downwards, tearing a deep frozen gash in the wave, causing it to harmlessly pass by Yuna. Simultaneously, the remaining two chains pierced towards Gaara. Just when the first one was about to hit him, a shield of sand rose and blocked it, however, this also caused the part of the shield that was hit to turn into an ice block, making it much easier for the second chain to slip through the defense and hit Gaara squarely in the stomach, sending him flying into a wall. If your mother wants to drink my juices, she needs to work harder than that. Could you stop it? Gaara walked out of the hole he just produced with an insane smile on his face, his grin was almost splitting his face in half. The place where Yuna's chain hit him was frozen, but moments later it easily flaked off, revealing that Gaara was completely covered in protective sand armor. Asterisk whistle, full body condom, How responsible. Seriously, could you stop it? Okay, I will stop now. One of Gaara's hands, meanwhile, had turned into a huge monster claw made out of sand that had dark blue markings all over it. This time, instead of using sand, Gaara actually charged at Yuna with his monster hand while cackling with madness. Two of Yuna's chains caught the hand, while the other two smashed into Gaara's stomach, sending him flying again. What are you even doing? You clearly have no experience in close combat. You think just having more physical strength is enough? I will kill. I will enjoy killing you. Die. Gaara's other hand turned into a monster hand as well, and he catapulted himself at Yuna. Mid-flight, he also grew a tail entirely made of sand. Two of Yuna's chains entangled one arm each, while she simply dodged the swipe of Gaara's sand tail and smashed her knee into his stomach, sending Gaara tumbling backward. Just when Yuna was about to provoke Gaara some more, feathers started to fall from the sky and she could feel a genjutsu trying to make her sleep. She cancelled the influence the genjutsu had on her instantly and noticed that Gaara has enclosed himself into a cocoon of sand. Seems like the fun is about to begin, and it is on a much bigger scale than I expected it to be. Chapter 116, Start of the Invasion. Yuna scanned the arena and noticed that all the civilians and quite a lot of genin fell asleep due to the genjutsu. Next, she looked towards the Hokage stands, which caused her eyebrow to twitch in irritation. Seriously? Orochimaru disguised himself as the Kazekage? The old man was sitting right next to him the whole time. How did he not notice that? I thought for sure that Orochimaru wanted to fish in muddied waters and abduct Sasuke, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Does he want to destroy Konoha? Isn't he being a little too delusional? Moments later, Naruto and Hinata landed next to Yuna, while simultaneously, Gaara's cocoon started to crack. Although Yuna wasn't certain whether Gaara would run amok or not, she had certainly prepared for the possibility. Uzumaki clan. Prepare the seals. 8 seals that were placed around the bottom of the spectator stands were activated by one member of the Uzumaki clan each. A blue dome of chakra was created over the arena. Although it wasn't visible from the outside, this actually enlarged the inside of the barrier quite a bit. Shikaku was, after all, already bigger than the stadium when he was at his full size. Next, the 4-man teams that were coincidentally, and certainly not due to bribery, seated near those seals, activated their own seals and enclosed themselves and the person controlling the first seal in a much smaller blue globe, so they wouldn't be interrupted. Yuna saw the perfect execution of the plan and nodded in approval. Containing the rampaging Ichibi should earn the Uzumaki clan quite a bit of goodwill. This should make the re-establishment process much smoother. Hinata, grab some strong people from the Uzumaki clan and help defend Konoha. There is no way the invaders are only in this stadium. You should be able to find them rather quickly with your Byakugan. Yes. Good luck, Yuna, Naruto. Hinata gave Yuna a quick kiss and then made her way towards the spectator stands to gather a few Uzumaki clan members. Although Hinata was a little embarrassed that they were already treating her as Yuna's wife, she was also a little happy about that. Naruto, I want you tea. Before Yuna could finish her sentence, her head snapped towards the top of the arena. Yuna widened her eyes in surprise due to what she saw there. No way is th. It's that Hashirama bastard. Let's get up there. Let's grind that bastard to dust. Calm down, Kurama. If that is what you want, I will, naturally, oblige. Seems like today is your lucky day, Naruto. You can have Shikaku. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, but when he looked where Yuna was previously looking, an annoyed pout appeared on his face. No need to pout, I can give your Kurama the memory of beating Hashirama up after this is over. Naruto seemed to ponder about something, before nodding his head in agreement. Fine, Kurama agreed, but he isn't happy about it. There is nothing I can do about that. Good luck, Naruto. Yeah, good luck, Nei-san. Yuna left for the top of the stadium, while Naruto stood in front of Shikaku, who has finally grown to his full size with a smirk. The giant Shikaku waved his hand, and a massive amount of sand was shot at Naruto. Naruto frowned a little and simply substituted himself with one of the numerous ice blocks that were still spread through the whole arena. Somehow I don't think Shikaku is in control. There is no way he would make such a clumsy attack. I agree. Seems like the way Shikaku is sealed inside Gaara is a little different. That dims down the excitement a little, but whatever. I wonder how I should handle this. That little bit of downtime helped me get back some of my chakra, but I'm still relatively low. Although I don't like fighting like that, I guess I should try to preserve as much chakra as possible and slowly dwindle Gaara down. A mischievous smile appeared on Naruto's face. As if. Kuchios no Jutsu. A toad that was as massive as Shikaku appeared inside the arena, shocking quite a few of the nearby shinobi. Konoha's shinobi were, naturally, elated when they saw the giant toad. They thought that Jiraiya was here, but they were truly shocked, when instead of Jiraiya, Naruto stood on the giant toad's head. Yo boss, I hope you are ready for a good workout. Gamabunta, who was just summoned by Naruto, couldn't help but be annoyed when he saw Shikaku. What the hell, brat? I don't mind helping you, but couldn't you have chosen an easier target? Sorry. How about I get you some good booze as compensation? Ha ha ha, very good brat. You sure know me well. Let's drink together when this is over. Naruto could only smile wryly and nod his head. Well, it was rather chaotic the last time, but in the end, everything turned out fine. It shouldn't be a problem to drink again, right? While Naruto was preparing to fight the transformed Gaara, Yuna made her way up to the top of the stadium. On the way, she met Anko, who was busy slaughtering a bunch of Oto shinobi. As soon as Anko heard what Yuna was planning, she happily decided to follow her. Moments later, they reached the top and saw two ANBU who were standing in front of the barrier that trapped Hiruzen without doing anything. What the hell are these two doing? Live commentary? Stop, what are you doing up here? Yuna couldn't help but roll her eyes. Seriously, what are these two doing here? I saw the old man trapped inside a barrier with more enemies than he could handle, so I thought that I might as well open up a door into it to help out. Before one of the two ANBU could answer her, one of the four people started to speak. Hee, big words. Unfortunately, this, for Violet Flame's formation, is impossible to break from the outside unless you use overwhelming force, which would put your beloved Hokage in danger. So, all you can do is obediently sit there and wait. Yet again, Yuna rolled her eyes and approached the barrier. Supreme Uzumaki style, unsealing art. Kidamaru, the person who just spoke to Yuna, couldn't help but tense up a little when he heard that it was an Uzumaki technique. After all, the Uzumaki were known for their powerful seals. He was no longer absolutely certain that the seal wouldn't be broken. I don't give a shit about that kick, Jutsu. Yuna casually kicked against the barrier, causing an awkward silence to descend on the area. One of the ANBU was just about to get angry at Yuna when slight ripples appeared on the barrier and moments later a small entrance was created. She entered it and stood in front of a second barrier. She decided not to play around this time, so she only poked it a few times with her finger to open up another entrance. Well, let's go. I suggest we leave the barriers intact for now since Konoha would take heavy damage otherwise. After saying that, she casually strolled inside, closely followed by Anko, who didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest at how easily Yuna opened up a path. Although it took the two ANBU a while to regain their wits when they did, they quickly passed through the first barrier as well. After passing through it, they could have easily attacked the four people keeping the barriers up, but after a while of thinking about it, they agreed to what Yuna just said. Having a Kage-level battle in the middle of Konoha would have devastating consequences. The Sound Four, meanwhile, were looking at the two holes inside their barriers completely dumbfounded. What were they even supposed to do now? Was there even a point to keeping the barriers going? They, however, sighed in relief when the two holes closed themselves on their own after a few moments of waiting. While approaching the four people who were currently having a standoff, a wide smile appeared on Yuna's face. You two can have the second Hokage. Anko, go have some fun with Orochimaru. I will take the first. At first, the ANBU wanted to say something about Yuna casually giving them orders, but when they felt the overbearing pressure oozing not only out of Yuna but Anko as well and saw the battle-thirsty grin on both of their faces, they quickly forgot that idea. Chapter 117, Yuna's Message for Hashirama. Yo, old man. You look like you are having a bad time. Yuna. Huh, the one and only. Hiruzen looked at the four people approaching him in surprise. Truth be told, he was rather relieved that he got some support. Although the first and second Hokage's strength is very far away from their prime, Orochimaru alone would have already been a huge challenge for Hiruzen. On the other hand, this fight would be very dangerous, especially due to Hashirama's powerful wood release, so he would rather prevent other people from being dragged into it. Orochimaru, meanwhile, was surprised that someone managed to get inside the barrier. He quickly gave the barrier surrounding them a glance, but couldn't find anything wrong with it. Hee, I knew you were a pretty *ed up dude, Orochimaru, but no, you even came up with a method to summon the dead. After Yuna said that, an awkward silence descended between the people present, causing Yuna to tilt her head in confusion. Before she could ask what was going on, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, started to speak. Asterisk cough asterisk I am the one that developed that jutsu. Anyway, as I was saying, only a real genius could come up with something this F asterisk edu, asterisk cough asterisk amazing. Haha, this little girl sure has a sharp tongue, doesn't she, Tobarama? But still, you shouldn't be here, this is not a fight you can participate in, little girl. Hehe, first of all, the name is Yuna Uzumaki and I am actually here for you, Hashirama. I have got a message for you. Hashirama tilted his head in confusion. A message? For me? Yup, here it comes. Yuna's facial features changed. Her pupils became red, while her whole face became more savage and her whiskers became more pronounced. Yuna started speaking again, but this time her voice sounded much deeper than previously. Hashirama, you bastard, I can finally get some revenge. I will tear you to shreds for what you have done. Everyone, except for Anko, looked at Yuna in bewilderment. The first one to regain his bearing was Hashirama. Was that, the Kyuubi? Yup. Seems like he doesn't like you very much. Not too surprising, considering that you are responsible for him and his siblings being imprisoned for almost 100 years. Oh well, he said I can have as much chakra as I want as long as I use it to kick your ass, so how about we get this started? Cuckoo, indeed. You four being here won't make much of a difference. Or rather this might be a good chance for me. I can't wait to dissect you and find out why you can use ice style. The moment Orochimaru finished talking, Hashirama started to go through hand signs and started speaking at the same time. Careful, I am going to use wood style. When Hashirama said that, everyone took some distance from him except for Yuna. She boldly stepped forwards and clapped her hands together. A red chakra cloak that had 3 tails appeared around her. Ha ha ha, wood style. Let me experience it. Wood style, forest genesis. Ice style, majestic heavenly glacier creation. From Hashirama's side, massive trees started growing out of the ground at an insane speed. On Yuna's side, instead of trees, gigantic masses of ice were created. When the two jutsu met, the massive trees were frozen solid just to break free from the ice and be frozen yet again. The two jutsu clashed for quite a while, and when the clash was over, one half of the battlefield was overgrown with trees, while the other turned into a frozen tundra. Seeing that his jutsu was actually blocked, Hashirama couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Amazing. There is actually someone in the younger generation who see a smack boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Yuna appeared before him and smashed her fist into his face and sent him flying. Joyful laughter escaped Yuna's mouth that was much deeper than her usual voice. Ha ha ha, that felt great. I wanna punch him some more. Let's go, Yuna. Then, she switched back to her normal voice. Ha ha ha, you can do more than that, right, Hashirama? This will be a lot of fun. 3 chains burst out of Yuna's back and combined themselves with 1 tail each, causing her tails to be layered in a thin layer of ice. Without another word, Yuna shot toward Hashirama, her 3 tails swishing around menacingly, while her laughter would occasionally switch its pitch from male-sounding to female-sounding. Seeing Yuna happily rampaging around, Anko couldn't help but chuckle a little, which caused Hiruzen to glare at her. You knew about her strength, didn't you? Of course not. After hearing Anko's obvious lie, Hiruzen's glare intensified even further, but he decided not to say anything about that for now. Anko, meanwhile, was smirking at Orochimaru. Hehe, you might not know this, but I am the one that cut off your head when we fought inside the Forest of Death and I can't wait to do it again. After she said that, the skin around her eyes started to change color the same way Hinata's did, but instead of blue, it turned red. Hehe, let's see how close this can bring me to your level. Orochimaru's eyes widened when he saw the small change Anko went through. Why can she do that as well? I thought that the Hyuga girl had some kind of mutation, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It must be some kind of technique or jutsu then. I want it. I absolutely want to have it. Seeing the greed in Orochimaru's eyes, Anko chuckled again. I don't know exactly how outrageous this cultivation technique Yuna gave me is, but considering Orochimaru is almost drooling, it should be really good stuff. Not too surprising, I guess. Considering it's Yuna, it would be more surprising if it wasn't something outrageous. While Enko was preparing for her second fight against Orochimaru, Hinata assembled a small shinobi squad consisting of her and three Uzumaki clan members. All three of them called her Hinata-sama, which would take a while to get used to for Hinata, but there was nothing she could do about that right now. She had just exited the arena with her little squad when she saw the lone Hyuga girl that was left behind to spectate the matches, fighting against an Odo shinobi. Hinata's first instinct was to simply ignore her, but that felt wrong to her. As soon as Hinata started to pay more attention to her, however, Hinata noticed something rather curious. She is using the gentle fist, but she has clearly learned a different combat style as well and probably doesn't want to show it in public. I have spent quite a while studying the gentle style to make it easier to bully, defeat Niji, so I can see the small differences in style rather easily. Additionally, she is quite strong as well. She probably could match Niji in strength. Oh well, not my problem. A small bubble of water gathered on the tip of Hinata's finger and shot towards the Odo shinobi, piercing through his chest and into his heart, dealing a lethal blow. The Hyuga girl was surprised when something suddenly pierced through her opponent's chest, but after searching around with her Byakugan for a short moment, she noticed Hinata. Hinata half expected the girl to glare at her. After all, Hinata had piled quite a bit of shame onto the Hyuga clan today. To her surprise, however, the girl gave her a thankful bow, which Hinata answered with a nod of her head. How curious. She seems to be a little different from the usual Hyuga. Well, I don't really have time to play around. Let's keep going. I found a group of Suna shinobi. Yes, Hinata-sama. Ugh, this will take some time to get used to. Chapter 118, A Fight Between Angel and Devil. Enko and Hiruzen were currently standing next to each other, while Orochimaru stood in front of them. Seeing Orochimaru's eyes greedily looking at her, Enko could only chuckle. Hee, did you get captivated by my body? I didn't know you had any interest in women. Although Orochimaru's eyebrow twitched a little, he still answered Enko with a small chuckle. Kukuku, rather than women, I have much more interest in your body in general. How can you absorb natural energy without standing still? That should be impossible. That Hyuga girl did the same. Is it a special jutsu? Or maybe a seal? Huh, she is no longer a Hyuga, you know. Please pay attention properly. Additionally, I can tell you if you want, it is. Orochimaru's eyes widened a little. He did not expect Enko to just tell him the secret. Hiruzen on the other hand panicked a little. Whatever the secret was, he certainly didn't want Orochimaru to know about it. He was just about to stop Enko when... The power of love. He almost face-planted into the ground. Although Orochimaru didn't show much of a reaction, his eyebrows still twitched in irritation, showing that he certainly wasn't happy with that explanation either. Seeing the irritated looks on Hiruzen and Orochimaru, Enko couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Gotcha. Orochimaru clicked his tongue in irritation and started to weave seals with his hands. Fine, I will just take the secret from your corpse then, and if that fails, there is still the Hyuga girl to experiment on. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Enko glanced at Hiruzen who stood next to her and gave him a nod. She quickly went through the same hand seals Orochimaru just used and countered his jutsu with her own. Although she could tell that she would lose this contest of strength in the long run, it was only necessary to block Orochimaru for a short time. She was, after all, not alone. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bomb. Multiple dragons made out of fire shot past the clashing snakes and directly flew at Orochimaru. Orochimaru dodged the first few and, while dodging, started to go through a few hand seals again and created a wall of water to block the last few dragons. However, as soon as the water wall blocked the last dragon and disappeared, a horde of snakes appeared, and dozens of them bit into Orochimaru. Enko knew that there was no way that such a basic attack would actually hit Orochimaru, so she wasn't surprised in the slightest when Orochimaru turned into multiple snakes and reappeared in his initial position. Anko couldn't help but glance at Hiruzen and frown a little. Why did the old man use such a weak jutsu just now? I could have held Orochimaru back a while longer, and the old man was clearly aware of that. He could have easily used that time to fire off a stronger jutsu, but didn't. Why? Anko gave Hiruzen another glance and coincidentally met eyes with him. I see, after everything that happened, he is still unwilling to kill his own student, huh? Good thing Yuna already told me about his weak point. A smirk appeared on Anko's face that sent shivers through Hiruzen's whole body. For some reason, that smirk feels rather familiar. And I can, for some reason, feel a headache creeping up on me. Ugh, I wanna retire. Hee, old man, I heard you made a rather interesting trade with Yuna a while ago. How about we make a little deal ourselves? Orochimaru was just about to continue his attack when Anko started speaking. He couldn't help but be slightly curious what kind of deal was made. Especially if Yuna was involved. The fact that Hiruzen apparently doesn't want to talk about it made him even more curious. Hiruzen, on the other hand, had no idea what to say, and neither did he know what Anko wanted to achieve. Although Hiruzen hasn't answered her yet, Anko continued to speak anyway. How about this? If you seriously go for the kill, I will organize the second one in the same condition for you. Hiruzen's breathing stopped for a moment when he heard this, and his eyes shone with excitement. He wanted to agree immediately, but before he could do so, a small white angel seemed to have landed on his shoulder and started to speak. You can't kill your student just because you will get a book that you want as payment. Hiruzen nodded his head. That is true. Although I really want it, there is no way I can kill my student for it. Just when he was about to reject the offer, a red devil landed on his other shoulder. Isn't it fine? Orochimaru has done a lot of evil things. There should be no problem killing him. You really want that book, don't you? Wouldn't it look absolutely amazing to have both books enshrined next to each other with matching signatures? Hiruzen nodded his head and glanced at the devil. He noticed that it looked very similar to Yuna, which somehow didn't surprise him. That is true. He has done all kinds of inhuman experiments. I should just kill him. Just when he was about to accept the deal, the angel started speaking again. Is that really fine? Although he might have done a lot of evil, is killing your student for a book really oh? Before the angel could finish speaking, the devil interrupted him. Then let's just kill him for the sake of Konoha. Both the angel and Hiruzen looked at the devil in surprise. A wide smile appeared on its face that sent shivers through Hiruzen's spine. Hee, we kill him for the sake of Konoha. We will get the book, yes. But that wouldn't have been the reason we killed him. It is just a little bonus. Isn't it fine for a shinobi to accept some bonus for a job well done? Hiruzen and the angel were enlightened by that and quickly nodded in agreement. Let's do it. It's for Konoha's sake, after all. Hee, that's right. Orochimaru and Anko, meanwhile, gave Hiruzen a weirded out look. Hiruzen's expression was constantly changing while his eyes were wandering from left to right and back again. Orochimaru was truly curious about what kind of deal Anko offered him. She, unfortunately, said it in a way that he couldn't understand the real meaning behind it. It must be something incredibly important for Sensei to fall this deep in thought about it. She said, the second one in the same condition, is it about a weapon? Something like a pair of swords that get stronger when used together. Now that I think about it, it seems like the Uzumaki clan has been stealthily gathered inside Konoha. Considering they accepted Yuna as a princess, this might involve some powerful seal the Uzumaki clan possesses. Unfortunately for Anko, Sensei is way too soft to kill his student for a powerful weapon or seal. To Orochimaru's surprise, however, when Hiruzen finished his inner debate and looked at him, there was steel-like determination inside them. Simultaneously, Hiruzen's killing intent flared out and crashed into Orochimaru, who couldn't help but be shocked. I am sorry, Orochimaru. You have done so many bad things, I have no other choice but to kill you for the sake of the village. You are simply too dangerous to be left alive. Orochimaru looked at his sensei completely dumbfounded. Although his words sounded righteous, Orochimaru was very skilled at reading people and could immediately tell that there was quite a bit of greed in Hiruzen's eyes. What in the world did Anko offer him? Anko, meanwhile, couldn't help but chuckle a little when she saw Orochimaru's bewildered expression. She knew exactly what kinds of thoughts he was currently having and, truth be told, she really wanted to see what his face would look like when she told him what kind of thing she had offered Hiruzen. It would probably be hilarious to straight up tell him. Won't he die of anger if he finds out that the old man is willing to kill him for a love story? Well, I won't tell him though. I feel like that might overstep the old man's bottom line. Although it took Orochimaru a while to regain his bearing, when he did, he couldn't help but chuckle. Kukuku, good. Very good. Seems like even you can become heartless if it is about acquiring a powerful weapon, sensei. Fine, it doesn't matter. I came here to kill you today and that is exactly what I will do. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and pulled out a double-edged sword, the sword of Kusanagi, out of it. Hiruzen had no idea what weapon Orochimaru was talking about, but he went through the hand seals of the summoning jutsu to summon the Monkey King Enma, anyway. Only his adamantine staff transformation could deal with the sword of Kusanagi. Anko, meanwhile, felt a little left out. She wasn't sure why, but she felt that she shouldn't interfere in this fight. At first, she wasn't sure what to do, but moments later, two ANBUs sailed past her and crashed into the ground, which somewhat answered that question. Guess I will go play with the second Hokage instead. Oh well, that's fine as well. Chapter 119, Anko vs. Tobirama. Anko approached the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, with a smile on her face. Hee, what a wild day. Who would have thought that I would be fighting the second Hokage today? Indeed, I also didn't expect that I would be fighting against Konoha Shinobi one day. And it is even due to the jutsu I created. I hope you can stop me properly. I would rather not be responsible for killing any of Konoha's shinobi. Well, you are clearly not in your peak condition and I am rather used to fighting against someone with the water style, so I will manage somehow. In the worst case, I can just try to stall you long enough for Yuna to finish her fight. Tobirama took a look at the fight Anko was talking about and really didn't know what to say about it. Ice and trees were constantly pushing each other back and forth, while explosions could be heard, occasionally. He could only shake his head and put his focus back on Anko. I really wonder where that monster came from, but since she is part of Konoha I can't comp. Careful, a jutsu is coming. In the middle of his sentence, Tobirama felt that his body started to move without any input from his side. He started forming hand signs at an insane speed and moments later, shot a massive amount of water that formed itself into a massive dragon at Anko. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Anko clicked her tongue when she saw the massive dragon approach her and started weaving hand seals as well. Earth style, rock shelter. As soon as the half-sphere of rock surrounded her completely, Anko went through the same hand seals 2 more times to thicken the half-sphere even further, and moments later, the water dragon smashed into Anko's defense. Hearing the loud rumbling from the dragon crashing into her earth wall, Anko could only be thankful that Yuna convinced her to learn a few basic earth jutsu. There is no way she could have blocked that attack with her fire jutsu or her snakes, after all. She didn't wait idly for the jutsu to pass and instead used the time to use the earth-style, hidden mole jutsu, to burrow into the ground. She already had a pretty good idea what kind of jutsu would come next, so she waited and prepared her chakra for her counteroffensive. Moments later, a powerful jet of water hit her rock barrier and sliced it apart. I knew it. When confronted with an earth-style defense, Hinata always uses something to slice it apart, since it is the best method a water user has to break through it. If my assumption was wrong, I would have to use the chakra I have gathered for defense, but since I guessed right, I can use it for its intended purpose. As soon as the water jet had passed over her hiding place, Anko jumped out of it with her hands already doing the tiger hand seal. Fire style, fire annihilation. A massive wall of fire was shot at Tobirama, who was still not done with his previous jutsu. Seeing the wall of fire approaching him, Tobirama quickly interrupted the water style severing wave jutsu he was currently using, simply because he knew that a little bit of high-pressure water wouldn't help him against such a huge fire jutsu. He considered dodging the attack, but it was already too late for that. He could use a water jutsu to defend himself but decided not to bother with it. He was, after all, reanimated and wouldn't die anyway. Tobirama smirked a little when he noticed that his body actually obeyed that command. I see, as long as it isn't unreasonable, I can control my movements to some extent. Hastily creating a water jutsu might have been equally dangerous or even more dangerous than simply tanking the fire jutsu, so I could choose what to do. I hope my opponent, I think it was Anko, can use this chance. The moment the fire jutsu passed him, the ground underneath Tobirama's still damaged body broke open and dozens of snakes shot out of it. Tobirama smirked again and jumped upwards. Although that dodged the snakes, he was now in midair without anywhere to go. Hee, how shameful. It seems like this jutsu of mine is rather flawed. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Yet again, a massive number of snakes flooded the battlefield and shot towards Tobirama. Tobirama could feel the control over his body dwindle and he could only click his tongue in annoyance. He had already seen that move previously, so he knew how to counter it. His hand started moving to prepare the next jutsu to get rid of the snakes, but just when he was about to shoot it, the first snake reached him and bit his leg. Tobirama ignored it at first, but to his surprise, his chakra was slightly disturbed while the snake was biting him. He looked at the approaching snakes and noticed that quite a few of them actually had seals on them. Before he could react, the second and third snake had reached him as well, disturbing his chakra even further. As more and more snakes bit into him, the flow of his chakra became messier and messier. Anko, meanwhile, looked rather exhausted and was breathing heavy, but still had a smirk on her face. Oops, I accidentally said the wrong name. What I wanted to say was, 1,000 sealing snakes, hee. Oh yeah, thanks for the support during the fight. Without you making weird decisions I couldn't have done it. Tobirama nodded towards Anko in acknowledgement. He, naturally, didn't mind being tricked with the jutsu name. Or rather, he approved of such a tactic. In his opinion, being a shinobi is all about information warfare and Anko demonstrated that she clearly knew what she was doing. Despite me helping you out during the fight, that was still very well executed. With people like you in Konoha, there is no need to fear for its future. Additionally, I see a lot of potential in whatever method you use to absorb natural energy. I suggest you put more focus into developing that. Natural energy can grant an incredible boost in pretty much every aspect and being able to use it instantly erases its greatest weakness. To be praised by the second Hokage himself, what an honor. As for the method I use to absorb natural energy, I only started learning it a month ago, so there, naturally, is still quite a bit to learn about it. Although Tobirama was slightly surprised that Anko has only been using that technique for a month, he still nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you should seal me properly now. This jutsu won't be able to hold me forever. Anko nodded her head and pulled a sealing tag out of one of her weapon holsters. Tobirama couldn't help but marvel at its complexity. Where did you find such a complex sealing tag and why are you carrying it around so casually? That thing should be incredibly expensive and hard to make, right? Anko could only look weirdly at Tobirama. Hard to make? Expensive? Yuna casually handed me a few dozen of them while saying, in case you need to seal something. Now that I think about it more closely, they probably are very expensive, huh? After all, Yuna made them. Who knows what kind of ridiculous features these things have? Oh well, who cares? Well, I have no clue about how hard it is to make or what it costs since Yuna made it and gave it to me for free. Yuna? That madwoman over there that is beating up my brother while laughing with two different voices? She made it? Hey, no need to look at me like I am an idiot, okay? She might not look the part right now, but when she isn't fighting, she is very intelligent. It's just that as soon she has to fight someone that interests her, well, you can see what happens. Another bout of crazy laughter echoed out of the frozen forest where Yuna was fighting, but Tobirama decided that he would just ignore that. Whatever, seal me already. Okay, okay. Anko approached Tobarama and put the seal on his chest. Tobarama was just about to tell Anko that it would be more efficient to put the seal on his head when massive amounts of seals exploded out of the sealing tag and surrounded Tobarama instantly. Tobarama's eyes widened when he saw how fast the seal was taking effect. Ridicule. That was all he could say before he was sealed away, and all that remained of him was a small token on the ground that had Seal ID 004 written on it. Anko gave the token a weird look and took out a small box that Yuna had given to her together with the seals. At first, she had no idea what she was supposed to do with it, but now she knew. She picked up the token and placed it into the box. There was actually a designated place that had 004 written over it and even a bit of space to write down what was actually sealed inside the token. Only now did Anko notice that the box should have around the same number of slots for tokens as seals she had been given. Seriously, how does she find the time to build something like this? We spend pretty much the whole day together, but she still manages to pull out all kinds of trinkets. Anyway, I am pretty close to the limit, but I guess I should at least see how the old man is doing against Orochimaru. Maybe I can sneak in and stealthily cut off Orochimaru's head. That would be rather satisfying. Chapter 120, Yuna vs. Hashirama. Hashirama was currently having a rather bad time. He ducked down, avoiding another powerful punch. He counterattacked with a punch on his own, but his fist was blocked by an ice-coated chain while another one smacked him in the face, sending him flying. Ha ha ha, what the hell is this? I thought hitting you would become boring after a while, but no matter how often I do it, it's always fun. No, I feel like it gets even more fun after every hit. Ha ha ha, as expected, fighting the first Hokage sure is fun. Come on, more. You still have more cards in your sleeve, don't you? Truth be told, Hashirama never put much time into his close combat capability. There was simply no need for it, after all. His body was incredibly strong from birth and he could easily overpower his opponents with his wood style. He never required hand-to-hand combat during his fights. Additionally, he couldn't help but feel unnerved by Yuna, who was constantly switching between personalities. What weirded him out the most, however, was that the Kyuubi seemed to be the more rational personality. Wood style, deep forest bloom. Yet again, massive trees started to emerge from the ground, but this time massive flowers started appearing as well and began spreading invisible pollen over the battlefield. Ha ha ha, that's a new one. Let's see what it can do. Yuna's three tails started to rampage around, tearing everything around them apart. Usually, a Bijuu's chakra would be easily suppressed by the wood style, but due to Yuna coating the tail in her ice, there was no such problem. Moments later, Yuna could feel some kind of poison enter her mouth, but she simply gathered it with her chakra, froze it, and then spat out a small ball of ice that contained the poison. Hee hee, even poison, huh? Wood style sure can do a lot. Yeah, whatever. We haven't punched him for a while now. Get going already. Hashirama could only lament his fate when he saw Yuna charging at him again. He might have infinite chakra due to being reanimated, but it still took some time to gather the necessary amount to use strong jutsu. Weaker ones wouldn't even faze Yuna, so his only choice was using large-scale ones, which took a long time to prepare. 2 hands and 3 tails descended onto Hashirama, and he already knew he couldn't do much about it. Yuna was clearly more skilled in taijutsu than him, and it certainly didn't help that she had 3 extra hands either. Yet again, he was sent flying, which was followed by the happy laughter of 2 different voices. Hashirama stood up and could only smile wryly at the happily laughing Yuna. You do realize that I am currently immortal and that the damage your attacks are dealing to me is regenerated instantly, right? Yuna's laughter stopped and she shrugged her shoulder. Of course I know about that, but the Kyuubi is enjoying punching you so much that I thought I should at least give him his money's worth, chakra's worth. That's right. Be obedient and let me punch you some more. That's the best way for me to relax after Yuna put me through all those ridiculous situations. Hashirama could feel his eyebrow twitch a little. He wasn't sure why, but for some reason, he felt like the Kyuubi was a little pitiful. he quickly shoved that thought away and labeled it as nonsense. There is no way that is true after all. I am not sure how I am supposed to answer that, but aren't you worried about the other fights? Even if Tobirama's strength is restricted due to being reanimated, I don't think those two ANBU can defeat him. Yuna only shrugged when she heard that. That is correct. Or to be more precise, those two already got defeated a while ago. Hashirama's eyes widened when he heard that. Then why are you still playing around? If you have a method to seal me, then do so quickly. Yuna, however, only shrugged her shoulders again and chuckled a little. Hee, no need for that. Enko is currently taking him on. She should be fine. Should be fine? That doesn't sound very convincing. Wait. How do you even know that? What kind of insane censor are you? Hee, who know, oh. Tobirama just got sealed away. As expected, Enko managed to do it. Oh? That woman managed to seal him? Seems like Tobirama has been slacking, ha ha ha. Seeing Hashirama suddenly laugh out loud, Yuna was a little surprised. What the hell, he suddenly started laughing. Is his head alright? You are really not someone that should comment too much about whether someone is alright in the head or not. As for your question, I don't know too much about him, considering I was sealed most of the time, but as far as I know, that guy was always a weirdo, oh Thailand bot epsilon. Oh? He is always depicted as stoic and stern. Guess they changed his personality to make him look more imposing and awe-inspiring. Guess I shouldn't be surprised about that. However, he is somewhat right. I should finish this. I am pretty close to running out of steam. Yeah, I noticed. Too bad, I would have liked to get a few more punches in. Well, we had a lot of fun, but I decided to end this. As soon as Hashirama heard that, his body automatically became battle-ready. Oh? It is good that you changed your jutsu incoming. Hashirama clapped his hands together and started gathering chakra. Wood style. However, Yuna snapped her finger and the whole area lit up in seals. Every single one of them was hidden and protected under a thin layer of ice. Hashirama's eyes widened when he saw the seals that were placed all around the battlefield and was even more surprised when his body completely froze up after they activated. Rather than paralyzing his body, however, it felt like when his body was controlled with the Edo Tensei, but instead of fighting automatically, it told him not to move his body. You took control of the Edo Tensei? Edo Tensei? Is that what this reanimation stuff is called? As for your question, not really. All I did is stop you from moving. Instead of your body fighting on its own, it is now given the order to stand still without moving. Took me a while to figure it out, but here we go, hee. Hashirama nodded in acknowledgement. Although I have no idea how you did it, it is still very impressive. Well done. Of course. Now it is time to properly seal you away. After saying that, Yuna started to rummage through her pockets and pulled out a scroll. Indeed, you should hurry up. Even if Tobirama got deaf, why did you take out a cake? Yuna looked at the cake she just unsealed out of the scroll and then looked at Hashirama with innocent eyes. Because I want to smack it into your face. Why? Yuna pondered for a moment and then nodded her head. It is somewhat of a tradition. What kind of trad? Splat. Gahahaha, that felt pretty great too. Hashirama was just about to scold Yuna for not taking the situation seriously when the remaining cake in his face started shining and seals started to crawl out of it and cover his whole body. What the foo? That was all he could say before all that remained of him was a small token that had Seal ID 001 written on it. Supreme Pranking Style Ultimate Sealing Technique, one cake to seal them all. Yuna nodded in approval at the name she just came up with. She could hear Kurama groan in her head, but wasn't sure what the problem was. She just shrugged her shoulder and assumed it was because he lost his punching bag. Chapter 121, Naruto vs. Gaara. Naruto stood atop Gamabunta's head and was looking at Gaara, who seemed to be growing out of Shikaku's head. How weird, Is Gaara in control, or is it Shikaku? Gamabunta jumped sideways with insane speed to dodge another massive wave of sand. Despite the high movement speed, Naruto stood firmly on Gamabunta's head. Damn brat, stop spouting nonsense and help me out, will ya? Hee, sorry, boss, but there isn't much I can do against those insane amounts of sand. Don't you have massive chakra reserves? Just shoot a bunch of jutsu and try to hit the kid standing on top of Shikaku. Sorry boss, but I am pretty much out of steam. Then why the hell did you summon me? Don't laugh. Another wave of sand approached them, which was yet again dodged by Gamabunta. Isn't it fine? You are dodging these pretty easily. Shit, just you wait until this fight is over, I will. Okay, calm down, boss. I am just kidding. How about you keeping dodging a little longer, while I put some wind chakra into your blade to make it sharper? Then you can just cut through this guy. Gamabunta clicked his tongue in annoyance but still agreed. The next few minutes, Gamabunta spent dodging around the arena, while Naruto tried to somehow get a proper wind chakra coating on Gamabunta's blade, which considering its size wasn't easy at all. Got it, boss. Without another word, Gamabunta evaded another sand wave, gripped the hilt of his sword, and lunged toward Shikaku's form. His sword cut upwards in one swift motion and easily cut off one of Shikaku's arms. Gamabunta couldn't help but be surprised by the sharpness of the sword. Not bad, kid, not bad at all. I pretty much felt no resistance while cutting off that arm. No prob. Naruto's words were interrupted when an earth-shaking roar echoed through the arena. Kill you. I will definitely kill you. I will show it to you. I will show you its true power. Feigning sleep technique. After he said that, he simply fell forward and stopped moving. Naruto could only look at that in confusion. Did he just fall asleep? What the hell? Gamabunta, however, lowered his stance and prepared for battle. Be careful. Now that the host is asleep, Shikaku will be able to take control. This will make things much harder for us. Naruto widened his eyes and quickly got ready for battle as well. For now, he didn't use any of Kurama's chakra, since using it right now would put quite the burden on his body due to his already exhausted state. And moments later, Alpha Thailand bot. I am finally out. And there are even a lot of people for me to kill. Wind style, drilling air bullet. Seeing the massive air bullet flying towards him, Gamabunta clicked his tongue and quickly jumped upwards to dodge it. It smashed into the barrier that was created by the Uzumaki clan members and caused ripples to appear on the barrier for a few moments before it calmed down again. Shikaku, however, ignored that and instead focused on Gamabunta, who was in midair. He used the same jutsu for another 3 times, resulting in 3 very chakra-dense air bullets flying at the still airborne Gamabunta. Water style, liquid bullets. Gamabunta quickly gathered chakra of his own and fired 2 huge water bullets at the 3 incoming projectiles, causing them to detonate in midair. Naruto noticed earlier that Gamabunta wouldn't have enough time to block the 3rd one, so he started gathering chakra as well. A huge ball of swirling chakra appeared in his right hand while he jumped towards the 3rd wind bullet. Giant Rasengan. The 3rd wind bullet detonated as well and sent Naruto flying, but he was quickly caught by Gamabunta's tongue and placed back on the giant toad's head. Good job, kid. That could have been dangerous. No problem, boss. I assume we have to wake up the sleeping princess to win this? Probably. If I grab onto him, you should be able to jump on his head and wake him up. What do you think? Should work, but toads aren't exactly made to hold something. Will you be fine? Just help me transform into something with claws and it should work out. Naruto thought about it for a moment and then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. I have just the right transformation for that. Gamabunta swiftly dodged sideways, evading another wind bullet and then charged at Shikaku. Henge. A massive smoke cloud appeared and moments later an equally massive fox with 9 tails jumped out of it and sank its claws into Shikaku, giving Naruto a chance to jump on his head. As soon as he landed, he could feel that his feet were sinking into Shikaku's body, so Naruto quickly applied some chakra to them to prevent himself from sinking any further. As soon as he had stabilized himself, he jumped towards Gaara, to punch him in the face. Just before the punch could land, his hand was blocked by a wall of sand. "Giha, you didn't think it would be that easy, did you?" A sneer appeared on Naruto's face. "Of course, I didn't." Red bubbling chakra started to envelop Naruto. His fist, which was previously stuck into a wall of sand, easily pierced through it and smashed straight into Gaara's face, waking him up in the process. "No. Impossible. I just got out." "Shit." Gaara looked around with bewilderment in his eyes. He looked around and saw Naruto standing very close to him with red chakra cloaking his whole body. "Impossible. You defeated it." A vicious smirk appeared on Naruto's face. "That's right, and now it's time for you to be defeated as well." Gaara seemed to genuinely panic at that. "No. I can't be defeated. I need to win to prove my existence." Unfortunately for him, the moment he finished that sentence, Naruto appeared in front of him, with three tails furiously flailing behind him. Naruto's fist pierced through Gaara's sand barrier like it was made of paper and punched him in the face, causing the giant Shikaku underneath Gaara to shatter into pieces. "And I need to defeat you to protect my loved ones and secure the future of my clan." Gaara barely managed to shield himself with his sand before landing on the ground, but that was all he was currently capable of. After landing, he could no longer move and could only look at Naruto with hatred. "How could you be this strong? This is impossible. Protecting people. Why would you do that? Others are only there to be killed, to prove how strong you are." Seeing the mix of hatred and desperation inside Gaara's eyes, Naruto had a pretty good idea of what Gaara was going through. "I see, so this is what I would have become if Nasan wasn't there." "That is probably the case. Unlike you, who always had an unshakable pillar to rely on, he never had anything like that. Alone and hated for all his life, huh? Nasan will probably make fun of me if I try to help him." "I don't think she will. Now that I think about it, she probably won't, huh?" "That is easy to answer, Gaara. Only by protecting something can you show your true strength, and only by training with someone else can you reach your true potential." For a moment, Gaara simply looked at Naruto in disbelief. Moments later, however, he regathered his wits and started speaking again. "Aren't you like me? We both have a demon inside us, don't we? Friends. Family. Loved ones. How could they be important to you? Shouldn't everyone hate you? Just like me, you are a monster, after all." Seeing the hatred in Gaara's eyes shift to pure desperation, Naruto could only shake his head. "It seems like you have a little misunderstanding there. I don't have a demon sealed inside me." Gaara's eyes widened and he was just about to speak when Naruto cut him off. "The only thing I have inside me is a friend." Gaara's eyes widened even further when he heard that. "You befriended it?" "Yes. I befriended him." Naruto and Gaara kept eye contact for a long time, and the longer Gaara looked Naruto in the eyes, the more confused he became. Just when he was about to speak, however, Temari and Kankuro landed between him and Naruto. Temari had her fan in her hand, while Kakuro's puppet stood in front of him. They both looked at Naruto and the giant toad still standing behind him and couldn't help but shudder in pure terror, but still stood their ground. Seeing this, Naruto could only chuckle. "See, Gaara? Aren't there already two people you can call family? They are terrified out of their minds and yet they still want to protect you." Gaara looked at his two siblings with an intense gaze. This might have been the first time he has actually looked at them properly in a long time. Seeing how they desperately tried to protect him, Gaara's whole body instantly relaxed. For some reason, he felt much lighter than before. Even Shikaku's voice that would occasionally speak to him seemed to be much more endurable now. "Temari, Kankuro, this is our loss. Lay down your weapons, and thank you for trying to protect me." The two siblings looked at Gaara in total bewilderment, while Naruto couldn't help but laugh a little. Huh, now that you have a small family, how about we add a friend as well? Wanna become friends? Gaara, yet again, met eyes with Naruto, and after a short while, a calm smile appeared on his face. That would be nice. Chapter 122, End of the Invasion. Damn, yesterday my FIC was actually the fanfic with the most power stones for quite some time and even is in the top 30 of the overall power stone rankings right now. This, of course, pretty much doesn't mean anything considering this website decided to put fics with male and female protagonists in different categories, which results in nobody actually noticing it, but it's still pretty awesome. Thanks for all the support. Additionally, Hikari_Azuki drew some more fan art. This time in a completely different style and with his own OC Eris https://*pixiv.net/n/artwork/88951831. End of author note. Yuna took a deep breath and started scanning the stadium with her eyes. By now, this so-called invasion was pretty much over. Naruto has defeated Gaara and the Uzumaki clan members, who were responsible for creating the barrier, stopped supplying it with chakra, and instead started detaining the few remaining enemy shinobi with chakra-suppressing seals. Next, her eyes landed on Ino and Haku, who seemed to have teamed up with a few shinobi from Konoha. Although Yuna was pretty far away and couldn't be completely certain about it, it didn't look like they got any dangerous wounds. Yuna's eyes fell on the battle between Hiruzen and Orochimaru, which looked like it was over as well. Both of Orochimaru's hands were burned to a crisp, while Hiruzen seemed to have lost his left arm and seemed to be poisoned. Considering Anko just arrived on that battlefield, Orochimaru will probably run away. Since Anko is pretty low on steam as well, chasing him wouldn't be a good idea. Oh well, now that both his arms are in that state, his danger level has decreased quite a lot. You will pay for this. This isn't over yet. Whoa, that's some real cliché lines right there. Another one of these and I would have to demote him to a small-time criminal. Orochimaru, however, decided to not say anything else and fled with the 4 people that created the barrier in tow. I really want to hunt him down, but I am pretty much at my limit as well. If I push myself further, I will deal quite a bit of damage to myself, which isn't worth it. A few moments later, Anko approached Yuna with a smile on her face. Yo, as always you look like you can easily keep going. Just how much chakra and stamina do you have? Isn't this getting a little ridiculous? Yuna chuckled a little when she heard that. I am just good at acting. In fact, I will probably faint pretty soon. Anko looked at her in bewilderment. Faint? Why? You look completely fine. Mainly due to chakra exhaustion. As I already said, I am pretty good at acting, and since I have no physical injuries it makes pretending even easier. Anko was still looking at Yuna with some doubt while Yuna only chuckled a little. She could already feel her consciousness fading, but her strong will kept her standing. If she had to, she could still keep going, but since the fights were pretty much over, she saw no need for that. I will probably wake up in about 24 hours and will be completely fine, so no need to bring me to a hospital. Oh, and I would really appreciate it if you could catch me before I smash into the ground. Thanks. After saying that, Yuna let go of her consciousness and fell towards Anko. Anko was still completely bewildered but managed to catch Yuna safely, anyway. She looked at Yuna's sleeping face and could only chuckle. She can't even lose consciousness like a normal person, huh? 1 day has passed since the invasion attempt on Konoha. Overall, the whole incident ended in a resounding victory for Konoha. Not only were there barely any losses on Konoha's side, Konoha's shinobi even managed to capture the 3 children of the Kazekage, with one of them being a Jinchuriki. The greatest loss was, without a doubt, that the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lost an arm. This means that he would no longer be able to perform ninjutsu, which weakened him significantly. Additionally, rumors spread through Konoha that he was still very exhausted from the fight and that it would take a while for him to recover. Yuna, meanwhile, was lazily waking up from her long sleep. The first thing she noticed was that 2 people were lying next to her, which didn't surprise her too much. Then, her senses extended further and she noticed that they were apparently having two guests. Kakashi and Zabuza, huh? I wonder if Zabuza is giving Naruto a hard time concerning Haku. How are you, Kurama? No problems. Or rather, after punching Hashirama, I feel really refreshed. Ah, that's good. Feeling something stir next to her, Hinata slowly opened her eyes. When she saw that Yuna was awake and looking at her, a happy smile appeared on Hinata's face. Good morning, Yuna. Although it was clearly already afternoon, Yuna decided to not let that bother her. Good morning, Hinata. Hinata leaned forward and gave Yuna a kiss, which Yuna reciprocated. Is it just me or is it getting hot in here? While Yuna snickered a little at Enko's comment, Hinata started blushing, but still did not stop the kiss. Who? Someone is getting bolder, huh? This time, Hinata stopped the kiss and hugged Yuna to hide the redness in her face. Enko, on the other hand, approached and kissed Yuna as well. After going back and forth with the kisses for a while, they decided that they should get up. Yuna was pretty sure that Kakashi was here for a reason after all. After changing clothes, the trio went downstairs and as soon as they reached the living room on the ground floor, they could pretty much feel the tension in the air. Naruto and Zabuza were both standing and glaring at each other. Haku has apparently decided to blend into the background while Ino clearly had schadenfreude due to Haku's plight written all over her face. Kakashi, meanwhile, was casually drinking some tea, while looking like he wasn't even aware of the current situation. The trio greeted the few people that actually noticed their entrance and as soon as they sat down, Yuna whispered a question towards Kakashi. How long have these two been like that? Kakashi only shrugged his shoulders before answering. No clue. They were like that when I arrived 10 minutes ago. Yuna gave him an understanding nod before taking a sip of the tea Hinata just poured her. Guess we will just wait and see what happens. A few minutes later, Naruto and Zabuza nodded their heads at each other and then shook hands. Very well, I acknowledge you. Thanks, you are pretty good as well. Kakashi, is that one of those things only men can understand? Kakashi, however, didn't answer and only looked weirdly at Naruto and Zabuza, which could probably be considered an answer to the question. Kurama? Sorry, I got nothing. When Naruto sat back down, he noticed that Yuna had woken up and a broad smile immediately appeared on his face. Nei-san, it's good that you woke up and, there is something I want to tell you. Oh? He looks a little guilty. I wonder what happened. Just say it, Naruto. ****, I kinda made a new friend. It's, Gaara. Gaara? Who is that? Have you seriously forgotten that? He is the host of the Ichibi. Yuna could only roll her eyes at that comment from Kurama. I obviously know that, but that guy is an insane, psychotic killer, so Naruto is obviously talking about someone else. Okay. The only Gaara I can remember is the Ichibi guy. Who are you talking about? Hearing Yuna's answer, Naruto couldn't help but look embarrassed while staring at the ground. Yuna saw that and immediately understood what was going on. He did befriend the insane, psychotic killer. What the hell? Good for him. Instead of only following his sister's footsteps, he started to ascend his own path towards insanity. Okay. It is your choice, so I won't interfere, but you better stay vigilant around him. If I have to save you because you were too trusting of him then, hee. Naruto shuddered a little when he heard Yuna's chuckle but still nodded his head in understanding. Next, Yuna put her attention on Kakashi. Well, I assume you are here for a reason? Correct, Hokage-sama told me to wait until you wake up to tell you and everyone here that he wants you to come to his office as soon as possible. Oh? Sounds interesting. Let's go right away. Chapter 123, Who are you loyal to? Yuna's group, led by Kakashi, entered the Hokage's office. Instead of sitting on his usual chair, a bed was inside the room that was occupied by Hiruzen. Additionally, Jiraiya was in the room as well and was standing next to Hiruzen's bed, while Shikamaru also seemed to have entered the room a few moments ago. As soon as Yuna entered the room, Hiruzen started glaring at her, which she casually ignored. Yuna also noticed that Hiruzen wasn't as weak as he pretended to be. His chakra easily contested against Orochimaru's poison, and it was only a matter of time before it was completely purged from his system. The only long-term injury he got from this fight was the loss of his left arm. Except for that, he would recover without a problem. As soon as everyone had entered the room, Hiruzen started to speak. It is good that everyone is here. There are quite a few things I need to announce. First of all, Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza stepped forwards and bowed towards Hiruzen. He might be just a mercenary right now and originally came from Kirigakure, but there were actually very few shinobi who didn't at least respect Hiruzen Sarutobi. No matter who you are in the shinobi world, the strong are always respected. Yes, Hokage-sama. I received multiple reports of you helping Konoha's shinobi and civilians alike during yesterday's invasion, and thus I want to reward you for that. Since you actively helped Konoha, your access to Konoha is no longer restricted. If you desire it, you can even become part of Konoha's shinobi force, albeit only at the rank of Chunin for now. I do not doubt your strength, but there are more things necessary to become a Jonin than strength. Considering almost no one in Konoha is currently aware of your presence, Chunin is all I can offer you for now. Whatever you want to do can be discussed at a later date. Yes, Hokage-sama. Zabuza bowed yet again and left the room afterward. Seeing that Zabuza understood that he was dismissed, Hiruzen nodded in approval and looked at Haku. Haku, just like Zabuza, I got quite a few reports praising you for helping during the invasion. You already have free access to Konoha, but just like Zabuza, I offer you the rank of Chunin in Konoha's shinobi force. Unlike Zabuza, Haku nodded her head and started speaking. Thank you for the offer, Hokage-sama. I would like to accept. Good, the procedure can be handled later, but for now, welcome to Konoha's shinobi force. A happy smile appeared on Haku's face as she answered. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Afterward, she left the room and Hiruzen's eyes landed on Ino. Ino Yamanaka, although you conceded your first match as soon as it started, the reason for that was rather obvious. During the invasion, you formed a team with multiple shinobi from Konoha and each of them praised your ability in combat and adaptability during chaotic fights, thus you will be promoted to Chunin. Just like everyone before her, Ino bowed towards Hiruzen. Thank you, Hokage-sama. But unlike Zabuza and Haku, she didn't leave the room immediately afterward. Unlike Zabuza and Haku, she was part of Konoha from the start and there was not the slightest doubt about her loyalty towards Konoha, so there was no need for her to leave the room. Hiruzen gave her a nod of acknowledgement and then moved on to Shikamaru. Shikamaru Nara, despite conceding the battle, you clearly showed your capability and intellect during your fight. Your individual strength might not be at the level of a Chunin yet, but your fast mind and superior tactics easily make up for that flaw, thus you are promoted to Chunin as well. Just like everyone before him, Shikamaru bowed towards Hiruzen, despite it being rather obvious that he would rather refuse the promotion. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Now it was time for the last four people, and Hiruzen could already feel his headache making a reappearance just by seeing Yuna, Naruto, Hinata, and Enko innocently looking at him like they had no idea why they were here. Truth be told, Hiruzen really wanted to punish them for hiding their strength to such a ridiculous degree, but that would simply be unreasonable. He took a deep breath and started speaking with Enko first. Enko Mitarashi, during the invasion you played a vital role in helping me repel Orochimaru. Truth be told, without you I probably wouldn't be alive today. You will be promoted to Elite Jonin and you are allowed to choose one S-rank jutsu from Konoha's Forbidden Scroll of Seals. Enko's face lit up in excitement when she heard that. Thanks, old man Hokage. Don't worry, next time I see Orochimaru, I will finish him off properly. Hiruzen didn't even twitch after being called Old Man Hokage, and simply decided to keep going. Next, his eyes landed on Hinata. Hinata, during the Chunin exam you demonstrated strength far beyond what a simple Chunin should have, and even during the invasion, you kept fighting while protecting Konoha's citizens. I have dozens of reports of you defeating enemy shinobi in different parts of Konoha, and apparently, you are even responsible for preventing the invaders from entering Konoha's Shinobi Academy. Additionally, while doing that, you expertly lead a team with you and coordinated your team's movement perfectly with your own. Truth be told, from what you have shown, even promoting you to Jonin wouldn't be weird. Unfortunately, you didn't have the time to do a lot of missions yet, so you will be promoted to Special Jonin for now. As soon as you accumulate enough successful mission, you will be promoted to a full-fledged Jonin. Hinata stepped forwards and bowed towards Hiruzen. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen almost started crying a little when Hinata actually called him Hokage-sama properly, but since that would damage his image, he suppressed it for now and simply kept going. Next, his eyes landed on Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, just like Hinata, you showed strength far beyond what a normal Chunin should have during the Chunin exams. During the invasion, you fought head-on against the Ichibi and even defeated it, preventing a lot of causalities from happening. Unlike Hinata, you didn't show off your capability in coordinating with a team but instead showed off your overwhelming power. Just like Hinata, you easily qualified for the rank of Jonin, while being held back by the number of missions you have done. Just like Hinata, you will be promoted to Special Jonin for now, and as soon as you accumulate enough successful missions you will be promoted to a full-fledged Jonin. Thanks, old man. Don't worry, I will have the necessary amounts of missions done in a jiffy. Hiruzen completely ignored Naruto being even more disrespectful than Anko and started to glare at Yuna. The two looked at each other for quite a while Yuna had a happy smile on her face. Hiruzen's frown grew deeper and deeper. After around a minute had passed, Hiruzen started to speak. Ice style, what can I say? I fought Naruto and Hinata and thought, man, wouldn't it be awesome if I could use ice style just like Haku did, so I tried it out and it actually worked. Isn't that an incredible coincidence? Hiruzen, naturally, didn't believe Yuna for even a second. His glare only intensified even further, while the pressure in the room increased. A few moments later, Hiruzen shook his head and the pressure vanished. Let's stop the games. I will make it simple. Are you loyal to Konoha, Yuna Uzumaki? Yuna only shrugged her shoulders when she heard that question. I'm pretty sure you know the answer to that, but let me say it anyway. No, I am not. What? Yuna's casual statement shocked a lot of people. The most shocked person was, without a doubt, Jiraiya. After all, the daughter of the fourth Hokage just claimed that she isn't loyal to Konoha. Hiruzen, however, wasn't that surprised. As Yuna already said, he knew the answer to that question and this was exactly what he expected her to say. Now, however, it was time to ask the question that actually was important to him while looking into Yuna's eyes. Then, who are you loyal to? To no one but myself. I follow my principles no matter what. I won't betray those I consider close. I trust those I consider close unconditionally, and if someone betrays that trust or if someone is after the life of those I consider close, that person will die. I won't kill the innocent, and to tell the truth, I have a little bit of a soft spot for young children. Hiruzen was currently maintaining eye contact with Yuna and could see the steel-like resolve and determination in her eyes. He really wondered how such a young girl could have eyes like that. Then, what would you do if I ordered you to do something that would contradict those principles? I won't follow those orders, and if you keep insisting on them, I will, in the worst case, fight you to the death over them. The atmosphere in the room, immediately, grew heavy when Yuna said that. Yuna and Hiruzen were still keeping eye contact, as more and more bloodlust started to flood the room. Moments later, however, the pressure vanished instantly. Ha ha ha. Isn't it fine then? Hiruzen started laughing out loud. The laughter sounded incredibly carefree. Ha ha ha, that means, as long as that doesn't happen, you will be loyal to Konoha, right? Yuna nodded her head and answered. Correct. Haha, good. Very good. From today on you are promoted to Jonin. Good job. Truth be told, Hiruzen felt like a mountain was just lifted off his shoulders. After all, if Yuna were to betray Konoha, Hiruzen did not doubt that Naruto, Hinata, and Anko would follow, no questions asked. All 4 of them will probably at least reach the strength of an S-rank shinobi. That would be a devastating blow to Konoha. Now, however, he knows that Yuna will at least not betray Konoha on a whim. As long as nobody does anything stupid, things will work out fine. I should probably leave a note to my successor about this. Thanks, old man. I'll take it. Chapter 124, Baiting a Toad? Jiraiya had no idea what just happened. In his opinion, Yuna should, as a shinobi of Konoha, be loyal to Konoha. Yet that clearly wasn't the case. What he found even more surprising, however, was that Hiruzen apparently was fine with that. No, he wasn't just fine with it, he even expected it and even promoted her to the rank of Jonin, despite Yuna saying that she would disobey Hiruzen's orders and even fight him to the death if necessary. Jiraiya realized that a lot of things happened in Konoha while he wasn't here and that he certainly needed to inquire what exactly was going on. Ino and Shikamaru had rather similar opinions. Truth be told, the thought of not being loyal to Konoha didn't even exist in their minds. Even Shikamaru, who spent a lot of time simply contemplating things, never once thought about something like this. Naruto, Hinata, and Anko, on the other hand, weren't surprised about that. All 3 of them had, to some extent, negative experiences with Konoha. Naruto, due to having Kurama sealed inside him, Hinata, because of the Hyuga clan, and Anko because she was Orochimaru's student for a while. Just as Hiruzen had guessed, they would abandon Konoha without a second thought if the situation escalated. The only factor that might cause some trouble with that is Ino, the only person in the group that was truly loyal to Konoha and whose parents lived here. That, however, was a situation that would be addressed if it was actually necessary. Worst-case scenario, Yuna would just have to kidnap her, against her will. Like this, Ino wouldn't betray Konoha and could still be together with Naruto. Although it would be slightly troublesome to find an explanation as to why Ino could occasionally escape her kidnappers for a few weeks and spend some time with her parents, just to be kidnapped again after a few weeks. Yuna, however, had the confidence to bullshit her way through something like that. Hiruzen could feel that the atmosphere was getting rather strange, so he decided to push the conversation forward. Anyway, these are all the promotions for this time's Chunin exam. Everyone except for Jiraiya and Yuna is dismissed. As soon as Yuna, Hiruzen and Jiraiya were the only people left in the room, Hiruzen looked at Yuna with expectant eyes. I assume Anko told you about our deal? Hehe, of course. Since that is what she promised, I will, naturally, follow the arrangements. While a happy smile appeared on Hiruzen's face, Jiraiya couldn't help but be suspicious. Is this why Sensei allowed Yuna to become a Jonin despite what she said? Was Sensei really someone that could be bribed so easily? While Jiraiya's thoughts were drifting in a weird direction, Yuna took out a scroll and tossed it towards Hiruzen, who caught it with a greedy smile on his face. This is the real thing. For now, it is sealed inside that scroll and can be taken out after injecting chakra into the scroll. Just take it out at a proper time. Then, Yuna tossed a book towards Hiruzen, which was caught easily. This is the normal version with a little gimmick on the back. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and looked at the back of the book to find a small seal engraved into it. He injected a bit of chakra into it, but no visible changes happened. Hehe, look at the title of the book. Hiruzen turned the book around in confusion, but when he saw the title, his eyes widened in surprise. Instead of the previous title, The Fox Tangles with the Snake, the title of the book turned into The History of Konoha. He quickly opened it and noticed that even the individual pages have been changed. He injected chakra into the seal again and noticed to his astonishment that the book turned back into its original form. This is amazing, with this I can read this whenever I want. Even when someone enters the room, I can just change it in an instant. If at a later date someone would ask Hiruzen what he thought about this seal, he would, without the slightest bit of shame, proclaim that his first thought was that this could revolutionize the way Konoha's shinobi could send and receive secret messages. Jiraiya on the other hand looked at the book in Hiruzen's hand and was completely spellbound. Gulp sensei, is that what I think it is? A huge smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. This was, after all, the reason he told Jiraiya to stay behind instead of leaving the room with everyone else. Hiruzen wanted to boast about the treasure he would receive. Like a rich man currently drinking the most luxurious of wines, he looked at Jiraiya like he was a poor man that could only drink the cheapest of wines. I am the Hokage, after all. It is only natural that I get some good stuff in advance. After hearing that, Jiraiya, for a single moment, actually thought that becoming Hokage wouldn't be that bad, but quickly dismissed that thought. He got his copy a few days early, so what? I will just wait for a little and get my own copy after a while. Hiruzen could easily read Jiraiya's thoughts and sneered at him with disdain clearly visible on his face. Hee, you don't really think a mere early copy is all I got, right? Jiraiya couldn't help but shiver a little when he heard that and saw how Hiruzen was looking at him. What else could there be? Even if he received both books it wouldn't matter that much. Hiruzen became even more arrogant when he saw Jiraiya's confusion. If he wasn't laying in a bed right now, his nose would be so high up that he would be looking at the ceiling. What I got is, both of the yet-to-be-released books. Both of them are signed by Rose-sensei herself and both of them have dedications to me in Rose-sensei's handwriting. When Jiraiya heard that, he visibly staggered backward and clutched his heart. Greed was clearly visible in his eyes as he considered actually becoming the next Hokage. Is that really true? If I can become the Hokage I can get my hands on stuff like that? I want it. No. Calm down Jiraiya, if you actually became Hokage, there is no way you could continue your research. That's right, those books are great, but no matter how great they are, the real thing is still better. Peeking, researching is the best. This was a pretty good try sensei, but at the end of the day, I still don't want to become the next Hokage. There is no way I would stop stop my spy network. It is, after all, very important to Konoha. Although what Jiraiya said was rather noble, the perverted look on his face clearly gave a different message. Hiruzen clicked his tongue in annoyance after realizing that his attempt to make Jiraiya the next Hokage failed. I need to get rid of this job. If I have to endure Yuna for much longer I will die of stress. Guess the only choice left is Tsunade. Good thing I pretended to be weak in front of the council members. They should easily agree to get a new Hokage. And then I can finally enjoy my retirement, Yuna, meanwhile, could only look at the two perverts in front of her and shake her head. Seriously, all they have in the head are acts of depravity. How shameful. That is not something you are eligible to complain about. Chapter 125, Doubts about Yuna. A few moments later, Hiruzen and Jiraiya stopped their quarrel. The final conclusion was that Jiraiya would not be the next Hokage, but that he would be the one to search for Tsunade and bring her back to Konoha to take the job. Sensei, I would like to take Naruto with me as well. Like this, we can finally spend some time together. Before Hiruzen could answer, however, Yuna started to speak. Oh my? What about me? You are my godfather as well, right? How come you only want to take Naruto? Sniff, you don't want me, just like everyone else in the village? Jiraiya staggered back a little when he saw that Yuna was just about to cry. No. Air. Before Yuna could fan the flames any further, Hiruzen rolled his eyes and started to speak. Please go easy on Jiraiya, he isn't used to you yet. Jiraiya was dumbfounded when he realized that Yuna tricked him. He is in charge of Konoha's spy network, so he needs to be incredibly skilled at reading people, despite that he didn't notice that Yuna was acting at all. Yuna, however, simply glared at Hiruzen in annoyance. The next time you stop my fun like this, I will make it public knowledge that you have almost completely removed Orochimaru's poison from your body and that you are on the way to recovery. You might have lost most of your strength, but considering you didn't lose your dominant arm, you should still be able to write and do paperwork. When Hiruzen heard that, his face became pale in terror. For a split second, he considered getting rid of his other arm as well, but when he realized that this would make it impossible to read books as well, he discarded the idea instantly. Why Yuna, there is no need to go that far. I am really sick, you know. If someone my age who has all these wounds is forced to do all that paperwork, he certainly wouldn't survive it. Yuna only rolled her eyes at him and tossed 2 books towards Jiraiya, who caught them easily. I am coming with you. Take these 2 books as some kind of compensation. You might not trust me, and frankly, that is pretty normal, but as long you don't plan to do something stupid, you really have no reason to distrust me. Oh, but if I have to sacrifice you to save Naruto, I will do it without a moment of hesitation, hee. Oh well. See ya. After Yuna said that, she casually left the room, leaving a dumbfounded Jiraiya and a lightly chuckling Hiruzen behind. The moment the door closed, Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen in disbelief. What the hell is going on, sensei? How can she act like this without any consequences? Hiruzen could only chuckle weakly when he heard that. That is just how things have developed. I don't even dare to think how things would have played out if Yuna didn't take care of everything. I am not sure about all the details, but I am absolutely certain that the strength Naruto, Hinata, and even Enko showed during the invasion can be, to a huge degree, attributed to Yuna. Jiraiya widened his eyes when he heard that and looked at Hiruzen in disbelief. That is impossible. She is the same age as or even younger than those 3. How could she possibly train them to reach such a height? There must be another person in the shadows doing that. Maybe an Uzumaki that managed to contact them early on? Yet again, Hiruzen could only chuckle. Yeah, I actually met that person once and have never seen her again after that. I don't believe for even a second that wasn't a fake Yuna prepared. But why do you think it was Yuna? Why do you think Yuna is the source of it? Someone else could have prepared that fake to divert attention, after all. Isn't it impossible for Yuna to be the one who is responsible for it? Another chuckle escaped Hiruzen. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic for all the ridiculous things that happened around Yuna. Correct. It is completely impossible. That is what makes it so weird. Can a 3-year-old escape her ANBU guards? Of course not. Yet she did so consistently. Can a 3-year-old earn enough money to rent a flat? Of course not, but weirdly enough, Rose Sensei's first book appeared on the market 1 week after that happened. Addition. Wait. Did you just imply that Yuna wrote Garden of Lilies when she was 3 years old? Hiruzen shrugged his shoulders and continued talking. Who knows? Considering she can casually take out copies of the next release before even I can get my hands on it, it seems reasonable, doesn't it? Well, truth be told, all the things I just mentioned could have been done by a third party, but there is one aspect that clearly stands out. Something that can't be easily faked by others. It is the way she acts that stands out. No matter who taught her, I don't believe for even a second that a 3-year-old can be unreadable in front of an ANBU, but that is exactly what happened again and again. She is simply unreadable. Didn't you just get tricked by her as well, Jiraiya? You thought that she was genuinely sad that you didn't want to take her with you, but as soon as I exposed her, she switched moods instantly and instead played the role of someone offended. Jiraiya couldn't help but look at Hiruzen with incredulity in his eyes. Now that he thought about it some more, it was indeed very weird how he was tricked this easily. In the aftermath, it was rather obvious that Yuna was playing with him, but he felt genuine guilt when Yuna looked at him while almost crying. Sensei, what should we do about this? Now that you have said all those things, it became rather obvious that there is something weird about Yuna. What should we do? Hiruzen laughed out loud when he heard that question from Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, what can we do? We already talked about this a few moments ago. As long as we don't force her to do something against her principles, there is no problem. There is no other path left. The moment the Ichibi appeared inside that stadium, Yuna won. A lot of people inside Konoha now garner very positive feelings for the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan detained the Ichibi, and as a result of that, it didn't kill a single person. Naruto is seen as some kind of minor war hero who fought the Ichibi head-on and defeated it. Hinata defended the Shinobi Academy from invaders, and Konoha is currently brimming with children happily telling people about her tale. And, most importantly, There are already rumors floating around Konoha that I am only alive because Yuna and Enko fought beside me, which, by the way, is true. On that day, they managed to entrench themselves so deep inside Konoha that it became impossible to do anything about it and, truth be told, there is nothing bad about that. So far, Yuna's actions only helped Konoha again and again. Instead of an unstable element that could betray Konoha at a moment's notice, she explained very clearly what she wants from Konoha for her to stay an ally. Spend some time traveling with her, Jiraiya. Her personality isn't exactly complex. Judge for yourself what you want to do and what you think of her. She might be abnormal, but at least she has principles. It took Jiraiya a while to ponder about what he just heard, but after a few moments, he nodded his head in understanding. For now, he would travel with her for a while and see how things would go. Considering that Hiruzen had a somewhat positive opinion of her, he wasn't too worried, but couldn't help himself but be curious about Yuna. I pretty much never talked with her properly, so let's see how this works out. For now, however, I have 2 books to read, Gihi. Chapter 126, Situation of the Uzumaki Clan. Yuna was currently sitting in her private room and in front of her sat a middle-aged woman with neck-long red hair and blue eyes. Despite only looking middle-aged, she was almost 70 years old by now and the oldest, still living member of the Uzumaki clan if Yuna's past life and her fake persona were to be excluded. That concludes my report about the reaction of Konoha's people to the re-establishment of our clan. Do you wish to hear about our clan's finances now, Yuna-sama? Her name was Akane Uzumaki and she was one of the very few Uzumaki clan members with a stoic personality instead of the rather brash and outgoing character most Uzumaki have. She was one of the first Uzumaki to return to Konoha and Yuna has pretty much thrown everything at her that had anything to do with making and spending money. The moment Yuna released her first book, she pretty much stopped spending even a single thought about financial issues. I would rather not, but since today is a big day, let's hear about it. Yes, Yuna-sama. Akane knew that Yuna had no interest in stuff like this, so she kept the report short and concise. First, a report that a massive number of her 2 new books have been pre-ordered and that the cost of production has already been covered by the pre-ordered sales. Yuna scoffed at that and considered simply releasing 2 empty books to teach these people a lesson not to buy something before they can see the finished product, but decided against it. She might want to create more bribing material in the future, so losing people's trust was not a good idea right now. The next report was about the Uzumaki clan's sealing businesses. Quite a few older members of the Uzumaki clan still learned how to use seals in Yuzushiogakure. While they were in Yuzushiogakure, their skills were nothing great, but now that knowledge of sealing is getting more and more sparse, quite a few of them are considered as skilled seal masters. The result of that is that most of Konoha's businesses that dealt with seals either went out of business because their seals were of inferior quality to what the Uzumaki could produce or hire, at that time still disguised, members of the Uzumaki clan to produce seals for them. The result? Around 95% of all seals used by Konoha's shinobi force are created by the Uzumaki clan and by now, even the surrounding countries started buying seals from the Uzumaki clan. The daimyo of the Land of Fire even increased the taxes on exporting seals and yet the surrounding nations still obediently handed over their money. Yuna considered whether she should sneak into the daimyo's palace and accidentally assassinate him for that stunt, but a combination of Hinata, Naruto, and Akane managed to convince her not to do so. Due to earning quite a bit of money with her books, Yuna told Akane to invest in whatever she deemed worthwhile investing into while using Yuna's money freely. Funnily enough, this actually resulted in her investing some money into Ichiraka ramen. Naruto almost died of happiness when he heard that Tsuchi would be opening a branch store inside the soon-to-be-opened Uzumaki compound. There were some more reports of a few Uzumaki members opening decently successful stores, but Akane skipped them, knowing that Yuna wouldn't be too interested. That concludes the financial report, Yuna-sama. My final report is about the relocation of the Uzumaki clan members into the new Uzumaki compound. Finally. What do you have? Finding enough buyable land inside Konoha that could house over 100 Uzumaki was no easy feat. Or that was at least what Akane expected to be the case, but there was actually the perfect piece of land for the Uzumaki clan. The abandoned Senju clan compound. After doing some research, Akane found out that the only remaining senju was Tsunade Senju, who is currently busy gambling everything she owns away and getting drunk. She has been doing so for quite a long time now and has been selling parts of the senju compound to get her hands on more money. By now, almost the whole compound has been sold. Although it was quite a pain to find the people it was sold to, Akane managed to find almost all of them and bought the land from them. When she told Yuna about buying the senju compound, Naruto was actually present as well. Akane still shivered in terror when she remembered what Naruto's face looked like when Yuna told him that he can come up with the schematics for the compound's protective barrier if he wants to. Apparently, Naruto locked himself in his room for a whole week after that, and when he re-emerged, the black bags under his eyes almost reached his mouth. When Yuna saw the seal array Naruto had developed, she apparently complimented it as being pretty devious, so Akane didn't even dare to ask what kind of monstrosity Naruto had created that day. In conclusion, the new Uzumaki compound is ready. We will now begin to slowly start moving all the Uzumaki clan members, who want to move, to the new compound. This will probably be done by the end of the year. However, quite a lot of members would like to have a gathering of the whole clan before the relocation starts. Although most of them have seen you and Naruto-sama during the Chunin exam, they still hope that you could hold some kind of speech to make the re-establishment more official. Truth be told, Akane expected Yuna to deny this request immediately, but to her surprise, Yuna shrugged her shoulders and agreed. Sure, why not? I guess quite a few of them still don't know where exactly this is going, while a few of them might even harbor some anger towards Konoha. That is fine, I will resolve all questions they may have. There are a lot of things that need to be said and explained, after all. When do you want to hold the gathering? I will have to leave Konoha for a few weeks soon. Although Akane was dumbfounded for a while when Yuna actually agreed to hold a speech, she quickly composed herself and started looking through a small notebook she had with her. How about at the end of this week, will that be fine, Yuna-sama? Sure, that's fine. By the way, there is no need to keep this a secret. I am sure there are quite a few Uzumaki clan members that are currently being shadowed by a certain someone. Don't worry about that and just have all the members gather. Yuna's smile widened as a bloodthirsty gleam appeared in her eyes. Let's see if that insect dares to make a move, and if he does, hee. I really hope he dares. Akane shivered a little when she saw Yuna's bloodthirsty smile, but didn't say anything about it. She has been interacting with Yuna for a while now and has somewhat gotten to understand her personality and the way she thought. Truth be told, when Yuna gave her quite a bit of money to make investments without any strings attached, Akane thought she was incredibly naive. By now, however, she realized that she was being tested that day. A simple test of trust. Yuna handed her money and told her to spend it in a way she deemed reasonable. Akane could have probably even squandered it all away and Yuna still wouldn't have said anything about it. By investing it properly, she earned Yuna's trust and is now someone that manages the whole Uzumaki clan, a position she greatly enjoys having. All of this was, naturally, a complete misunderstanding. Yuna never cared about money, so she gave it to someone who should be able to have some use for it. Reading a person's character was very easy for Yuna, so she knew from the start what kind of person Akane was and that she would do a good job. No matter how little Yuna cared about money, she wouldn't give a large percentage of it to a person she didn't have at least some trust in. As for the speech she would have to hold, she would, naturally, use it to fan the flames under Danzo in the hopes that he would finally do something to expose himself. Chapter 127, Preparing for the Gathering. Hiruzen was currently relaxing in his office while reading the book he got from Yuna a while ago. He was rather close to finishing it and could only marvel at the consistently high-quality content. While reading, Hiruzen noticed that privacy seals were suddenly being activated inside his office, and moments later, Yuna appeared in the middle of the room without a sound or chakra fluctuation. Hiruzen had no idea how someone could reach such an absurd level of stealth but decided to just gloss over it. In case you are here to assassinate me, I request that you wait about an hour, so I can finish reading this book before I have to go. Yuna chuckled when she heard that and shook her head in denial. You know full well that this isn't the reason I came here. Hiruzen gave her an annoyed huff, closed his book, and put his attention on Yuna. It's about the gathering of the Uzumaki clan, right? Can't you leave an old man alone so he can peacefully read his porn at the dusk of his life? You are not even denying it anymore, huh? Considering this will probably be the last time I get the chance to annoy you, I thought I might as well make it a big one. Hiruzen's eyes shone with excitement when he heard that Yuna probably wouldn't annoy him anymore after this, but that excited glow quickly vanished when he heard the last part of Yuna's sentence. A big one? What exactly do you want? No need to be so alarmed. It is nothing illegal this time. It doesn't even involve bribery, you know. When Hiruzen heard that, he couldn't help but get even more skeptical about whatever Yuna wanted from him. What is it then? It's an S-rank mission. I heard that everyone can put forth a commission for a mission, and as long as the payment is correct and you agree that Konoha will take it, it will be done by Konoha. Hiruzen's frown deepened even further when he heard that. Although what Yuna said was correct, S-rank missions are a little special in that regard. For now, however, he would just listen to what Yuna had to say. He could still decide what to do after he heard the whole story. Well, I assume you will have a few ANBU watching the gathering, correct? Hiruzen only nodded his head. There was no use in denying it after all. Yuna would easily find them anyway. Very good. In that case, I would like you to dispatch a second set of ANBU. The very best you can offer so that even the first ones you send won't be able to detect them. I will be needing them as witnesses. Hiruzen grew alarmed when he heard that, after all, Yuna pretty much implied right now, that the first set of ANBU will be knocked out or even killed. Before Hiruzen's temper could flare up, Yuna lifted her hand to stop him. Calm down, I am not asking you to sacrifice your shinobi. I am willing to take out the good stuff for this. Yuna gathered some chakra and moments later, an ice clone started forming out of thin air, but instead of looking like Yuna, it wore ANBU clothes and an animal mask. Hiruzen realized to his annoyance that the clone genuinely looked like one of his ANBU agents and that even he could not see or feel any difference between them. My ice clones will pose as normal ANBU. In case they just get knocked out, then there will be no problem from the start since ice clones don't disappear so easily, and if they actually get killed, I have a few transformed bandit bodies ready that can be moved in with a substitute jutsu and act like the corpses. Hiruzen decided not to ask where Yuna got these bandit bodies from and rather ask the most important question. A question that he somewhat knew the answer to, but really didn't want it to be true. Who do you think will attack the Uzumaki clan? A vicious smile appeared on Yuna's face that sent shivers down Hiruzen's spine. Who else could it be, but everyone's beloved elder, Danzo Shimura? Hiruzen could only groan when he heard that. Danzo has been rather calm in the last few years, so Hiruzen was hoping that he had finally settled down, but it seems like that wasn't the case. Are you absolutely certain that Danzo will do something? To Hiruzen's surprise, Yuna actually shook her head in denial. Actually, no. This is just a safety measure. Considering what has happened so far, he probably wants to kill me, but I don't think he will attempt to do something like that while I am inside Konoha. This means that whether he does something during the gathering or not solely depends on how petty he is and if he wants revenge for all the times I outplayed him. The only other option I could come up with for him to mess with the gathering is that he thinks I have some grand plans that involve the Uzumaki clan and that he can disturb those plans by attacking the clan preemptively. The more Yuna spoke, the worse Hiruzen's facial expression became. He could only sigh in defeat when he realized that Danzo might actually do something like that for his twisted ambitions. I should have gotten rid of him years ago, but I just couldn't do something like that to my old friend. I really am a failure, huh? Seeing Hiruzen suddenly getting all depressed, Yuna could only shake her head. Stop acting all sad, old man. Konoha is still standing after all these years, so isn't it fine? Your peace-loving attitude might not be the best for a leader, but Danzo, who thinks that Konoha should wage war against everyone, and everything is much worse. Needing a little girl to cheer you up, seriously, how shameful. Hiruzen laughed out loud when Yuna called herself a little girl. After all, she had not once acted like one. That's true, I guess. Thanks for cheering me up anyway. Let's get back to the meat of the matter. Konoha accepts your S-rank mission. During the Uzumaki clan gathering, an elite ANBU force will be present, while you imitate a normal ANBU squad with your ice clones. The elite ANBU will act as witnesses for the event and will, if necessary, help out the Uzumaki clan in whatever situation might happen during the event. Hehe, very good. Let's go with that. See ya. Yuna was just about to leave when Hiruzen stopped her. Wait. There is still something I want to know. You said that you don't have any grand plans for the Uzumaki clan, but you should have at least a reason for re-establishing the clan, right? Yuna nodded her head and answered Hiruzen's question. Of course, I do. Naruto said he wanted a big family. Stuff like that takes time, so I decided to gather our clan as a substitute for now. Hiruzen nodded his head in understanding and waited for Yuna to continue speaking, but to his surprise, she didn't. Wait. That's all? Yuna looked at him weirdly and continued speaking. Well, yeah. What other reasons do I need? Seeing the seemingly genuine confusion in Yuna's eyes, Hiruzen couldn't help but shiver a little at the implications that made. A lot of good things happened to Konoha because the Uzumaki clan was gathered here. Mission successes are at an all-time high due to all the cheap yet reliable seal the Uzumaki clan produces, and they even played a major role during the invasion by containing the Ichibi. All this, because Naruto said that he wanted a big family? I am really stupid for not realizing this earlier, but the problem isn't keeping Yuna happy. She is, after all, rather indifferent to quite a lot of things. It only becomes dangerous when those close to her are troubled, because that will cause Yuna to act. If Danzo actually acts against the Uzumaki clan, old friend, there is no way for me to protect you if you do something this stupid. Realizing that Yuna was still looking at him with confusion, Hiruzen could only let out a tired chuckle. Huh, you sure love your brother, huh? I really hope that the gathering ends peacefully. Yuna shrugged her shoulders before answering. I highly doubt that, but we will see, I guess. Without another word, the privacy seal deactivated and Yuna vanished from the room. I really wonder how she does Splat. Despite having a cake smacked into his face, Hiruzen simply sat still and stared at a wall with empty eyes, while pieces of cake were slowly sliding down his face and onto his clothes. Although Hiruzen's eyes were looking like they belonged to a dead man, his resolve was growing stronger by the second. Tsunade, I will force you to become Hokage, no matter what I have to do. Chapter 128, Danzo's Arrangements. Danzo Shimura was beyond furious. Yet again one of his plans was foiled before it could even get started properly and, yet again, Yuna Uzumaki was involved in crushing his plans. He had no idea why he fainted after Yuna slashed down her sword, but what he knew was that he woke up around 20 hours later with a massive headache. Even now, when he tried to remember what exactly happened, his head started to hurt. If that was all there was to it, then Danzo wouldn't be bothered too much about it. The real problem was that due to him losing his consciousness, he couldn't give his root agents the orders to start the operations he wanted to get done during the invasion. While Konoha's shinobi were occupied with fighting the invaders, Danzo planned to collect a few more talented children for his organization. He didn't lack agents, but what he was lacking was people with useful unique jutsus. The invasion had been the perfect chance to collect a few people like that, but that plan was foiled before it could even start. His next plan was for Hiruzen to die fighting against Orochimaru, which would be followed up by him repelling Orochimaru and becoming the village's hero. This should give him enough prestige to become the next Hokage. That plan was, yet again, destroyed by Yuna. Although Danzo certainly didn't expect Orochimaru to summon the first and second Hokage if that led to the successes of his plan, Danzo wouldn't really mind that much. Yuna, however, had different plans. She easily opened up a hole into the barrier that should have isolated Hiruzen from the rest of Konoha and allowed reinforcement to reach him. Despite Hiruzen losing an arm in that battle, his position as the current Hokage was barely shaken. If he were to recommend a successor, only very few people would be willing to speak against his opinion. The next problem was that a lot of people changed their opinion about Yuna and her little group. While previously they were scorned or at least ignored, now a lot of people have a very good opinion of them. It certainly didn't help that Hiruzen publicly admitted that he would have died without Yuna's interference. All of these things were certainly problematic for Danzo, but his greatest annoyance was without a doubt the re-establishment of the Uzumaki clan. He had no idea how all of these people could have been gathered under his nose without him noticing anything. The only possible way for that to happen was if the ANBU were the ones responsible for collecting the Uzumaki clan members, but why would they do that? And even more importantly, how did they manage to find this many people? Right now, the only clan with more members than the Uzumaki clan inside Konoha was the Hyuga clan. Danzo could only sigh in relief that the Uzumaki clan currently had no Jonin-level shinobi in their midst. Most of them were only around low Genin in strength. Yet again Danzo's anger bubbled up. After all, there were Jonin-level shinobi in the Uzumaki clan. Danzo gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered when he thought about how Yuna, Naruto, and Hinata were hiding their strength for such a long time and pretty much fooled everyone in Konoha with it. Danzo took a deep breath and relaxed a little. He leaned back on his chair as a minuscule smirk appeared on his face. It doesn't matter that they have been hiding their strength, I have finally seen all of it. I heard that Yuna reached her limit after her fight and even fainted from chakra exhaustion. I can finally plan her death properly. It will take a while to set everything up, but she will die very soon. 1, maybe 2 months is all the lifespan she has left. Another matter that truly enraged him was that the Uzumaki clan, despite just re-emerging a few days ago, was well liked by almost everyone inside Konoha. They have been hiding their identity for quite some time, and even people they have grown really close to while staying inside Konoha didn't know that they were actually from the Uzumaki clan. Danzo expected that Konoha's citizens would harbor a lot of negative emotions when the person they have become friends with suddenly turned out to be someone else, but that wasn't the case at all. As soon as the invasion ended, pretty much every single member of the Uzumaki clan searched the people they hid their identity from and sincerely apologized to them for hiding their identity while explaining why they did so. Instead of being surprised by it, most people answered with something along the lines of, "Yeah, no shit, you suck at acting," or "your real personality showed multiple times every day." In conclusion, the members of the Uzumaki clan, who had rather rampant and outgoing personalities, were well liked within Konoha. A few moments after Danzo finished his internal rant about the Uzumaki clan, a man with a featureless mask entered the room and kneeled in front of Danzo. "Danzo-sama, I have a report about the Uzumaki clan." "Oh? Let's hear it, what happened?" "They want to hold a grand gathering of all the clan members, to celebrate the opening of their new clan compound." Danzo frowned a little when he heard that. After all, he didn't hear anything about an Uzumaki clan compound being built. Where is that new compound supposed to be? I didn't hear anything about one being built. Considering how dense the buildings in Konoha are, I can only imagine that they bought some land on the outskirts of Konoha. That is not the case, Danzo-sama. The Uzumaki clan is using the abandoned Senju clan compound as their own. Danzo's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that. Are they insane? What makes them think they can just take over the Senju compound like that? Although Tsunade is the last remaining member of the clan, she still holds all the deeds for the land. Has Tsunade sold any of them? I apologize, Danzo-sama. We haven't received a report from the root agent that is following her around for quite a while. Danzo frowned when he heard that. He likes to keep watch on all of Konoha's important people, and no longer having someone that observed Tsunade didn't sit well with him. When did we receive the last message from that agent? We received it about 3 years ago. Did you just say 3 years ago? Yes, Danzo-sama. Why, did no one report that we haven't gotten any reports about Tsunade for such a long time? The root agent was looking at Danzo with his lifeless eyes and answered Danzo's question. Because Danzo-sama didn't order us to report how frequently we get reports from other agents. Danzo groaned when he heard that and could only shake his head. That was one of the disadvantages when using emotionless puppets. They could barely think for themselves. Whatever, send 3 people out to look for Tsunade's whereabouts. Additionally, spread rumors inside Konoha that the Uzumaki clan has illegally settled down inside the Senju compound. Yes, Danzo-sama. The root agent bowed to Danzo and left the room to accomplish his orders. Danzo, meanwhile, was sinking in deep contemplations. A gathering of the Uzumaki clan, huh? I should be able to use that. There is no way I will allow that girl to happily settle down her clan inside Konoha. I should probably spread some rumors inside the Uzumaki clan as well. Konoha did abandon them in the last war, after all. It should be pretty easy to sow some discontent amongst them. As long as the people of Konoha think that the Uzumaki clan is willing to rebel against Konoha, getting rid of them shouldn't be much of a problem. Well, I doubt it will be that easy, but it should at least throw a wrench in whatever Yuna is planning to do with the Uzumaki clan. So far, I have only suffered setbacks when going against Yuna. Let's see how she likes to taste defeat for once. Now that I think about it, she has been living rather carefreely for a while now. Let's see how she likes it when a bunch of her clansmen pass away in front of her eyes. It is finally time to get some payback for everything she has put me through. A weird sound escaped Danzo's mouth that some people might identify as laughter when he thought about Yuna looking devastated after seeing members of her clan dying in front of her. Hee hee. Very soon, I will get rid of this menace. Chapter 129, Start of the Gathering. As you have probably already noticed, my story has a proper cover now. I commissioned it from Leilica on Fiverr and I think it looks pretty amazing. You might also notice that Yuna's design is in some parts rather similar to the first fan art I got from Hikari_Azuki, which is intentional. I especially liked the hairstyle. Took a day off from work today, and after lazing around in my bed for the whole day, I am feeling much better and even got a chapter done. Here you go. End of author note. The very next day, Danzo's men started spreading rumors inside Konoha about the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately for Danzo's men, this didn't work out that well. Have you heard that the Uzumaki clan illegally took over the old Senju compound for themselves? The Uzumaki clan? There is no way that is true. I worked together with one of them and every time he lied to hide his identity his eyes started spinning like crazy. They are way too honest to do something like that. I heard the Uzumaki clan forcefully took over the Senju clan compound. I wonder what Tsunade-sama will do when she comes back. Huh, what Uzumaki clan are you talking about exactly? I know a few of them and the only way they would illegally invade the Senju compound is if the world's best ramen stall could be found inside it. Is your Uzumaki clan really fine with living inside Konoha? After all, Konoha abandoned your clan during the war. Oh yeah, I heard about that. The princess said that Hokage-sama had nothing to do with it, so it's fine. But when I find who did that, I will definitely kick his ass, you know. After what happened during the war, isn't the Uzumaki clan afraid that someone will try to get rid of them? Let them come, we will definitely kick their asses, you know. While Danzo almost had smoke coming out of his ears from all the anger when he heard about the total failure of the operation, Yuna almost died laughing when she heard what was happening. She expected Danzo to start spreading rumors again. After all, that clearly was his favorite trick. What she didn't expect, however, was that the rumors would be repelled instantly without any input from her side. They sure are an interesting clan, huh? A lot of them lived in rather shitty conditions, but despite that, they are full of energy and hope for the future, while being ridiculously honest in their interactions with other people. Most of them are like children with the bodies of adults. Yeah, that's a rather fitting comparison. A few more days passed and it was finally time for the gathering. At first, Yuna wanted to make it a private meeting for the members of the Uzumaki clan only, but after thinking about it for a while, she decided to just make it a public event. One of the reasons for that was the interaction she has seen between the Uzumaki clan members and the people of Konoha. She expected there to be quite a bit of animosity due to what happened during the war inside the Uzumaki clan, but only very few people felt like that. Just a few words from here, that Hiruzen wasn't responsible for it, and the Uzumaki clan's anger seemed to evaporate instantly. I really hope they trust me this easily because they consider me to be from the same clan and not because they are naive. Yuna scanned the crowd and nodded in approval. The composition was pretty much what she expected it to be. There were, naturally, a lot of people from the Uzumaki clan in the crowd, but the biggest group of people were those that were simply curious about the gathering. She also noticed a few dozen people that clearly held animosity for her. Considering they still had their emotions, Yuna couldn't be absolutely certain if these people belonged to Danzo or not, but she had little doubt that this was the case. Seriously Danzo, last time we met I gave you a verbal spanking you will never forget and now you think a few of your mouthpieces could rattle me in the slightest? Seems like you are becoming senile. Yuna also noticed that a group of skilled ANBU was hiding all over the place. She winked at the one that seemed to be the most skilled and nodded in approval when he didn't even flinch from being detected this easily. The most important thing she noticed, however, was a total of 10 completely emotionless people. All 10 of them had toned their hair crimson red, making them look like an Uzumaki at first glance, and had barely any chakra, making them impossible to sense for a normal sensor, but for Yuna, who could sense emotions, they were incredibly easy to find. Their void of emotion made them stand out like a candle that was lit up in total darkness. After looking at these 10 a bit more, Yuna's anger spiked for a split second, slightly decreasing the temperature around her for a moment, before she suppressed her anger again. The outburst was too short, so most people only noticed an unusually cold breeze. The reason for that outburst was that these 10 people had massive amounts of explosive tags plastered all over their bodies. Danzo, that bastard, actually wants to detonate his own followers inside the crowd, while they look like people from the Uzumaki clan. Hehe, very good. Like such insignificant tricks could work against me. Without anybody noticing, 10 ice clones appeared and dispersed into the crowd. Each one of them approached one of the 10 emotionless people and silently waited near them, to disable them as soon as they acted up. Pathetic, Danzo. The game hasn't even started, and it is already a checkmate. A few more clones appeared and stealthily approached the hidden ANBU guards to inform them about the situation. Yet again, Yuna scanned her surroundings to make sure she didn't miss anything and nodded her head. She noticed that Hinata, Naruto, and Anko were not here and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed about that. When Yuna told them about today's gathering, all 3 of them mumbled some nonsense about suddenly having a stomachache and quickly disappeared in their respective rooms. Truth be told, Yuna didn't blame them for that. If they were here, they would have to stand beside Yuna during her speech and maybe even say a few words themselves, something none of the 3 were really used to. Although Anko would occasionally direct the Chunin exams, the current situation was completely different from that. Although Hinata and Naruto weren't exactly shy, they weren't great talkers either, so standing in front of such a huge audience might be a little too much for them as well. As for Yuna, she really didn't care. Considering the status she held in her past life, she had occasionally held speeches in front of a massive number of people, even surpassing the total amount of people living in the Land of Fire, so she naturally wouldn't care about such a small gathering. Yuna saw Akane gesture towards her to enter the stage and confidently walked towards it. Every step she took, her presence seemed to swell as the dignified aura that was radiating out of her increased. She decided that, if she were to hold a speech, she would at least do it properly. The audience grew more and more silent as Yuna approached the middle of the stage, and when she stopped her steps, total silence reigned over the whole crowd. A kind and benevolent smile appeared on Yuna's face as she let her eyes wander over the crowd. Welcome, to the re-establishment celebration of the Uzumaki clan. It's been a while since I got the chance to manipulate such a huge crowd. This will be fun. Ding. You feel your sins crawling on your back. I think you should skip the ding for this one. You are not even denying it anymore? Chapter 130, Crowd Manipulation. Welcome, to the re-establishment celebration of the Uzumaki clan. I don't want to bore you with a long speech, so I will make it short. From today on, my Uzumaki clan will become part of Konoha, and we are, naturally, happy to become part of the strongest hidden village and will contribute to Konoha as best as we can to strengthen it even further. Oi, aren't you laying it on a little too thick? Considering these retards thought that Naruto and I are your reincarnations because they heard a rumor about it, I don't think so. Look at how smug most of them look, right now. Even some of the spectators that had a lot of animosity towards me have changed their opinion. I am truly happy that my clan became part of Konoha, and hope. Happy. Aren't you the one that has always insulted us? This caused a small uproar in the crowd as many people remembered how Yuna usually acted in front of them. Yuna could only shake her head when she saw how easily these people switched their opinions. Weak and fickle minds. The longer this farce goes, the more of my time I waste with these imbeciles. Danzo should have just skipped the nonsense with his dogs that only know how to bark and directly start with the suicide bombers. Despite cursing the people in front of her in her mind, Yuna still had a patient smile on her face as she answered the question. Aren't you twisting around cause and effect a little? Someone spread some nonsensical rumors that Naruto and I are the Kyuubi somehow, and from then on a lot of people started insulting us. You don't expect me to treat people that are constantly insulting me with courtesy, right? As soon as Yuna finished that sentence, another person started speaking. Aren't the rumors true? I saw you during the Chunin exam, and I might not be a shinobi, but even I could see that malicious-looking red chakra. Yuna almost started cursing when she heard what the next person said. What is wrong with these people? Do they only have their brain to increase the mass of their head and give stronger headbutts? Naruto and I are not the reincarnations of the Kyuubi, we simply have it sealed inside us. It is called being a Jinchuriki, and every major village has at least one of those. In case you are claiming that I am lying, the person responsible for creating the first Jinchuriki was Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. This silenced the crowd. Hashirama Senju was, after all, a legendary hero for the people of Konoha. They didn't believe that someone would dare to lie about him, so they believed Yuna. Very, very few would actually research if what Yuna said was actually true, but that was more than enough to start spreading the truth. Seeing the crowd being silent, Yuna expected the suicide bombers to make their move, which Yuna found a little disappointing. There was still a little more information she wanted to spread by countering arguments. Simply revealing the information would have a much smaller impact after all. Luckily for her, someone actually managed to see the hole in Yuna's previous answer and attacked it. Even if first Hokage-sama was the one who created something like you, that doesn't mean you are not a monster. Huh, that sucker actually walked right into it, huh? Oh well, may he rest in peace. An astonished look appeared on Yuna's face, which caused the person who said that argument to give her a smug look. Yuna's next sentence, however, made that smug look disappear rather quickly. To think a citizen of Konoha would dare to insult not only the first but even the third and fourth Hokage like that, I am shocked. The first Hokage sealed the Kyuubi inside his wife, Mito Senju, who was known as Mito Uzumaki before her marriage and, by the way, is something like my grand aunt. Are you actually claiming that the first Hokage turned his wife into a monster? The moment Yuna finished that sentence, a lot of people started to glare at the person who was previously speaking. The more people were glaring at him, the smaller he seemed to become, but unfortunately for him, Yuna wasn't done yet. Not only that, the third Hokage sealed the Kyuubi inside Kushina Uzumaki, my mother, who was the wife of his grand disciple. Wouldn't turning the wife of his beloved grand disciple into a monster be something incredibly cruel? Would our beloved Hokage really do something like that? The glares intensified even further when people heard that, after all, Hashirama might be a legendary person, but no one in the current crowd knew much about him. Hiruzen, however, was a completely different case. Konoha's citizens loved him. Yuna, meanwhile, continued her ruthless assassination of random goon number 736. Although all of these things sound pretty horrible, the person who ended up doing the worst crimes, if Jinchuriki were really monsters, would be, without a doubt, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and my father. He, after all, sealed the Kyuubi directly into his two children. If having a bijou sealed inside you was such a bad thing, wouldn't that make our beloved fourth Hokage a huge pile of trash? That was disgusting. How can you spout all that nonsense without even twitching? I was the goddess of shamelessness, as such, this is an easy feat for me. I don't even know whether that is the truth or if you are joking, anymore. Gahahaha. Just when the crowd was about to tear the man who kept the argument going into shreds, Danzo's suicide bombers finally started to make their move. The 10 people simultaneously tore away their overcoats and revealed that there were explosive tags plastered all over their bodies. The Uzumaki clan will take revenge for Konoha's betrayal, x10. Yuna could feel her face twitch a little when she saw those 10 puppets trying to pretend to have any passion for what they were doing. Although the words alone sounded very passionate, considering there were no emotions behind them and the words weren't even spoken especially loud, the whole act looked a little pathetic. Despite that, when people saw the massive number of explosive seals, they screamed in terror and started to run around like headless chickens. Considering almost everyone present was a civilian, Yuna wasn't too surprised that a panic broke out instantly when something unexpected happened. Before anyone could get trampled to death, Yuna's presence increased and put quite a bit of pressure on the people present. Do not panic. Although those 3 words were spoken rather casually, the crowd calmed down instantly. Although the people in the crowd didn't understand why Yuna's words calmed them down instantly. After everyone calmed down, they looked around and noticed that the 10 people who had explosive tags plastered all over their bodies were now laying on the ground unconsciously while a clone of Yuna stood next to every single one of them with an indifferent expression on their faces. The Yuna that wasn't standing next to one of the unconscious people chuckled a little. Although the chuckling appeared to be very silent, the whole crowd could hear it and it sent shivers through their spines. Hee, look what we have here. I hope you people still remember how I said that someone was spreading weird rumors about Naruto and me inside Konoha. Isn't it interesting? I claim that someone was acting against us which, let's be honest here, could as well be the annoyed rambling of a child, and not even 10 minutes later, a bunch of people appeared that have a lot of resemblance to the people of my Uzumaki clan and try to randomly kill people at this gathering. It is almost like someone wants my Uzumaki clan to be seen as Konoha's enemy. A lot of people realized what was going on when Yuna said that. There has always been a lot of rumors spreading around the twins in Konoha. Rumors of how violent they were and how they could go on a rampage at any time, but despite hearing a lot of those rumors, no one had actually seen something like this happen. Before the audience could come up with any wrong conclusions, Yuna decided to intervene. I will be honest with you people. No, you won't. I don't know who is targeting me, my little brother, and my Uzumaki clan like this. Yes, you do. But I think that person is obviously an enemy of Konoha. Well, that person thinks he isn't. Don't get tricked by lies. Unless they are said by you. Think properly about the so-called rumors you hear about my Uzumaki clan and don't believe them blindly. Unless you are the one to spread them. Moments later, one of the ANBU guards appeared next to Yuna and bowed to her. Yuna Uzumaki-sama, we watched what has happened and would like to escort these 10 people, who clearly wanted to harm the citizens of Konoha, into Konoha's TNI department to find out their motives. Yuna nodded in approval of the ANBU's timing. If he didn't appear right now, some people might dismiss the incident as a farce to make the Uzumaki clan look better, but now that Konoha's ANBU are involved, that is no longer possible. Of course. The Uzumaki clan will, naturally, cooperate with your investigations, but I do hope that we could hear about the results of the interrogation. After all, my clan was the target of this incident. The ANBU agent only nodded his head and then disappeared with the 10 bombers in tow. Yuna scanned the crowd and couldn't help but chuckle when she noticed that a lot of people now held a positive opinion of her, simply because she agreed to have Konoha's ANBU investigate the case. Weak and fickle minds, just like I previously said. Show them something positive and they are instantly on your side. Although it was slightly amusing to trick them, it was a little too easy for my taste. Yuna Uzumaki, goddess of trickery. Nah, that was actually someone else. Chapter 131, Before the Mission. After the incident was over, the remainder of the gathering stayed peaceful. Almost every member of the Uzumaki clan had already befriended a few citizens from Konoha, so even after Yuna finished her speech, quite a few people stayed behind and started to mingle with the Uzumaki clan. Yuna, however, had no interest in that and was already walking home, while Akane Uzumaki was walking slightly behind her. She was currently staring at Yuna in disbelief, due to what happened during the gathering. Why, Yuna-sama, did you know something like this would happen? Yuna shrugged her shoulders and then shook her head. I wasn't expecting that we would actually have people in our audience that would try to detonate themselves. Seems like our opponent is finally losing his calm head. Well, he has probably been doing that for a while now, but I guess the Chunin exam was the final blow. Isn't this dangerous? Won't the individual members of the Uzumaki clan be in danger? No, that is very unlikely. There is already a fire burning under him and I very much doubt he is willing to take any more risks. Considering I prevented his plans from bearing fruit yet again, I think he will only go after me and maybe the few people I am close to. Of course, I already devised some countermeasures in case he really does that. The two walked some more, and Yuna noticed that Akane clearly wanted to ask something else, but didn't know whether it was appropriate or not. When Yuna saw this, she could only roll her eyes at her. Spit it out already. What is the problem? This, why is that person so fixated on you, Yuna-sama? Even if he were to somehow kill you, I don't think that would help him at this point in time. It is already too late for that. Yuna couldn't help but chuckle when she heard that. That is indeed the case and the answer to this question is rather simple. It's an obsession. I bested him in his own game. I went from someone he considered to be his pawn to his greatest enemy simply by crushing all his schemes. He thinks that I will continue to stand in his way and that he has to get rid of me no matter what, to succeed in whatever F***ed-up plan he has in his mind. Another important point is that I am currently the only one who considers him an enemy and is aware of his scheming. That person has always acted from the shadows, so very few people are actually aware of him and know what he has done. I, however, am completely different. I confronted him, exposed his lies, and then he failed to silence me. He wants me dead and, coincidentally, my thoughts about him are the same. Won't he be imprisoned or something due to that happen today? Of course not. After all, one of my clones is currently on its way to the Hokage office to make sure nothing is done about that person. He is my prey and I won't let anybody get in my way. Akane gave Yuna a weirded out look for a moment and then just shrugged her shoulders. She didn't really see the point in hunting someone down on your own, but wouldn't bother arguing about it with Yuna. What about you and the rest of your family, Yuna-sama? When will you be moving into the new Uzumaki complex? Yuna thought about that for a while and then gave her answer. I would like to get our stuff into the new compound before Naruto and I have to leave for our mission. The seals around the compound are already set up, so it is much safer if we move in there as fast as possible. I understand, Yuna-sama. I will arrange everything, so you can change homes as soon as possible. Yuna nodded her head in acknowledgement, pondered for a moment, and then tossed a bracelet towards Akane. This has the seal of the Flying Thunder God engraved into it. You will be one of the main representatives for the Uzumaki clan from now on, so some people might get some funny ideas. If something happens to you, just inject your chakra into it and I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you, Yuna-sama. Akane gave Yuna a deep bow, which Yuna only waved away. Don't worry about it. Yes, Yuna-sama. Have you started digging your claws into older women now? Yuna chuckled a little when she heard that. After all, if someone were to consider her past life, she would be older than every single member of the Uzumaki clan combined. Not really. She isn't my type. Her personality is too strict and rigid. Eager workers like her should be treasured, though. It is rare to find someone passionate about a job and good at it at the same time. It was a few days after the Uzumaki clan gathering and there were still a lot of people who were talking about it. Especially about the information Yuna revealed about previous Hokage and Jinchuriki. Almost no one knew that the first and fourth Hokage's wives were Jinchuriki and it caused quite a stir. Especially when it came to light that Yuna and Naruto held the same role. The hostility a lot of people had towards them vanished overnight, with quite a few people even shamelessly proclaiming that they were always supportive of the twins. Yuna couldn't care less about these people, while Naruto was at least slightly happy that people were no longer glaring at him. Truth be told, however, there is something that he was even happier about. That was being able to live inside the Uzumaki compound and be surrounded by a huge family all the time. No matter where he went inside the Uzumaki compound, people would happily greet him with warm smiles on their faces. At first, he was a bit weirded out, because people kept calling him Prince Naruto, but Naruto at least managed to negotiate it down to Naruto-sama by now. He hoped he could get it down to just Naruto, but wasn't confident about that. Despite being slightly uncomfortable due to how people called him, he spent every time smiling from ear to ear, while his eyes shone with excitement. This, in return, made the people of the Uzumaki clan like him even more and made their greeting even more enthusiastic. He was almost unwilling to leave the clan compound for his mission with Yuna and Jiraiya, but at the end of the day, his sense of duty pushed through. Thus, he was currently standing in front of Konoha's gates together with Yuna and was waiting for Jiraiya to arrive. Yuna on the other hand didn't care too much about the happy greetings of the Uzumaki clan members. She would, of course, still greet them back with a calm smile, but her reaction was much more subdued than Naruto's. But, just like Naruto, she made them drop the princess part and go with Sama instead. Most Uzumaki clan members saw Yuna's speech, so they weren't surprised about how she acted and accepted it without a problem. They might be a rather brash clan, but even they realized that it would be better for their leader to have a calm personality. Seeing that even Akane Uzumaki, the person most people expected to lead the clan, simply due to her age and demeanor had no problem accepting Yuna as the leader, no one had any complaints about Yuna taking over the role of the clan's matriarch. Yuna could already feel Jiraiya approach and couldn't help but smirk a little. I have a good feeling about this. I think this mission should be a lot of fun. In other words, yet again, something outrageous will happen. Probably. Chapter 132, Quarrel Before the Mission. Today, Yuna, Naruto, and Jiraiya would start their search for Tsunade. Hinata, naturally, pouted angrily at Yuna when she heard that she wouldn't be part of the group, but there was nothing she could do about that. Strictly speaking, Yuna telling her about the mission wasn't even allowed, since it is supposed to be a secret mission, but Yuna didn't really care about that. Yuna and Naruto were already at Konoha's gate and were waiting for Jiraiya to make an appearance. "Ne-san, we are looking for Tsunade, right? I tried to find some information about her, but pretty much all I got is an old picture of her and that she is a very skilled medic nin." Yuna chuckled a little when she heard that. "I am not surprised you didn't find out much about her considering her current condition. I couldn't get too much information about what exactly happened either, but she apparently lost someone close to her a few years ago and started to drink heavily after that. Additionally, she seems to be addicted to gambling and is currently in the process of gambling away everything that the Senju clan still possesses." Naruto widened his eyes when he heard that, while the image he had of Konoha's Sannin crumbled even further. A pervert, a gambling drunkard, and whatever Orochimaru is. Not exactly the powerful image the Sannin are supposed to project. After a few more minutes of waiting, Jiraiya arrived at their meeting point. A wide grin appeared on his face when he saw Yuna and Naruto. "Hehe, I heard you two are big shots now. Do you want me to call you with Sama from now on?" Yuna lifted her head as an arrogant sneer appeared on her face. "It is Princess Uzumaki, for you, peasant." Jiraiya was completely gobsmacked when Yuna suddenly shifted personality to an arrogant noble, and before he could properly understand the situation, Naruto chimed in as well. "That's right, who do you think you are to be speaking to the princess this casually?" A second Naruto appeared behind Yuna and started speaking as well. "What are you doing, peasant? Quickly kowtow to the princess and beg for forgiveness." Jiraiya's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when Naruto started acting in a similar manner to Yuna. He had no idea how to deal with the current situation. Luckily for him, Yuna decided that she didn't want to make him suffer for too long. She chuckled a little and nodded her head in approval. "Hehe, not bad. Not bad at all. No wonder young masters enjoy acting like that." "I don't know about that, Ne-san. For some reason, I feel a little dirty." "Yeah, don't worry about that. The more Shamel, used to it you are, the less worried you will be about that feeling." When Yuna finished her explanation, Jiraiya was finally able to comprehend what was going on. "You damn brats tricked me." "Huh, what are you talking about? Now that Naruto is someone of high status, I need to teach him how to act in public. Who the hell acts like that in PU?" The further Jiraiya spoke his sentence, the less confident he became in what he wanted to say until he finally just stopped speaking while remembering a few people he encountered in the past. A few moments later, he snapped back to reality and glared at Yuna. Don't teach Naruto weird stuff. A sad smile appeared on Naruto's face. He could only shake his head when he heard that. It's too late for that, old pervert. Way, too late. Jiraiya was a little dumbfounded when Naruto was suddenly looking all sad, and couldn't help but wonder what he meant. He grew even more confused when Naruto's sad smile vanished and was instead replaced with a goofy grin. Before he could ask what he meant by that, he noticed something else. Don't call me an old pervert. Naruto seemed to be confused by that for a moment when he realized what Jiraiya meant. Ah, sorry about that. I totally forgot that Nae-san told me about it. I'll try to call you properly from now on, young pervert. Jiraiya's glare intensified even further. He was constantly switching between glaring at Yuna and Naruto, but neither of them seemed to be bothered by it in the slightest. Jiraiya could only sigh in defeat before asking the question he really wanted an answer to. What did you mean when you said it is too late for that, Naruto? Naruto could only chuckle wryly before answering. It is weird that you are asking considering you were present during the whole situation a while ago. Jiraiya, however, only looked at Naruto in confusion. What do you mean by whole situation? Naruto couldn't help but look at Jiraiya completely dumbfounded while even Yuna couldn't help but roll her eyes. I mean the situation on the day right after I met Gamabunta. The one inside my home. Jiraiya thought about it for a moment and moments later, a perverted chuckle escaped his mouth, while a little bit of blood started flowing out of his nose. Before Jiraiya could say a single word, Naruto appeared in front of him and punched him in the stomach. Stop having weird fantasies about Nae-san. What do you mean by fantasies? She didn't exactly leave anything to the imagination. Naruto gritted his teeth and wanted to argue about that, but he had no clue what he was supposed to say. He decided to just explain what he meant. Whatever, after meeting Gamabunta, we shared some drinks and I got slightly drunk. Naruto could hear Yuna chuckle at the slightly, but didn't say anything about that. And, long story short, I woke up the next morning with 2 girls inside my bed. This was the first time when I noticed that Nae-san might have influenced me more than I thought she had. Jiraiya, meanwhile, could only look at Naruto in disbelief. He expected Naruto to be a genius considering who his parents were, but he never expected Naruto to be that kind of genius. He just wanted to praise Naruto for his achievement, when Naruto continued his explanation. Although that was already pretty weird, considering nothing happened, I could still accept the situation, but when I easily convinced both of them to become my girlfriends, I knew something was off. This time, Jiraiya felt like someone had hit him with a sledgehammer. He took a glance at Yuna and noticed that her eyes were filled with pride while she didn't seem to find the situation weird at all. It seems like Yuna has always been rather abnormal, so I didn't find it too shocking that she created a harem somehow, but Naruto is a totally different case. I might even go as far as calling him an innocent young boy if he hadn't just told me that he managed to get himself a harem. Damn, I am so outraged about this. Jiraiya took a deep breath to calm his nerves, but just when he was about to calm down properly, Yuna put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and gave him a motherly smile. Don't worry, Naruto, if 2 isn't enough to satisfy you, Nae-san will look for a few more cute girls for you. While Jiraiya immediately had blood flowing out of his nose when he heard that, Naruto's face turned crimson red, and moments later, he felt like 2 powerful killing intents were locking in on him and his face turned white. Nae-san, please don't say nonsense like that. 2 is definitely enough. I absolutely don't need more than 2. If Ino and Haku ask, please tell them that I absolutely don't want more than 2 women. Yuna couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Naruto's face turn white in fear. That might be what Naruto is thinking, but I wonder what Ino and Haku will do when they realize that Naruto has almost unlimited stamina. I am pretty sure that I remember you saying that you didn't want to corrupt Naruto. That must have been your imagination. Seeing Naruto frantically looking around like someone was watching him and Jiraiya furiously scribbling away on a piece of paper while his nose was still leaking blood, Yuna could only shake her head. Well, how about we get this going? We have already wasted quite a bit of time. While Naruto instantly nodded his head and prepared himself to start their journey, Jiraiya took a few more moments to finish writing. Hehe, I got everything written down. My next book will be even better than the previous ones. Jiraiya noticed that Yuna and Naruto were giving him weird looks, so he straightened his back and started speaking with as much dignity as someone who still had a bit of blood leaking out of his nose could muster. Asterisk cough asterisk we don't have all day. Let's start the journey already. Let's go, young pervert. Chapter 133, Attack on the Uzumaki Compound. Itachi Uchiha was, yet again, on a mission he would have rather rejected. This time, however, it was not because it went against his morals, well that was the case as well, but not the main problem. No, it was because he had a very bad feeling about it. He was currently walking through Konoha with Kisame Hoshigaki by his side and he had the mission to kidnap Naruto Uzumaki due to the kyuubi that was sealed inside him. Truth be told, Itachi would have preferred if their target was Yuna Uzumaki instead. Despite her being the stronger target, Itachi felt like if they were to kidnap Naruto, Yuna would hunt them down to the depth of hell, while if they tried to kidnap Yuna, she would only fight back and wouldn't chase them too ferociously. When Itachi first met Yuna all those years ago, he didn't think too much about the encounter. Just a sister that wants to protect her brother, but after he managed to regain his bearing from what he has done on that day, he realized what actually happened. She had played him like a fiddle and coaxed top-secret information out of him without him even noticing it at first. No, he noticed it, but for some reason didn't think it was a big deal at that time. The supposed great genius of the Uchiha clan was toyed with like a child by a little girl that just started the Shinobi Academy. In the aftermath, Itachi felt terrified when he thought about that last encounter with Yuna. The way she easily broke his genjutsu and then quickly diverted the attention away from it. The way every single one of her movements seemed to display sincerity while at the same time manipulating Itachi's emotions to make him feel sympathetic for the twins. And, probably, the worst part, the way her eyes seemed to constantly analyze him without him even noticing it. Luckily, he had his Sharingan activated during the whole encounter, otherwise, he wouldn't have even noticed that part after analyzing the whole encounter multiple times. Currently, Itachi and Kisame were standing in front of the newly established Uzumaki compound. While Kisame was only lazily looking around, Itachi had his Sharingan activated and was trying to analyze the almost invisible blue ceiling barrier that covered the whole compound. After about half an hour, Itachi shook his head. This is too complex to analyze on the go. I would need multiple days to understand how to prevent it from detecting us. A smirk appeared on Kisame's face when he heard that. Hehe, then I guess we will just have to break in by force. Without another word, Kisame pulled out his sword and slashed at the barrier. Itachi's eyes widened when he saw that. He wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Kisame's sword smashed into the barrier and, easily tore it to shreds. Itachi was shocked by how easily the barrier was destroyed, while Kisame had a smug look on his face. See? Easy. There is nothing brute force can't solve. Itachi didn't think it would be this easy, but no matter where he looked, he couldn't find any indication that this was a trap or that there were more seals hidden somewhere. Unlike Kisame, who boldly strode forwards, Itachi took every step very cautiously. Unfortunately for him, the moment he passed the boundary of the previous barrier, a crimson-red barrier appeared in its place while a second one appeared in front of them, trapping them between the two barriers. Kisame sneered in disdain when he saw that and slashed out yet again to tear one of the barriers to shreds. This time, however, only a small area of the barrier was reduced in thickness, which was regenerated within a short moment. Itachi immediately understood what was going on. The barriers are leeching our chakra and using it to repair themselves. We should retreat for now. This is more complicated than we thought it would be. Kisame reluctantly nodded his head and prepared himself to whittle down one of the barriers when flames were shot at him from almost everywhere. Kisame slashed out his sword to get rid of them, but to his surprise, only about half of the flames were drained of their chakra by his sword, while the remaining half didn't seem to be affected at all. Kisame's eyes widened in surprise and he quickly pumped chakra into his legs to dodge the flames. Although he managed to dodge most of them, his clothes were still singed in a few places. While Kisame was confused about why his sword only absorbed half of the flames, Itachi quickly explained what happened. Not all of the flames were created through chakra. Some of them were normal fire, that is why your sword couldn't absorb them. Itachi noticed that the seals surrounding them were getting more and more active, which was probably due to more and more Uzumaki clan members supplying it with chakra. Or that was at least what Itachi suspected to be happening right now. He quickly moved to the side and dodged a cluster of earth spikes that were flying at him, while Kisame did the same to a bunch of air blades. RNES. Itachi could only shake his head when he realized that the situation was getting worse by the minute. Although he didn't want to do it, he didn't see any other way to get out of here quickly. He closed his right eye for a moment, and when he reopened it, his three-tomo Sharingan was gone and was instead replaced with a pinwheel-looking Manjiki Sharingan. Amaterasu. Blood started to flow out of his right eye, and moments later, black flames appeared on the barrier that was hindering them from running away. Although it took a moment, the black flames opened an exit for Itachi and Kisame. Let's get out of here. The Uzumaki compound is not a place we can take on by ourselves. Although Kisame wasn't happy at all, he still retreated without complaint. They weren't here to wage war against Konoha, after all. Meanwhile, deep in the Uzumaki compound, 10 people were sitting in a circle and were injecting chakra into a small crystal ball in front of them, while an additional 2 people were standing nearby and watching the situation on the outside through multiple monitors. One of them was Zabuza Momochi, who, truth be told, had no idea why he was allowed to be this deep inside the Uzumaki compound. He could only guess that it had something to do with him being something like a father figure to Haku. Zabuza could only marvel at what has just happened. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki weren't exactly unknown people. If Zabuza were to meet even one of them, he would die, no questions asked. And yet, 10 Uzumaki clan members who could barely defeat a Chunin in a one-on-one fight repelled them. How did Zabuza know that they could barely defeat a Chunin? Because he has been training them for the past few weeks. Well, even if they can barely fight a Chunin, their chakra reserve is certainly on another level. Despite most of them having very little training in fighting, every single one of them could at least match a weak Jonin in chakra volume. Even Zabuza couldn't help but be slightly jealous of such a ridiculous advantage. Pairing their ridiculous chakra with their almost endless life force could make them a devastatingly powerful clan, but most Uzumaki have very little interest in stuff like that. Well, Zabuza couldn't deny that he has become rather fond of the Uzumaki clan in the few weeks that he was here, and the fact that they had no interest in all of these power games between clans and villages certainly was something positive in Zabuza's eyes. Now that they have proven that they could, despite their rather pacifistic attitude, repel such a powerful foe, Zabuza couldn't help but look forward to what would happen in the future. The other person who was in the room was Masato Uzumaki. He had short spiky hair that was, like with every Uzumaki, red in color, but unlike most Uzumaki, he had a stern face and gave off an aura of seriousness. He was the only Jonin-level Uzumaki that immigrated to Konoha and was kept a secret for now. The only ones who knew about him were Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shikaku Nara. Masato was assigned as something like a chief of security for the Uzumaki clan and was currently busy eyeing the monitors in the room like a hawk. Only when Itachi and Kisame didn't return after waiting for 10 minutes did he nod his head in satisfaction. Well done, we repelled the invaders. Half of you may leave for now, while the remaining 5 stay on monitoring duty. If nothing else happens today, we will return to the normal schedule tomorrow. Yes. After he finished giving out his commands, he turned towards Zabuza. I need to write a report about what happened here and need someone to deliver it to Hokage-sama without anybody noticing. Are you up for the job? Zabuza only shrugged his shoulders and nodded his head. Sure, I already noticed that you guys suck at stealth, so I will do it. Masato gave him a stern nod and left the room together with Zabuza. As soon as they left the room, Masato's facade shattered. Ha ha ha, that went well, you know. Yunasama gave me some good alcohol, so let's drink on the victory of the Uzumaki clan, you know. Zabuza could only shake his head and chuckle a little. This was Masato's real personality. As soon as none of his subordinates could see him, his personality turns into the usual Uzumaki personality, but instead of ramen, he seems to be fond of alcohol. Sure, but you should write the letter to the Hokage first. Being drunk isn't good when you want to move stealthily, after all. No problem. I'll have it done in a jiffy, you know. Zabuza couldn't help but chuckle, again. He was really wondering how the Uzumaki clan will develop in the future. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 134, Yuna vs. Sexy Jutsu. Sasuke Uchiha was currently laying on a bed inside Konoha's hospital and wasn't in a good mood at all. In his head, he had already cursed Yuna over 100 times, and it was only a matter of time before that counter reached the 4th digit. He made that bet with Yuna rather casually and wasn't thinking too much about the consequences, but now he truly regretted it. The seal she used on him somehow forced him to stay hinged into a woman. He has been transformed for almost a week without anyone being capable of figuring out how to remove the seal. He even looked at it with his Sharingan, which only earned him a headache. The only remaining hope he has is that the seal will somehow stop working after the month is over. That was, after all, part of the bet. If that failed as well, his only option was to force Yuna to remove it. When he thought about that, Sasuke couldn't help himself but get even angrier. There was no way for him to force Yuna to do anything after all. Remembering how easily she defeated him, he could only curse his own weakness. He knew that Yuna was strong, but he didn't expect it to be to such a ridiculous degree. Although being defeated that easily already gave his pride quite the big hit, when he heard what happened after he lost consciousness, Sasuke's pride was pretty much shattered into dust. When he first woke up after his fight against Yuna, the first thing he did was ask about the outcome of the tournament, and after the nurse, he asked to tell the story, finish the whole thing. Sasuke was absolutely certain that she was lying to him. Yuna had an ice-style Kekkei Genkai that could freeze the whole arena. Yuna, Naruto, and Hinata had a 2-on-1 battle that looked like 3 high-level jonin were clashing against each other. Hinata, someone with a rather similar background to himself, could actually participate in a battle where Yuna and Naruto were using the Kyuubi's chakra. Yuna and Naruto were children of the 4th Hokage and members of the royal Uzumaki bloodline. The Uzumaki clan will be re-established inside Konoha. Yuna had another Kekkei Genkai in the form of chains. Naruto summoned a gigantic toad and clashed head-on against the Ichibi, and finally, Yuna fought and defeated the 1st Hokage and consequently saved the 3rd. What was Sasuke even supposed to think about that? Each new part of the story was more ridiculous than the previous one. Following that, Yuna even became a jonin, which almost beat Itachi's time in becoming one. Sasuke, meanwhile, was still a mere genin and was lying on a hospital bed while being transformed into a woman. This isn't right. Weren't the Uchiha supposed to be the strongest? Let's not talk about Yuna. I am even weaker than Hinata, who, unlike Yuna and Naruto, doesn't have an endless supply of chakra sealed inside her. How is this possible? There must be something wrong. There is something I don't understand. What is it that I am missing? While Sasuke was sinking deeper and deeper into his contemplations, he heard a loud voice echoing through the hospital. Kakashi, my rival, don't worry, I will get you treated as soon as possible. Following that, was some murmuring that Sasuke couldn't understand before the previous voice yet again echoed through the hospital. There is no way I will allow you to walk yourself when you are wounded like this. Sasuke's eyes widened when he heard that. Kakashi-sensei is wounded? I need to see what is going on. A few moments later, Sasuke entered a hospital room that had quite a few jonin inside it who all looked like they just went through a fight. I heard Kakashi-sensei is wounded. What happened? Everyone looked at Sasuke in surprise, and moments later every single one of them glared at the owner of the loud voice, Might Guy, who could only muster an awkward chuckle. Before Sasuke could ask any question, Kakashi started speaking. Well, don't worry about that, Sasuke. I had to fight someone rather powerful during a mission and had to overuse my Sharingan. It's just the usual chakra exhaustion. No need to war. Before Kakashi could finish speaking, the door burst open and another shinobi walked inside. Is the story that Itachi has appeared in Konoha really true? Is he really chasing Yuna and Naruto? This time, the newly arrived shinobi received glares from everyone including Guy. Although the shinobi didn't understand the situation at first, when he noticed Sasuke, his face paled. He wanted to explain himself, but it was already too late and Sasuke was already out of the door with hatred oozing out of his eyes. Itachi is here. I can finally kill him. I lived all my life hating him, and now I can finally use all that hatred to kill him. Yuna, Naruto, and Jiraiya, meanwhile were traveling rather leisurely. Although Hiruzen wanted Tsunade to become the next Hokage, there really was no need to hurry, so the trio walking normally while chatting with each other. While chatting about random nonsense, Jiraiya remembered that he wanted to ask Naruto about something that happened during the Chunin exam. Naruto, although I didn't see it myself, I heard that you used something in the fight against Yuna, that looked a lot like a technique your father invented, the Rasengan. Naruto nodded his head when he heard that. He lifted up his right hand and moments later a Rasengan appeared above Naruto's hand. Jiraiya could only nod in approval when he saw how easily Naruto created it. Considering that the Rasengan is considered as the pinnacle of shape transformation, it was incredibly impressive that Naruto could use it at such a young age. Jiraiya couldn't help but glance at Yuna, who only shrugged her shoulders and created her own Rasengan. Nei-san and I managed to get our hands on quite a few of father's notes. That is where we found information about the Rasengan and how he planned to evolve the jutsu. Jiraiya was surprised that the twins managed to find something like that. The only place where stuff like that might be found is Minato's old house, but there are quite a few security seals. They probably sneaked in, huh? Oh well, it should be theirs anyway, so it is fine. Could you tell me how exactly the newly developed Rasengan works? If you want to keep it a secret it is, naturally, fine as well. I'm just a little curious if you managed to inject elemental chakra into it like Minato planned to or if you took another path. Considering the whole thing exploded into deadly torrents of water, I assume you managed to do it somehow. I don't mind telling you, it is, after all, not easily copied. The first version of the elemental-infused Rasengan became somewhat of a failure. Although it was indeed very powerful, it was actually too powerful. When smashing it into an enemy, it would not only hurt my enemy but myself as well. I concluded that I had to either reduce the strength, which I was not willing to do, or actually turn it into a projectile. A normal Rasengan is weak enough for me to throw it without it breaking instantly, but the moment I infuse it with my wind chakra, that becomes pretty much impose. Wait. You can throw a normal Rasengan? Naruto looked at him weirdly and nodded his head. A Rasengan formed in his hands and then he threw it like a baseball, causing it to smash into a tree, making the tree collapse. While Jiraiya's jaw almost hit the ground, Naruto casually proceeded with his explanation. Anyway, my chakra control is simply not good enough to throw the real deal. Considering one of the chakra exercises Nei-san taught me is rather similar to throwing a normal Rasengan, that still works out fine, but everything that has more power in it is impossible to be thrown for now. Thus, Hinata and I came up with a combination that works. I provide the chakra, while she provides the elemental transformation and even adds in her nature energy to stabilize it even further. Like that, we created something that could be used in combat without any major drawbacks. We call it, water-style, torrential Rasengan. Jiraiya couldn't help but be amazed by that. Luckily, Hiruzen had already told him that Hinata and Enko could, for some unknown reason, use natural energy, or he might have been shocked to death by the whole explanation. Truly fascinating. To think that natural energy was the answer that Minato was looking for while developing his jutsu. I am looking forward to all the jutsu you will create in the future. This caused a sly smile to appear on Naruto's face as he looked at Jiraiya with mischief in his eyes. Hehe, there is actually another jutsu I developed. Are you interested in seeing it? Although Jiraiya felt like this was a trap, he couldn't help but be curious anyway. Even Yuna couldn't help but be slightly curious. She had, after all, heard nothing about this new jutsu Naruto developed. Considering how Naruto was currently smiling, she was pretty sure it was a prank jutsu, but she didn't mind at all. Hehe, then you better prepare yourselves. Here comes my super secret jutsu. Ultimate harem sexy jutsu. The whole group was surrounded by smoke, and as soon as the smoke was lifted, naked busty women were surrounding Yuna and Jiraiya. Blood immediately started to flow out of Jiraiya's nose like a river and he gave Naruto a thumbs up. Hehe, not bad at all. What a powerful jutsu. Yuna, however, didn't react at all. She simply stood still, while clenching and unclenching her fist, while her chakra slowly started to ooze out of her. The transformed Narutos took a step back on instinct. No way. Nasan is a pervert, right? So, this should work on her. Moments later, Yuna's chakra exploded out as she pointed her finger at one of the Narutos. Unacceptable. Yuna disappeared, and moments later, she slapped the butt of the transformed Naruto she was pointing at, causing that Naruto clone to dispel. That but didn't have the right musculature. She disappeared again and pinched a transformed Naruto in the waist. Not soft enough for a woman. She disappeared again. Not soft enough, wrong body form, feels unnatural, just plain wrong. A few moments later, an exhausted Naruto was sprawled on the ground, while Yuna stood above him with her hands crossed in front of her body. You better put more effort into that if you want my approval. Yes, Nasan. A sly smile appeared on Yuna's face. How about you ask Ino and Haku for help, they should be more than willing. Yes, Ni. Naruto's face blushed crimson red, but instead of answering, he simply closed his eyes and didn't say anything. That was a fun little event, how about we restart our journey? Yuna glanced at Jiraiya and noticed that he had actually fainted while massive amounts of blood were flooding out of his nose. What the hell is his problem? Really? The goddess of perversion as well? Just how many titles did you hold? Although I have no idea what you are talking about, praise me more. Chapter 135, Gathering Information, maybe? It took Yuna, Naruto, and Jiraiya a few more minutes to reach their first destination, a small village that was simply called Tria Village. There is nothing remarkable about it and will only be used as a resting spot by the trio. As soon as they entered the village, Jiraiya started to ogle women as a perverted smile appeared on his face. I will do some research and see if I can get some information about our target. Without another word, Jiraiya vanished into the crowd under the judging gazes of Yuna and Naruto. Yuna could only shake her head and started to speak. Well, I am not sure how reliable he is, so I guess I will try to collect some information as well. What do you want to do, Naruto? Naruto only disinterestedly shrugged his shoulders. You know that I don't like stuff like that, so I guess I will be looking for a hotel to spend the night in. Yuna nodded her head in acknowledgement and moments later, she had transformed into a mature beauty that looked to be in her late 20s. See you later, Naruto. Similar to Yuna, Naruto also used a transformation to make himself look older and nodded his head towards Yuna. See ya. Seeing Yuna disappear into the crowd just like Jiraiya, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle a little. He didn't know what she wanted to do but was pretty sure that she wouldn't conventionally gather information either. Oh well, it's Nasan so it should be fine. It has been about an hour since the trio arrived in Tria village and Jiraiya was currently enjoying himself. He was walking down the main road of the village, with two beauties clinging to him and were fighting for his attention. Jiraiya paused for a moment and wondered when he picked up the second one but decided not to think about it too deeply. The more beauties the better. A little bit later, Jiraiya entered another bar to have some more fun, but when he did he almost face-planted into the ground due to what he saw. A single mature woman sat at a table that was almost exclusively filled with thuggish-looking men. As for her looks, she looked pretty much like Yuna, but about 15 years older. She was currently in a glaring contest with one of the men, while the remaining table was completely silent. Moments later, both of them lifted their glasses and started chugging their contents like crazy. Moments later, the woman, the transformed Yuna, smacked her empty glass on the table and let loose a loud burp that echoed through the whole bar. Another victory. Who else dares to challenge me? Damn, she won again. What the hell? How the hell can she drink that fast? I am sure she is especially good at swallowing smack asterisk. Yuna casually punched the last person in the stomach before he could finish speaking and started laughing again. Ha ha ha. You sure talk big for someone who didn't even finish half his glass before I was done with mine. Loud laughter broke out as the people at Yuna's table kept bantering with each other. Jiraiya, meanwhile, needed significant amounts of willpower to look away from Yuna's table. He had no idea how she did it, but it seems Yuna had somehow befriended the local thugs. Jira, what are you doing? Let's sit down already. Hearing one of the women he was currently hugging, speaking to him, he managed to wake up from his contemplations and nodded his head. Sorry. I thought I just saw someone I know, but that must have been my imagination. Come, let's sit down. Despite happily talking, with the two women beside him, Jiraiya couldn't help but put some attention on the table Yuna was currently occupying. After Yuna won another chugging contest, one of the thugs asked a question that made Jiraiya sweat a little. Haha, damn, how can you drink this fast? Are you a shinobi and using one of those jutsu things? The atmosphere immediately turned a little colder when that question was asked. Even in the land of fire, there were quite a lot of people that would rather have no contact with shinobi at all. A mysterious smile appeared on Yuna's face. She looked left and right and then slightly moved forward, causing the other people at the table to automatically do the same. Hehe, that's right. Do you want to see my most powerful jutsu? The thugs around the table widened their eyes when Yuna said that, but couldn't help but be curious about it. They felt that something interesting would happen, so all of them simultaneously nodded their heads. Jiraiya, meanwhile, had not the slightest clue where Yuna was going with this. No matter how he looked at it, showing these thugs that she was a shinobi would not help her in any way, but even he couldn't help but be morbidly curious about what Yuna is going to do. Yuna started to clumsily form hand seals. Although these thugs had pretty much no idea how jutsus worked, they had at least seen shinobi use hand seals before. After taking almost 10 seconds to form 3 hand seals, Yuna kept her hands in the ram seal and closed her eyes to concentrate. It seems like she was trying to concentrate really hard, as a deep frown was on her face, but a few seconds later, she reopened her eyes. Transformation Jutsu. A minuscule poof of smoke appeared, and as soon as the smoke vanished, all the thugs looked at Yuna completely dumbfounded. After using that jutsu, Yuna seemed to be genuinely out of breath while almost nothing had changed about her. The only visible change was that there were now 2 white fox ears on her head. A deafening silence took over, but moments later it was broken by roaring laughter. Ha ha ha, what the hell? Gaha, you actually grew fox ears. Damn. Can you teach me how that works? I wanna grow a horse ko. Smack. Can you bastards stop spouting profanities? Another round of roaring laughter echoed inside the bar. One person at Yuna's table, however, had different thoughts. What is the point of growing a bunch of animal ears? I don't want my women to have any animal parts. Yuna seemed to be shocked by that sentence. A sad pout appeared on her face as she lowered her head. Even her fox ears were lowered as she looked at the person who said that like a sad fox. You don't think it is cute? This time, the fox ears were animatedly moving around, causing the person she was looking at to stare at them in fascination. Moments later, he noticed what he was doing and a small blush appeared on his face, that was naturally seen by the surrounding people. Gahaha, look at him blush. I don't want my women to have any animal parts, he said, ha ha ha. No animal parts my ass. Wait, doesn't that mean even a woman could grow a horse ko? Smack. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Gahaha, just wait for me to get strong enough to make a tail as well. Then you bastard will have to call me the fox goddess. As my believers, I will even pay for the next round of drinks. Everyone at the table lifted their glasses at the same time and clinked glasses with each other. To the fox goddess. Ha ha ha, that's right, worship me. Yet again laughter echoed through the bar, while Jiraiya could no longer understand what was going on. He had not the slightest clue why Yuna was doing all of this. Befriending a bunch of thugs might have been useful, but there is no way a bunch of low-level thugs would have any important information. What happened next, however, truly surprised Jiraiya. Yuna yet again finished her drink and loudly smacked it on the table. She seemed to be quite drunk already, but the other people at her table weren't faring much better either. A deep sigh escaped Yuna's lips, which was noticed by everyone at the table. Huh, what's with that sigh? Is something wrong? Yuna gave the person who spoke an annoyed glance but started speaking anyway. Of course, there is a problem. I wanna gamble. What's the point of getting drunk if you can't gamble at the same time? But gambling is forbidden in this town. That's so annoying. Who thought that was a good idea? I wanna gamble. Someone bring me another drink. This goddess is thirsty. Gambling. The surrounding thugs were surprised by that. They couldn't help but glance at each other, while Yuna was chugging yet another glass. After a moment of silent communication, all of them nodded their heads to each other and the one sitting closest to Yuna started to whisper to her. There might be a place where that is possible, but no one is allowed to know about it. Yuna's eyes shone with excitement and she was just about to exclaim loudly when she quickly blocked her own mouth. You are not joking, right? Show me the way then. Go, let's hurry, I wanna get started already. Bill. Someone bring us the bill. Although the people around her were slightly surprised at how easily Yuna agreed to do something illegal, considering the way she acted around them, however, they quickly understood that this certainly wasn't the first time that she spent time in the grayer areas of the law. A few moments later, the whole group left the bar, and while doing so, Yuna winked at Jiraiya, which was noticed by quite a few of the thugs and made them suspicious yet again. Jiraiya, on the other hand, really wanted to curse Yuna. She did all that acting to win the trust of these people and now she destroyed all of it in an instant. Naturally, one of the thugs immediately asked Yuna what that was about. Do you know that guy? Yuna, however, only laughed out loud. Haha, of course not, but that perverted geezer was looking at my tits pretty much from the moment he entered the bar, so I should at least show him that I noticed, ha ha ha. This caused the whole group to laugh yet again, while Jiraiya couldn't help but blush a little. He wasn't blushing because Yuna claimed that he was looking at her breasts, which he was not. He was blushing because he was constantly staring at her while she was trying to get people's trust, was incredibly suspicious and might have even caused problems in whatever plan Yuna had. There was, however, something else that truly bothered Jiraiya. As far as he knew, this town did not have an illegal gambling place, so either his informant didn't know about it or he didn't tell Jiraiya about it. Both of these options didn't sound very good to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you are all distracted again. Huh, sorry. I will give the two of you my full attention from now on. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 8. Peace.